afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the opening round of the inaugural IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. As always, Thomas Yarbrough here with you live, bringing all the races here in 2026 with my partner, the ever-decorated Mr. Tim Siebold. Tim, a new race stop. First stop on the brand new IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. I think 2026 is going to see things in Formula 1 Powerboat racing here in the United States that we haven't seen in a very, very long time, if ever.
Well, it's great to be in Bradenton and the Palmetto area for the Greater Bradenton River Regatta. You know, it's earlier on the schedule in the year, so that throws everybody a curveball because maybe they're not quite ready. Now we're in saltwater. We have got some wind going on today, some tide. We're racing in between a couple bridges, so there is all kinds of excitement going to go on.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing and a little bit different than our normal format. We're down to a one-day race here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida, and that means we're going to have a jam-packed day of racing. We're going to kick things off with our fast lap qualifiers in our Formula Lights class. For those of you who have been a part of the IHR family for many a year, but maybe seeing Formula 1 Powerboat racing for the first time, what is a Formula Light? Formula Light is a smaller tunnel hull that has a 45 cubic inch two-cylinder OMC outboard on the back. Not a ton of power, Tim, but boy, really exciting and a great place to really hone your skills behind in a tunnel boat here on the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series.
It is. You know, they're 13, 14 foot long, and they've got about a 70, low 70 mile an hour capability. But here's the thing, all the characteristics of a Formula 1 boat are a Formula Light, so the drivers can really learn how to progress, how to hone their skills and the craft of racing.
Absolutely. Been a huge feeder class for the Formula Ones for many, many years. You know, we look at some of our Formula One drivers, the likes of Grant Schubert, Jeremiah Mayo, and many, many others have come up through the Formula Lights rank, establishing themselves as a dominant power in Formula Lights before making that jump to the significantly increased power on the back of a Formula One.
That's right. You know, it's a class that you can get into relatively cheap, and you can go racing. We got 15 entries here this weekend in the Formula Lights, so it is very exciting. We've had, you know, at the end of 2025, we had a battle going down to the wire for the championship.
Absolutely.
So I expect that to pick up right where it left off, and then we've got some new guys that should be in there too, like, you know, the Mike Scott Plumbing of Steve Lee and Jose Mendana. We have got Jason Nelson that's running with us. That was always a front runner. So these things are going to be great. They're going to have their hands full getting over the rough water, and it should be very exciting.
Absolutely. And then we look at some of the drivers have really made their comeuppance in 2025. The Rookie of the Year, the likes of the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, one half of the B&B Pizza Inn Racing team. What a phenomenal 2025 he had. We saw Ashton Caffarelli join us in 2025, the young driver out of Champaign, Illinois. He's looking to make a bigger mark here in 2025 as well. As an addition to that Clover construction team, the 01 of Jake McKee, he really showed that he's going to be a force to reckon with here in 2025. And rounding out that young crew, the man on the screen right now, the driver out of Franklin, Tennessee, a second-generation Formula Lights driver, that 52 of Addison Dumford.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. It's going to have a lot of boats in the mix. So I'm looking for old Mark Schmierbach, though. You know, he's a wily veteran. So
absolutely.
You always gotta put him at the top, and you know he's the benchmark. So he's the guy that everybody compares themselves to.
Absolutely.
So, hey, the one thing about the beginning of the season and the first race, you don't know what your competition did over the winter.
Right.
So you don't know how close you are or aren't to the front of the pack.
Yeah, it feels like in the off season is when the drivers are the most secretive here on the Formula One Powerboat Series. They're redoing bottoms, changing weight distribution, doing all that tinkering that's hard to do during the season, and then they come out here, and we've seen many times in the past a surprise or two at that first race of the season. But the one driver nobody's going to be surprised about is the driver who had an up and down 2025, but she was close there, and everybody better watch out here in 2026. That's none other than the 24 of Shelby Love.
You know, Shelby's been running some races out on the West Coast, so she has not been sitting idle.
No.
In fact, you know, she is pushing the envelope, and she did blow that thing over at Parker earlier this year.
Yeah, you know, it's not a matter of if you do it, it's when you do it. You learn a lot from it, and this is probably something you can go a little bit deeper into, what it's like to find your, what I like to call that ragged edge, right? That line that you have to live just this side of to get maximum performance and competition without ending up wet and upside down here in the Manatee River.
Well, you know, it's a juggling act. So it's, especially when you have a crosswind like we have today. So you can look down by the day dock and look at the wind out there right now. It is rippling it up, and it really throws you a curveball because it's kind of swirling around as it comes underneath the bridge. So these guys I would expect them to be cautious right off the bat.
Right on.
You know, the one thing about the first race of the year, you can lose a championship at the first race of the year, but you sure can't win one. So
absolutely,
what you need to do, collect points, get points every single heat. Another wrinkle for this race is we're only going to run 2 heats, so we're giving points for qualifying.
Right, because normally we run 2 heats on the first day of qualifying, and then we give them an opportunity to maybe do some corrections overnight, and then we give them one last crack at qualifying before we set our starting lineup in a normal Friday, Saturday, Sunday race weekend. Only running Friday, Saturday here with all competition going on Saturday. Obviously want to give the drivers the opportunity to have a similar point structure of all of our other races throughout 2026. And, you know, you mentioned that, and that's the way we're going to kick things off here. What a fun way to qualify what we call our fast lap qualifiers. We're going to have our driver groups here in Formula Lights. We've got 15. We're going to split them up into 3 groups of 5. They're going to get 4 minutes to lay down their fastest elapsed time. And I can imagine, Tim, that this throws a little bit different of an outlook for the driver, and they've got to be a little bit differently prepared than they would if they were under true racing conditions in a qualifying heat race.
Well, that and the Manatee River. So the Manatee River is got some challenges to it because of the fact that it's a bigger body of water, especially for the smaller boats. You got the wind kicking, so these guys are going to have to be on their toes. I hope that they take qualifying with a grain of salt and then work their way through the weekend. You know, you got to be there at the end.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, the last half of any final race is where we see the most movement in position typically, because you've used back markers and different drivers to pick, and you've really, you know, spent time setting up those opportunities to move yourself up the ladder for the final standings when we wrap things up later on this afternoon. But fast lap qualifiers, right, you can lose it here. You may not be able to win it, but you're definitely going to be able to lose it. You mentioned the Manatee River. You mentioned earlier that we're in brackish salt water. With these smaller boats and the wind conditions and that brackish and salt water being a little bit more buoyant, does that water add an additional layer additional layer that the driver has to focus on that they may not necessarily see in fresh water?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Normally, when you're in salt water, you can't run the engine height that you normally do. So because it carries the back of the boat higher. So as you're doing that, maybe your prop selection might have to change a little bit. You might not be able to run that big prop that you normally run. Maybe you can run a bigger one. But that and going through somebody's wash, because you definitely can't see as good. There's going to be a lot of lap traffic out there.
All right, looks like we've got our grid lineup for the first Fast Lap qualifying group, the first 5 drivers here in Formula Lights. Let's take a look at who those 5 are. One half of the B&B Racing team, that's the number 60 of Brandon Bobolic. No surprise, a quick comeuppance for the driver from Texas, considering he's got the veteran Mark Schmierbach on his team as well. I think we're going to see some good things here from the 60 of Brandon Bobolic, Tim.
I think you will. He was on a roll at the end of last year, and he hasn't been in racing that long. He's working his way through. Quick learner.
Absolutely. And then we come to a multi-generational driver out of Champaign, Illinois, in that blue and green J. McBain construction machine, the number 30 of Ashton Caffarelli, a young, hard charger that I don't think is afraid to stick his nose in there.
No, I think he blew the boat over the second time he was in it, so he's not afraid.
Yeah, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Rounding out these first group of Fast Lap qualifiers, the Franklin, Tennessee native of Addison Dumford, the San Antonio, Texas native, the number 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, and then the man from Michigan running for Crane Technologies, the number 91 of James Klein. As they've got the green flag out there now, they're not racing against each other. It's all about fastest a lap time. So I can imagine, Tim, you're going to see these guys try to maybe spread themselves out because they don't want to be in any wash. They want to try to find a clean as lap as possible out here to lay down that fastest a lap time.
And you see that Brandon went way down, so he gets a longer run at it coming at the start-finish line.
All right, and we're going to see here, for those of you joining us live on YouTube, we're going to be putting down these Fast Lap qualifying times. We'll be able to see who's going to come out on top here in Group A, and that's going to set the standard for the following 2 groups. And Tim, we've seen this happen in the past. It seems like sometimes when the drivers don't know what they have to beat, they push it a little bit harder, and sometimes those drivers who know they have a mark to beat just can't quite find that speed because they're just trying to beat a time, not necessarily lay down their fastest lap.
I think the very first time session sets the tone, and I always wanted to go out there and set a good lap, so that way you kind of have a little bit of a mental edge on everybody.
Absolutely. We see the 52 of Addison Dumford in that yellow and black trim Hoffman design hull. That's the old bullnose Hoffman. Brand new paint job on there. But boy, it's amazing. Rick Hoffman, what a fantastic boat builder he's been. And the longevity and ultimately the speed that a Hoffman hull puts out on the water is pretty impressive. The likes of some other family that built boats for a very long time. You might share that last name, but it's amazing to see some of these boats that have been around the water for a very long time still be extremely competitive with the 52 of Addison Dumford behind the wheel.
Well, you got some quality boats out there. Brandon's in a Pew design. Gary built great boats. We started together as kids. James is in a Hoffman, another Pew, and then another Hoffman. So
yeah, we've got a Revolution out there, so we've got a mix of different hulls.
Oh, he lost his cowling.
Composite and wood. Oh no, there goes the cowling off the 91 of James Klein. And that's going to be, normally not as big of a deal. Here in the brackish water, I can imagine a much bigger deal because that salt water hits any electrical wire, your race is going to be done.
It will short everything. So you're going to see guys not go directly behind each other as a result of that.
Absolutely. So we're hoping to see who's going to lay down the fast lap here in this opening qualifying heat. Lindsey Matthews, our chief scorer, is calculating and tabulating all the fast laps using our unbelievable GPS timing system that gives us down to the 1,000th of a second, Tim. And the nice thing is boy, we've sure needed that thousandth of a second a couple of times here in qualifying in 2025, and I think we're going to have to use it again here in 26.
Well, I think the benefit of the timing system is both the drivers, crews, fans, officials, they know exactly what it is. There's no guesswork.
Absolutely, and when you have such tight competition like we do on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series, you need that because everybody is so right on top of one another. You want to make sure that you show that, hey, as much effort as you're putting in, we're putting in the effort as well to make sure that you know exactly where you stand with everybody else.
Oh, yeah. The IHRA, they're all about their first initiative is safety. They want everybody to be as safe as they can. We want to have a better rescue. We want to have better rules in place to protect our drivers because our drivers are our number one asset.
Absolutely, and being in on the ground floor with the expansion of the IHRA, it's got to be great as somebody like yourself who has a very unique perspective, right? For so many decades, you were behind the cockpit, then you step into the role of managing director, so you're having to write the rules for competition. You're going to having to help create that structure. It's, you know, and previously, a lot of that structure was based from the American Powerboat Association. Now moving over to the IHRA, it's got to be nice to be able to maybe infuse some of those things in the IHRA rules here on the F1 Powerboat Series that you know maybe should have been in the rules maybe a long time ago, to drive that safety, to drive that performance, and drive that competition here on the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series.
Well, we started with a blank slate when we came up with the rules, and John Schubert, who had been my partner in the series forever, both of us come over with a lot of experience, and hopefully we can build upon that for the younger drivers.
Absolutely. You know, it's all about carrying powerboat racing in to the many years into the future. And this is just the first season, and we've already increased from 6 races in 2025. Now we're all the way up to 8 races here in 2026. And that's so great because obviously you're not necessarily going to have the best weekend every weekend, and having a few more races, not only do we get to put on a fantastic show for more people here across the United States, but it really allows you to show the true champion. The more races you have, the more consistency you have to have, and it really, I think, elevates the championship level of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series.
Well, I always looked at it as the guy wins a championship that has the best bad day.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have an off weekend. Your motor's not going to run right. Your best prop breaks. There's always something that's going on. So you got to do, everything you can. You got to score those points every single time you put that boat in the water, and that's how you win a championship.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we've got the first group out is off the water. Now we're waiting for qualifying, fast lap qualifying group number 2. In group number 2, we're going to see the likes of the 82 of Colby Crook, the driver out of Dawson Springs, Kentucky, in that black and blue Q&M Water Sports sponsored entry, followed by the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli in that J-Bit Bain construction machine. Excuse me, no, then it's the 26 of Steve Lee, the Mike Scott Plumbing, followed by the number 24 of Shelby Love. Then it's the 01 of Jake McKee. So teammates on Clover Construction, they're going to go toe-to-toe in fast lap qualifying Group B. And then as well as the other half of the Mike Scott Plumbing team, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. Boy, that Group B looks like an absolute juggernaut of a group here in fast lap qualifiers.
There are some fast guys in this second group. And another unique thing that we're going through on qualifying here is the fact that we're running qualifying and then we're going straight in to Heat 1 and Heat 2 back to back. So a lot of these guys that normally have a qualifying setup now will either have to choose between run my race setup for the qualifying lap or chance it, set the qualifying lap, and then have a prop that's a little too big for the race.
Right, and now I look at that and I say, that's got to probably depend on the driver, right? Obviously, with more skill and more time behind the wheel, you could potentially lay that fast lap, use maybe a slower propeller in a racing conditions, but your ability and skill out in front to kind of keep everybody behind you, as you know, it's so difficult to pass in powerboat racing, and you've got a high level of skill. Maybe you can get away with something like that.
You can, especially if if you're able to set pole, then you start the first heat up front. But when they invert the field, which so as you know, you can explain it, but then you start in the back of the pack. That's where that big propeller can bite you.
Right, absolutely. And so that's the risks you got to take. So for those of you just joining us here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta, we do 2 qualifying heats that will come directly after these split 3 group A, B, and C fast lap qualifiers. We run qualifying heat 1 based on how they ran in the fast lap qualifiers. On the poles, the fastest driver, the slowest drivers at the back of the starting order. We're going to be running a 2x2 rolling start in our qualifying heats, but after heat 1, we flip the script on the field. The worst driver goes to first, and the fastest driver in the opening qualifying heat now has to run through the field. And Tim, in my estimation, there is nothing more dynamic in all of motorsports than requiring your fastest drivers to drive through the field and prove I can drive well out front, but I can also go through the pack.
That's exactly right. You know, it shows your boat setup. It shows your driver skill. But look at this course. You've got a little bit longer course, so when you pick a bigger prop, it is faster on top speed. But a quicker accelerating prop, you've got 4 opportunities to accelerate on this course coming out of the corners, where you only have 2 chances for top end speed.
Absolutely, yeah, pushing a little bit more of a half-mile course here than normally our typical third-mile short course for the Formula Lights. But these drivers out here on the water, there's the 24 of Shelby Love, and she took scary
a long
fast.
run at it.
Oh yeah,
Let's
she's
see
learned.
What she's got. You know, that Hoffman that she drives really stays up in the corners, and it allows her to accelerate easier, carry more corner speed. When she does that, she can run a bigger prop. As a result, have a little more top end.
Absolutely. Looks like there goes the 82 of Colby Crook getting out onto the race course now. You see the 21 of Jose Mendaña's gone dead in the water. That is not what the driver from Tampa, Florida wanted to see, his home race here. And it looks like they might have to tow him back to dock. And because our schedule is so tight, boy, it makes it even more difficult to assess problems that you may have in qualifying, like we see potentially with the 21 of Mendaña Jr.
The crew is in fast forward since yesterday when we started setting up the pits, and that is not going to stop now. His dad, Jose Mendaña Sr., is his mechanic and a very, very experienced 45 mechanic.
Absolutely.
So he knows these boats inside and out, and if anybody can get him back going, it'll be Jose.
Right now we stay here with the 24 of Shelby Love and that all-white Clover construction machine. She goes cruising down the front straightaway. Now we're going to swing up overhead. Fantastic drone cameras, as always, here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. There's the 82 of Colby Crook coming out of turn number 2, heading down the back straightaway, going side by side with the 24 of Shelby Love. And look at her just pull away. That Hoffman, no surprise, more on order. It looks like everybody recognizes that Hoffman boat is scary, scary fast.
Well, what she's doing now is she's waiting, because she was on the outside of Colby. So you're not going to have your best lap in lane 2 or 3.
Right.
So what she's going to do is she's going to let these boats go by. She's going to have a clear run. That way she can pick her own line for her prop, her boat, her driving style, and hopefully put it on pole.
Absolutely, and it also allows her to get behind the wash. You know, for those of you just maybe enjoying drag racing and being a big part of IHRA, but now just seeing the Formula 1 Powerboat Series here, that white wash that gets left behind the boat from the propeller, not the place that you want to be, so you can't even get that close to them when you're trying to lay down your fast lap, because that water behind them has got so much air in it, there's just really not a whole lot of power.
And the salt water keeps that air in it for some reason, so it stays for a while.
All right, well, we're going to send things down to the pits, and our pit reporter, Sarah Daly, she's down in the pits with one of our teams. Sarah, take it away.
Well, as you can see, we're here at the loading docks for the first race of the series, and that is for the 2026 IHRA F1 Powerboats here in Palmetto, Florida. It's absolutely stunning outside. We have series veterans, racers that are going to be here along with rookies, and we're going to see a ton of horsepower. We're going to see a lot of precision out there on the water. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day of racing. So all the action will bring you from the pits down to the podium. But once again, stunning here for this first race of the 2026 F1 Powerboat Series with IHRA.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Well, we're back here with the conclusion of fast lap qualifying Group B. The 24 Shelby Love, right before she tried to set that last fast lap, she caught a roller coming off the 01 of Jake McKee, bobbled a little bit. I wonder if that's going to prohibit her from grabbing the fast lap here in Group B qualifying and try to snatch that pole position. But boy, the 26 of Steve Lee looked good, and so did Mendaña until he died down there between turns 3 and 4.
Steve Lee always runs a consistent line, and that's what he brings with his experience. You know, he's not going to take the chance that he doesn't need to, so that way he'll be right in there, but maybe not the fastest, but he is always in the hunt.
Right, and that's one of the unique things about powerboat racing because of the additional dynamic of the water and the chaos that it provides the drivers changing every single lap. You don't necessarily need to be the fastest in a straight line in powerboat racing. But if you combine some really good speed with some great cornering ability, boy, it's sure going to make a fantastic run for you out there on the water. And there is the 26 of Steve Lee. Will he be our pole sitter? But let's take a look at Group 3 or Group C qualifying. Right there's the man from Tampa, Florida, the number 18, runner for Wyatt Nelson Architects and Nelson Racing, the number 18 of Jason Nelson. Another Floridian here out of Port Charlotte, Florida, running for Anti-Gravity Batteries in that number 66 machine, as well as Gen Y Hitch, Mr. Randy Parch.
And Randy's a past champion at this event.
Absolutely. I believe, was it last year or a couple of years ago, he was able to take the checkered flag. I believe that may have been his first win or one of his first wins in his young career. Again, didn't necessarily start off his rookie season all that great, but he got all the bugs and kinks and accidents out of the way, and we've seen some fantastic growth out of the driver from Port Charlotte.
Then you got number 35, Mark Schmierbach, veteran, always one of the fastest on the courses, so I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. And then we got the 94 of Dominic Trollian, the young driver running for the law offices of Peter Lombardo out of Milan, Michigan out there. He's fast, but boy, we saw 2025 riddled with electrical issues and in motor problems for that young driver. Will he be able to make it out and right the ship here to start the season? And then rounding out the field, one part of that Outlaw F1 team, their lone Formula Lights driver here in 2026, the number 12 of Jack Schubert. And boy, no surprise, a man with Schubert as a last name picks up tunnel boat racing fairly quickly.
Jack's got a new boat. He's coming out of the Tri-Hull division. He ran a couple test races last year in the Formula Lights. He really enjoyed it, so now he's moved to the Formula Lights full-time for 2026.
There he is coming out of turn number 4. Now he's going to try to find that clean water. No surprise the veteran at 18 and Nelson got out on the course way out in front of everybody else, trying to set that fast lap early before these boats churn up the water. Tim, and again, I will lean on your perspective. Do you find that typically in these group qualifying stages for fast lap, it's much easier to lay down the fast lap early before the water gets churned up than it is later on in the session?
I always like going out first. That way you've got clean water, nobody's in front of you, you pick your own lines. So that's really important, and I think it's smart of Jason.
Absolutely. There's the 12 of Jack Schubert, that Plantation Ace hardware machine, that beautiful gray and red Revolution composite Formula Light coming out of turn number 4. Now let's talk a little bit about why these boats can turn the way that they can. You know, the standard pleasure boat V-bottom is not going to turn with any near the degree that these Formula Lights can turn. What's the combination of the design of hull as we see it packing air under that tunnel hull, the 18 of Jason Nelson?
That's a great shot there, and that just shows you, you know, you're flying these boats as much as you're driving. So you are trying to pack as much air underneath the boat in the tunnel to pick it up so that it runs the top speed and accelerates. Now, if you have about 1 foot of the boat in the water, that's optimal. But it's a fine line, and you're adjusting that with your trim switches. So you're constantly trimming the motor in and out in order to have that optimal 1 foot of the boat in the water. A little too much, you go over. Not enough, the boat's wet and you can't get the top speed. Once you come up to the corner, watch number 35, Mark Schmierbach. So right now he's trimmed perfectly. He's got it. He trims it down, what's more of the running surface. He makes the corner, he trims it back up, gets more of the boat out of the water, and now he's trying to accelerate. As he starts to pick up speed, he will continually tap it down so he doesn't have too much air underneath it until he gets it set right, and then he's back into the trimming it down to wet more of the running surface at the corner.
Now, why would you not want to go in full tilt 100 miles an hour as fast as you can go into the corner and just drop it all out at once?
Because if you make smooth is better. So if you can go through the corner, set the boat down easy, you carry more corner speed. and corner speed is when you win the races.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to send things down to the one of the next classes coming up, the fan favorite Texas Trials, as Sarah is with the number 37 of Mason Rinker. Sarah?
And joined now by Mason Rinker. I'm not going to keep you too long because you're getting ready to jump in the boat. But how you feeling today? It's absolutely stunning. The wind's died down a little bit since yesterday, and you already had a round of testing.
Oh, it feels great out here. We're excited to get out there. We got a new boat, so hoping to go out there and kick some butt, continue the streak from last year.
Any changes from your first test this morning to now, or did you feel pretty good?
No changes. We felt good out there. We're running strong and hoping to go kick some butt.
All right, thank you. Guys, back to you.
We got F1, right?
Trial and then.
All right, well, that's going to checkered flag. There you see that big checkered flag being waved by Chief Referee Doug Ray. That's going to wrap up our fast lap qualifier Group C here. We saw the 94 Dominic Trollian lay down some good laps. The 12 of Jack Schubert, no surprise, he was pretty fast. But once we get the report from Chief Scorer Lindsey Matthews, I have a feeling we might see that 35 machine very near or at the top here in Formula One's fast lap qualifying.
I wouldn't expect anything else. Now, will it be number one? I don't know. We're going to get that report so we can throw it out to everybody, let everybody knows what's going on. But guess what? We have the Tri-Hulls coming up, which is a new class for Bradenton.
Absolutely.
And these guys are wild. They run on a smaller course. They're one-pin turns. So you're going to see a little banging and bumping and, rubbin's racing.
Absolutely. I mean, if absolutely, and rubbin is racing, especially, it's like we have. Not only do we have Formula One car racing, we've also got NASCAR racing. We've got all the stuff here on the Formula One Powerboat series. And boy, we call it bumper boats. It's 55 miles an hour because they'll go 3, 4, 5 wide in the corner. And I believe we even had to make sure to remind the drivers, you can't use your boat to move the other guy out of the way. You have to go around them.
Yeah, they might have gotten a little aggressive at the end of last year. So the referee had to, calm them down a little.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick break here at the opening round of the 2026 Bradenton Area River Regatta, the opening round in the inaugural season of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. From the ultra-competitive sportsman and pro mod classes to the 12,000 horsepower, fire-breathing 300 miles per hour, top-fuel dragsters and funny cars. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers thrilling action with every run. Follow the entire IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Or experience the true power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From top-notch IMCA dirt racing to ASA super late model action. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
There's a place on Florida's west coast where the true nature of the Sunshine State still shines on, where breathtaking views stretch as far as the eye can see, and quaint villages come alive with local treasures and traditions. A place to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover the beauty of just being. No agenda, no filter, no worries. Discover real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Plan your escape at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more.
First race of the 2026 IHRA F1 Powerboat Series, and we're joined now by Jeff Reno. And you didn't even test because you're that confident with heading out on the waters today. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I've been at this race course for the last 10 or 12 years, so pretty confident I know where it's at. And I was helping a couple of my not competitors, but other classmates with their boats. So I just give up testing this morning. So
like you mentioned, a veteran here, you've raced here many times. What's the atmosphere like having some of the changes now and a lot of excitement? A lot of the drivers have been just talking about all the energy that's here in Palmetto.
Yeah, it's all the spectators are just coming up and saying, you know, this is going to be a great thing this year, and that we've got 3 classes instead of 2, and it's just, you know, so the energy is here.
Do you have any personal goals? Like you said, you've been at this for a while, but any changes that you want to see happen this season for you personally, maybe?
I would love to win this race because I was born 2 miles from here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You still have family here?
Still got a lot of family here.
Are they out here to watch you this afternoon?
I doubt it.
No, doubt it. Well, that's very good. We wish you the best of luck. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you around.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. Boy, Jeff Reno, the only man I've ever known to get sucked up in a tornado during a boat race out in Pittsburgh about a decade ago, but a fantastic driver and an even better human.
No, Jeff's been a great competitor for a lot of years. He's been around the block, and you'll see him in the Formula One a little later on this afternoon.
Absolutely. Absolutely, a unique boat with the height of Jeff Reno, adding a little bit of head clearance in his boat. He's got a newer boat now, gone fully composite after the man ran numerous decades in a wood hull. Is there a difference when you shift from the Okumi and the wood-built hulls over to the new composite that's really become the standard here in 2026?
They've got different handling characteristics, but the good thing that Jeff's got going for him this weekend is in a little bit rougher water, he's running a Danish Mulgard. So that boat is made for rough water.
Absolutely.
And that's going to be an advantage for him this weekend.
Absolutely. I believe I was talking to John Moore from Powerboat News, who's flown over here to Bradenton to cover the race this weekend, and I believe he mentioned that was an Eric Stark boat from back in 2012, something along there. So that boat definitely has championship pedigree, and you put Jeff Reno behind the wheel, it could be a force to be reckoned with here at the opening round of 2026.
Oh, yeah. Man, you can even hear the wind coming through the microphones. It's windy up here right now, but these guys are going to come out, they're going to put a good show on, and it's going to make it that much more exciting.
Absolutely. Talk about the wind. Now, the wind kind of swirls around a little bit down there, but now it seems like it's moving from the Bradenton to the Palmetto side of the Manatee River. What does that do to the boats? Do they like to run into the wind and away from the wind? Do they prefer a crosswind? What do you believe is the optimal wind conditions if you could pick?
I think a driver typically likes to run into the wind and downwind. The crosswinds, the swirling winds, you never know what it's going to do to you. So when you're running, you know, in this case, 70, 75 miles an hour, and you're going down the straightaway, and it's a 750-pound boat, all of a sudden you get a heavy side wind, it's going to move you over 15 feet.
It's kind of like when you go to pass that semi on the interstate and that wind just hits you and pushes the car to the side, especially because of their being a little bit smaller. Now, when you're going into the wind, right, most of us are going to think, boy, that would be scary going into the wind because you've got that wind that's going to want to push the boat and almost make it take off. If you're going into the wind or downwind, which one is more difficult?
Oh, definitely going downwind is easier.
Why is that?
The hard thing about going downwind is because you've got the wind coming from behind you and it's pushing the boat down onto the water. Where when you head into the wind, it's picking the boat up, and then you can actually get the boat on top of the water.
Absolutely. Now, but I can imagine, though, there's that delicate balance when you're going into the wind with that trim button to make sure you don't send it over and onto your head.
No, you definitely have to, and you got to lay the boat over, but going into a stiff wind, you can lay the boat over where it'll pick the entire boat up rather than leveraging it off of the trim. But you're going to see these guys. These guys are going to do every which way. There's a bunch of them. They're going to have lap traffic, and that's going to mix up the field as well.
Absolutely, it will. So now we just got in our fast lap qualifying from Formula Lights. And no surprise, the woman starting on the pole for the first qualifying heat in that Clover Construction all-white Hoffman, the number 24, Shelby Love. No surprise for any of us here on the series, but boy, we really hope that she's going to start off this season with a bang like she did last year, and maybe she can just hang on all the way to her first title in 2026.
Well, it's really wild because we ended the season with number 24, number 35, and number 01 on the podium, and guess what? You've got Shelby, you've got Mark Schmierbach in number 35 second, and you got Jake McKee in third in the 01.
What really surprised me is I didn't see the 12 of Jack Schubert as far off the pace as it's showing here. Is, oh wait, that's right, he's a rookie. So let's talk a little bit about that rookie rule, right? Obviously, this is one of those entry-level classes, but we do it in all our classes of racing. You're going to see a big red R down the side of on the rear cowling of the 12 of Jack Schubert. What does that mean, Tim?
So a rookie has got to run a minimum of five races before he can move up. But right now, you've got Jet Ski Jared out front. We're getting ready for the start. We're utilizing rolling starts this weekend. So that's why you're seeing everybody 2 by 2. First and second are side by side. Third and fourth and on down. But you do not want to be in the back of the pack.
No, you do not, and it looks like we lost the 21 of Mendana Jr., unable to get that back under power here because we're going back to back to back, but they're going to bring him wide out of turn number 4, way down at the far end of the Formula One course. Once you see Jet Ski Jared pull off the course, watch for that green flag. Once it drops, we're going to go live in this 6 minutes plus 1 lap qualifying heat. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Referee Doug Ray, he can drop the flag at any time.
Drop it, Pat, drop it.
Here we go,
we're
live.
And we get underway.
Mark Schmierbach gets a great start on the outside, and look at Jake McKee coming up the inside.
As they go 3 abreast down the front straightaway, down into turn number 1. Can they maintain their lanes? McKee goes tight to the inside. Shelby
Jake
Love
overturned it a little bit.
almost spun it out down there between turn 1 and 2, way off the power. But how about Shelby Love finding an extra gear, as they say, with that pressure from the inside and outside of McKee and Schmierbach, comes out in front, now pushing that clean water here in this opening lap of this 6 minutes plus 1 lap. Formula Lights opening qualifying heat.
If she has any downfall in her driving, I'm going to say it's on the rolling starts, because she has had a little bit of a tough time with that in the past, but her boat is so fast, she's a smooth driver, and she has been able to overcome it.
Absolutely, but she puts so much effort into that learning the dock start, because it can be such a huge advantage or such a big issue for you early on in the race. Maybe not put as much time invested into these rolling starts. But boy, the 01 of Jake McKee is all over the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Now we're going to come back to our leader, the 24 Love. She started to open up about a third of a straightaway lead here early on. Here in the qualifying heats, unlike the finals, we don't necessarily see our leaders get into that back traffic as much. The question is will Shelby be able to hang on and run it wire to wire there? Because the 35 of Schmierbach and the 01 of McKee are just duking it out for second and third.
Well, right now you have got a wily veteran in second place of Mark Schmierbach, and you see he opens the door up a little bit, and Jake's biting on it.
Whoa, we got a red flag out of the course. We got a boat over down in turn number 1, just between turns 1 and 2. Who is that driver? We're trying to see our sport rescue team making their way down here to get the driver out of the cockpit as he went over down there in turn number 1. I can't tell who it was
yet,
but looks like he's out of the boat. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. The driver is out and safe. Was that the 94 of Dominic Trollian, or was that the 12 of Jack Schubert? Can't quite tell yet. I believe that may have been The 94 of Dominic Trollian. Boy,
Dominic
the gremlins and the frustration continue for the young driver out of Milan, Michigan. He had a hard 2025 and not the way he wanted to start off 2026. We didn't get to see it, but it looks like he might have caught a hole and snap rolled down there out of turn number 1.
You know, that's right where the wind's really swirling, so it's going to make some holes down in that turn 1 and 2, and he got caught up in it. Might have got a little sideways off of somebody else's roost, and as a result, the boat didn't bite, fell in a hole, and when it does, it starts sliding, falls in a hole and trips, and that's why you get the barrel roll.
Right, yeah. For those of us who maybe we use some terminology and some slang because we've spent our entire lives around powerboat racing, but if you have a wave, right, there's that peak in the middle of the wave. You always want to stay on the front side of that wave because, boy, it can be a very cavernous hole on the other side of it. And, boy, these boats turn so hard and pull so many G's that it seems like it's very difficult, if not almost impossible, to stop that momentum if your outside sponson ends up on the backside of a wave.
No, you can't. You can't. And you got that hard water there, too, coming off of the center of the boat in front of you. So, you know, it's a learning experience for him. He's got a lot of experience in kneel-down hydroplane racing. He has done a great job in the 45 in the Formula Lights class. But guess what? They're going to dry that thing out. He's got his uncles here with him, so he's got a lot of support.
Absolutely. The tricky thing is when we get into brackish and salt water, sometimes you're chasing an imaginary or an invisible gremlin. If any of the electricals get touched with any of that salt water, it can. So it'll be interesting to see it. Can they get it back together? But then can they keep it running after they get everything dried out and back together? So much more difficult here in brackish and salt water.
Oh, definitely. You know, and they'll take it back. They'll assess it. They're going to find out if the boat is structurally sound to whether that is even possible to get back in the race today.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a flash there as our rescue team was pulling the 94 of Dominic Trollian's Peter Lombardo-sponsored Formula Light off the course. There may have been some damage where the hull might have separated. Now the question I have, Tim, is can the 94 of Dominic Trollian even repair that boat before the Formula Lights final later on this afternoon, because qualifying is over for the young driver from Milan, Michigan. Since we're going back-to-back with qualifying heats here in Formula Lights, it's going to be a tall order just to get that thing back together, boy, Tim. And I saw there might have been some hull damage.
I think so.
And there's the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Interesting boat that the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster has. We've got a couple of them here stateside, but boy, they have really dialed in taking those Formula 4 boats from Europe that run the newer 4-stroke green motor, because over in Europe the restrictions require them to only be able to run that type of motor. But boy, you put this 2-cylinder 45 cubic inch OMC on the back of that full composite Molagard Formula 4 and it can really perform.
The Molgards are fast. They have they've got 2 or 3 of them running in the U.S. now. It's a fast boat. They make some modifications so it works with the Formula Light motor, and we're going to get everybody back down, and they're going to sit back down by turn 1 and 2 on the Bradenton side, and then we're going to get a lineup because they still have another 4 minutes to roll in this first heat.
Right, absolutely. And this is
we're
where
going to restart it.
Yeah, so we're going to give them a restart. If we would have been into that last minute, we would have had more than half the race finished. We would have been able to move on because we do have a time schedule here on our program this afternoon here in the beautiful Manatee River. So we're going to do everything we can to get everybody lined back up, and they're going to roll 2 by 2. The question is will Shelby Love be able to figure out that rolling start here, or will she have to fight hard and find an extra gear coming out of those first 2 turns like she did on the opening start of this Formula Lights qualifying heat?
Well, either way, she's in the best possible position, and that's on pole.
And I can imagine that 35 of Schmierbach would probably like to get a little bit more separation early on from Jake McKee, because we know that if you're fighting with the guy behind you, it makes it much more difficult to catch the driver in front of you. Boy, he had his mirrors full of that bright red 01 Clover construction of Jake McKee for the few first opening laps, and that was early on. Can the 01 of Jake McKee get around the 35 of Schmierbach. That would be a big deal for that young driver, and not necessarily what the 35 of Schmierbach would like to see, that's for sure.
No, when you're doing the rolling start, and he's Mark Schmierbach will be in P2 on the outside of Shelby, and then Jake has a full lane on the inside to come up on him. So it's tough. Mark's got to make a decision whether he's going for the win or he's going to block for his position. And what you have to do sometimes is you got to take a lap or two. You got to get rid of the guy behind you, and then you can go back on the attack after, in this case, Mark will go after Shelby.
Absolutely. And how about this? You know who I didn't realize was out there? Not only is the 21 of Mendana back on the beach, but so is the 18 of Jason Nelson.
Yeah.
Two of the most decorated, long-standing Formula Lights drivers here in the United States, besides maybe the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, not on the water. That is a big deal because they have just made their final, if they can get back on the water, much, much more difficult here on this rough water with this wind here on the Manatee River. Very surprised to see not one but both of those drivers knocked out early here in qualifying.
Well, that's always the curveball of the first event of the season. So maybe they didn't get to do as much preseason testing as they normally do. So they've got to work out some of them gremlins. But if they're veterans, I think they'll get their equipment back in order, and we'll probably see them out for the final.
Right, and it just depends, can they drive that thing perfectly in the final to get up in to fight with the likes of Jake McKee, Schmierbach, Shelby Lubb, who we've seen really setting the pace here early on in qualifying. But like they say, you can't finish first if you don't first finish. These guys know that. They know it's a long season. They're in it for the long haul. So even if they don't win this weekend, their goal is really to collect a lot of valuable points. But boy, that sure does hurt when you can't make qualifying.
Oh, it definitely does, and especially when you see guys that, we had a group of guys, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, that were all there. It's hard to tell because part of that's his rear cowling on the back of Dominic's boat. So we can't really tell if the boat's hurt or not at this point. Hopefully he can get it fixed, get back in there. But back to our point, we were having a heck of a race for second, third, fourth, and fifth right there. And Brandon Babalik and Randy Parch, they were right in there.
And as you know, all it takes is a millisecond to change the order. One wrong move, you set the boat too hard, you spin out in the corner, you go too wide, you leave a door open. Those split-second decisions are all it takes from a driver to move from fourth, fifth, third, all the way up to a first, second position, especially with how close these competitors stay throughout the race. We have seen in the past races get kind of spread out, right? Especially here in Bradenton, they haven't seen the numbers, and we've never been here before. And the level of competition on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series, I believe, is second to none in the world, top to bottom. And when you have top to bottom competition like that, it squeezes those moments of mistakes and makes them even more punitive. And the amount of time that mistake may take gets even shorter when you have a group of drivers like this that are all over each other from the green flag drop all the way to the checker.
Competition, it makes you grow. You're either going with it and you're progressing and you're growing, or they pass you by. So these guys that are running up front, they've embraced that. They are going after it. We're getting ready. I believe Jared's going down, get them all together, and we're about ready to start this heat again.
Yeah, we're down to 12 boats. The 18 of Jason Nelson, the 21 of Mendana, and of course the 94 of Dominic Trollian, who unfortunately went over down in turn number 1, trying to move his way up the leaderboard here in this opening of 2 back-to-back qualifying heats in Formula Lights, kicking things off today here at the beautiful Bradenton Area River Regatta. You got a regatta here on the Manatee River, and boy, for a guy who lives in St. Paul, Minnesota, it's real nice to have 80 degrees and not a cloud in the sky here in beautiful Southwest Florida. A fantastic race venue, and Tim, the crowds, the amount of people that come out here in the Bradenton, Palmetto communities to be a part of the River Regatta every year. Boy, one of the best race sites I think we have here in the United States. And boy, what crowds we're going to have here today, lining this giant bridge over the top of the Manatee River.
Well, this is the 11th annual Bradenton Area Regatta. So the Manatee River is just a picture-perfect area. The green bridge being closed so everybody can come on.
And what a view for
top.
fans.
This gives you a perspective of powerboat racing that you normally don't get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that bird's eye view. I feel like I'm sitting up at the top, on top of like an NHL or an NFL stadium, in where they have the announcers way up high, so you get that bird's eye view, and it really allows you to see the minute adjustments, the changes, the jockeying for position, and the dog fights that go on out on the track.
Well, you can really see what a driver's doing. You know, when you're down on water level, it's kind of hard to see. It's like being at a hockey game. You know, everything's moving so fast, you really can't digest it if you're not being up high. Slows it down a little bit, so that way you can see what these guys are trying to do and how they're handling the boat.
Absolutely, and we get that a few times here in 2026. Not only the Red River Rumble down in Shreveport, Louisiana for round 3, but also back into your stomping grounds at the Alton Midwest Nationals. Both elevated views for our spectators, and the spectators rave about the views that they get there. And I have a feeling that the fans here are going to say the same exact thing in Bradenton.
Oh, these are seasoned fans. We love you guys coming out. We love having the IHRA as part of your event. And here we go.
And I love that Jared takes them all the way down the long F1 course, which allows the waves to dissipate, so that when they come back around for their opening lap, that leader truly does have that clear water that they've earned with that top spot on the opening lap.
Well, you always got to look at turn 1 where they were sitting, because as they go down there, when those guys are taking off and getting their boats on plane, it definitely turns up the water more, so they got to be a little careful.
All right, here we go. Jet ski Jared leading them down the front straightaway. On the pole, it's the 24 of Shelby Love, then the 35 of Schmark Spierbach on her outside hip. Then the inside of row 2, the 01 of Jake McKee. Here we go, green flag, go, 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 go. And the 35 of Schmierbach, he takes a run at it.
That time.
Wide on the outside, but boy, what a better run by the 24 of Shelby Love down there in turn number 1. She wasn't going to let that happen to her twice, was she?
So Mark right now, he's stuck out in lane 2, and Jake's running right up the inside following Shelby. We'll see who's got a little bit of top-end speed here between Jake, number 01, and number 35 in second, Mark Schmierbach.
Absolutely. As the 24 of Shelby Love now keeping it wide out of the turn, because she's got that clean water, so she's going to want to try to keep those RPMs up. Doesn't need to go short way around the course there. You see the 01 of McKee taking down the wash of the 35 of Schmierbach. That's something that, as a rookie, you see more rookies end up falling into the wash of drivers, where you'll see that experience force them to stay just a little bit further off their hip.
Well, you see Jake keeps trying to go up in lane 1, and Mark's just not going to let him up there. So he's going to have to get closer, and hopefully on the reverse start, once he gets ahead of him, I think he's got the speed to stay ahead of him.
Absolutely. As the 24 of Shelby Love now makes her way one more lap around the course in this 4 minutes plus 1 lap. Remainder here in this Formula Light, 6 minutes plus 1 lap opening qualifying heat. She's starting to stretch out a lead, and I love to see that she's really going wide, because she knows her radio person's telling her there is a battle going on of epic proportions behind you. You don't need to go pin to pin. Stay wide, stay smooth, because we've seen it before. The last thing you want as the leader is to make a mistake and go over or spin out, or allow those guys to close that gap on you. Just stay outside and cruise, hopefully to victory for the 24 of Love. And now the 35 of Schmierbach, he thinks he's got rid of him for a second.
Jake's making a run at him.
Man, but you're right, though.
He switches to the outside, so that way he can carry some more corner speed, and he's going to try and duck under Mark right now in this corner.
See here.
Oh, he got right on top of it.
Yeah, good job there by Schmierbach. He moved in just a little bit tighter, so if he wanted to go into lane 1, the water was going to be dirty enough that he wasn't going to have the acceleration, and he forced Jake to make a split-second decision in the corner and stay on his outside hip. But boy, Schmierbach doing a great job of just closing down lane 1 when he sets to the pin, and because McKee's behind him, he's got to back off or move to the outside, not to to mention, boy, that water in turn one is really rough and not a whole lot of power.
It is. You're gonna want to be a little careful in turn one, not be too aggressive. But look at the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. So you got Caffarelli, Babalik, and Part all within striking distance of each other.
Absolutely, and now we've got something as we stay with McKee and Schmierbach. Once we cut back to our leader, you're going to notice that she's starting to come up here in the foreground. We saw a couple of those drivers flash. That's the 91 at Klein, the 82 at Crook, and the 78 at Gildermaster. She's now going to have to navigate those back markers. That's probably something that the 35 of Schmierbach is hoping will come sooner rather than later.
Well, we only got a little under 1 minute plus 2 laps to go in this race. So I don't think Jake is going to have enough time. Oh, he overturns it again. He's being a little too aggressive in the first turn. But you know what? It's the first heat race of the season. Everybody's a little excited. Uh-oh. Crook hit a buoy in turn 3.
That's why we've got 2 of them down there, Tim. He's going to have to go to the inside. He's going to get hit with a 1-lap penalty. But, boy, look at Shelby Love just slingshotting it wide to the outside. She is not going to allow the 35 of Schmierbach to close the gap at all. But she does have to deal with these back markers. If they choose to stay to the inside or if they move on her at the last second, it could throw a curveball to her that she's going to have to deal with. And typically, when you're the second person coming up on back markers, it seems like you have the advantage.
You do, because the first person coming up on back markers makes the hole for you. But you can see Shelby's got enough speed. She's not going to tangle with those guys. She's going to stay to the outside. She's going to run her line. Mark can't go up the inside either because there's 2 more boats there. So she's definitely in the driver's seat. She's doing the smart thing. And look, we're coming up last lap.
White flag is out. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California. She gets by the 91 of James Klein. Now looking at eye up the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. She goes wide to the outside. She's got that thing screaming 65, 70, 75 miles an hour down the back straightaway. Now here's the battle. McKee overdrove it, and now he's got a rearview mirror full of Bobolic. Can he hang on? We see there's the white flag again. Now our leader, the 24, Shelby Love, now coming out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the opening qualifying heat in Formula Lights, number 24, Shelby Love.
Great job, Clover. Team Clover, great job.
Round in second position, pulling away from the third place driver, is the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and by a nose, the 01 of Jake McKee hangs on. He better log that in the memory banks for later, because if he does something like that in the final, and there's so much more time, Bobalic's going to pass him like he's standing still.
I'm just wondering if he took a shot of water when he was running up on Mark Schmierbach, and now he's got some kind of electrical issue.
Yeah, potentially, or, right, sometimes you get a little extra weight in the water, and we all know it's what, 8 gallons of water to a pound, I believe, or something like that. Or, well, I don't know what the ratio is because I've never driven a boat, but I do know that it doesn't take a whole lot of water inside those tunnel hulls to really affect the performance. And as you can tell everybody, you definitely don't necessarily stay dry in a tunnel boat.
If you have water in the boat, it's not the amount, it's not a couple pounds that hurt you. What hurts you is that is shifting from side to side.
That slosh factor.
That sloshing and the weight moving, that's what messes you up.
I can imagine the balance, it throws off the balance tremendously when you have that water moving side to side and just moving all over inside your boat. Now, I notice a lot more boats today have the ribs for stability, but have they done something to block that up, almost like a bulkhead in a boat, so it doesn't necessarily slosh around as much?
Well, you've got bulkheads going throughout the sponsons. The sponsons are the outside portion of the tunnel hull, and you've got frames in there that helps make it rigid, but they're not waterproof compartments.
Right, and so we'll see what happens there. We take a look at our finishing lineup here. Again, the 94 of Trollian, the 21 of Mandania, the 18 of Nelson, not able to finish. But what a great run it was for the 24 of Shelby Love. There she is right there in that pink Clover construction on the side of that all-white composite Hoffman. The only one that's rear cowling goes over the motor. Maybe a little extra aerodynamics. Might just look cool. But either way, she's in the catbird seat, sitting in pole position for the Formula Light final later on this afternoon.
No, they got one.
Oh, wait, we got one more heat. I forget. Yeah,
they got to run the
we got to
second
flip
heat.
the script.
She's going to start dead last.
It's going to be side by side with the rookie, the number 12 of Jack Schubert. And this is where you really got to show who you are as a driver. This, to me, there is nothing more indicative of what type of driver someone is when they have to go run through the field from last all the way out to the front. We've seen it done before. It's not easy. It can be done, but boy, you really have to run a perfect race from back there.
It's one thing to win from pole. It's an entirely different thing to win from last. So you got to come through the field. You've got some extremely fast boats ahead of you, and this time, she needs that good start.
Right. Absolutely. Now, as somebody who's won more times than I even could count, your number one memory as far as a win, was it a win where you won from pole, or was it a win where you came from back in the pack after maybe you had some issues in qualifying?
Now, you like the ones where you come from the back.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're going to get them back down there on to the far end of the Bradenton side of the course, and we're going to line back up for qualifying heat number 2 as we are here at the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. The opening round here in beautiful Bradenton, Palmetto, Florida. The first time the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series has been here in the shores of the Manatee River, and what a great run we've had so far. The 24 of Shelby Love doing a fantastic run. There's the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli, the Champaign, Illinois native, running for J. McBain Construction. He finished in that top 5 or 6 here in Formula Lights, and again, he's young, so he's just still kind of getting his feet wet. He went over a couple of times last year, and boy, can he be the dark horse and one of the young guns that can come out of nowhere and knock off the likes of Shelby Love and Mark Schmierbach. But boy, man, Shelby Love is really starting to become one of the veterans that other people look to, just so smooth behind the wheel of that Hoffman Formula Light.
Well, she runs a lot of races every year. So the more, she gets 2 years worth of experience in every year compared to everybody else, because that's how many races that she runs. So she's in a lot of different situations, and it really helps her. She's come a long way in her driving.
Yeah, there's nothing that can substitute just experience behind the wheel, right? Getting that feeling in your butt of what the boat is doing, your feeling in your hands of what the boat is doing. It's just that repetition, right? If you've never seen something go down the way it is in front of you before, it's much harder to navigate. But if you've been there before, it's real easy. So we're going to take a quick break with a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Formula Lights qualifying here at the opening round of the 2026 IHRA F1 Powerboat Series here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta. The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, MerCruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. Qualifying heat number 2 here. We're going back-to-back in Formula Lights and Formula One here at the Bradenton Area Regatta for round 1 of the 2026 season. And again, we flipped that script, so worst goes to first. First goes to worst. So on the pole here in qualifying heat number 2, the number 91 of James Klein. On the outside of row 1, that's the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. On the inside of row 2, that's the 52 of Addison Dumford. On the outside of row 2, the 26 of Steve Lee. On the inside of row 3, the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli. On the outside of row 3, the number 66 of Randy Parch. On the inside of row 4, the number 01 of Jake McKee. On the outside of row 4, the number 60 of Brandon Bobalik. And then on the inside of row 5, it's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. On the outside of row 5, it's the 24 of Shelby Love. And then our 2 rookies, the 12 of Jack Schubert and the 82 of Colby Crook, rounding out the final row here in this second qualifying heat in Formula Lights as we bring them down the front straightaway. Looks like we're going to have to reset our Formula Lights. They're not 2x2. They're more like 4x4 there.
Well, head referee Doug Ray did not like the way those guys were lined up. So he's having them go around. You know, he's very strict when it comes to this because it's got to do with safety and a level playing field. So you can't give one of the boats an advantage over the other. Maybe he was running too fast. Maybe they're too bunched up. So
absolutely,
anyway,
it was a great
going
call.
Around, we're going to take another run at it.
Absolutely, and now they got to know that they're going to have some of those rollers as they get come towards that green flag, and that's going to again add another dynamic, another little wrinkle in their setup and their approach here as we roll back down the front straightaway for the opening of this 6-minute plus 1 lap final qualifying heat here in Formula Lights. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our main event starting grid here with this conclusion of the second qualifying heat here in Formula Lights.
Here we go. Green flag.
Green flag. Here we go. They're racing on the inside. It's Gildermaster. But boy, look at the 26 of Steve Lee.
He's got a great run on the outside. Let's see if he can utilize that.
Absolutely. Now Gildermaster goes wide to the outside, allowing Dumford to cut underneath. He douses down the 91 of James Klein. And here comes the 26 of Steve Lee wide to the outside. But boy, they are all jammed up. We've got 9 boats within just a couple of seconds of one another here in this opening lap of Formula Lights as they go down the back straightaway.
Marshall Gildermaster out front. He doesn't have a lot of experience winning one of these heats, so let's see what he can do. He's got the boat for the rough water, that's for sure.
And look at the 01 of Jake McKee coming way wide to the outside. And he's pushing hard, along with the 26 of Steve Lee down the front straightaway.
Outside line is looking good. Everybody's going to the inside. Shelby's on the outside. Jake's on the outside.
Mark's on the outside.
Jake just swept 2 of them on the outside in turn 2, up to second place.
Boy, that 01 Clover Construction Revolution Formula Light has been very fast as long as Jake Mahee has been behind the wheel. Can he finally get his first heat win here in the opening round of 2026? Our leader, the 78 Gildermaster. The San Antonio native comes tight down to turn number 4. Now wide to the outsides of the 01 of Jake McKee. Look at him walk him like he's standing still down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a new leader, and I have a feeling we might just see a knockdown drag out between the 01 of Jake McKee, our new leader, and that all-white Clover machine coming up wide to the outside, because those 2 teammates are looking to go toe-to-toe here in qualifying heat number 2.
When your teammates, you would love to beat everybody out there, but you want to beat your teammate more than anybody.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen that time and time again here on the Formula One Powerboat Series, and it looks like we might have it dialing up to happen again as McKee now shifts off the pin, goes out to lane 2. Now he's looking at him go way wide to the outside. He's trying to scrub up that line of the 24 of Love, force her to go back down to the inside.
You know what? Look at the back of the pack, though. Mark Schmierbach way in the back. Let's see.
But now Mark typically has had a setup
9th place
that where he likes to go pin to pin, right? Whereas we've seen Shelby Love find more of her success wide to the outside using the top speed of that much newer composite Hoffman. And it looks like maybe the 35 of Mark Schmierbach might need to go back to the drawing board for the main event later on today and find a bigger wheel to maybe allow him some more top end on the outside.
He needs a little more top end. He went short.
And it's just so rough with the swirling wind, and there's so many boats on top of each other.
He just needs a little more top end because he can't pull. He can't pull any of these guys because they're so close. He needs to stay to the outside, have a little bit of a bigger prop.
Oh no, the 52 at Dumford goes down. Down inside turn number 1.
Him and Randy Parks got real close in turn 1. They might have touched.
Ooh, I don't know what happened there, but unfortunately he's dead in the water down between turns 1 and 2, and it's just so magnified here in a one-day race. They're going to really have to scramble as we stay with the 52 of Dumford. Now we can see how about the 30 of Ashton Creffer? It looks like we got a replay down here in turn number 1, and it looks like there's the 52 of Dumford. Oh, he just touches and maybe spins out. I don't know what happened down there. But, boy, that was unfortunate for the 52 at Dumford, but he gets it running back again.
He got it running again. That's good. Look at the lead right now. Turn 3, first and second.
Yeah, the 24 of Shelby Love going wide to the outside, forcing her teammate, the 01 of McKee on that inside line.
Jake's not giving an inch, and he actually came out a little bit, so he would run a little bit of an outside line so he can carry some corner speed going into 1.
Well, and he knew the only way I can push and force the 24 of Love wider to the outside and hold my line is I got to stay in front of her, because if I'm side by side, they're going to ding me for bearing away. But he's able to do that, but now he's got to do that time and time again for the rest of the remaining laps here in this 6 minutes plus 1 lap final qualifying heat in Formula Lights.
Well, there's enough time left where she might be able to get by him.
We got a minute and a half.
A minute and a half plus 2 laps. So they're going to have to duke it out, and they're coming up on back markers.
And that's always a wild card because you never know what those back markers are going to do.
Side by side now.
Boy, they are deck to deck.
Look at this. This is a great race between Jake McKee and Shelby Love, and they're splitting a back marker.
Now the question is can McKee hang on to clean water down into the corner?
He's got to get past the back marker before they get to the turn. He jams it in there, threads the needle. Jake is still on the inside. He's going to slide out a little bit. Look, he pushes his teammate out. Wow, they're driving their hearts out.
Absolutely, as they go deck to deck down the front straightaway. Now she's got the outside speed, but now look out at 91 of James Klein with no rear cowling.
He did. James Klein moved over. What Jake needs to do, though, he needs to get right next to the lapper, so she's got to go even further around him. Great bit of driving by Jake.
Absolutely, and a great response by the 24 of Shelby Love. She understands that she's got to stay clear and find the clean water because she knows she just needs that one moment, that one I got you coming out of a corner and drag race him down to the next turn.
She never gives up. So he pulled out a little bit on her, but I think she's got a little bit of speed. Now, does that mean that she can 2 laps left to go? Does that mean that she can pass him in that 2 laps? I don't know. It's one thing getting up to him. It's an entirely different thing passing him.
Absolutely. We've seen that time and time again where a driver will be all over him and on his back, the driver's back hip that's out in front for 4, 5, 6, 7 laps, and they can never pull off the move they need to get out in front.
They can get up there, but they just can't quite get it done.
And what a fantastic piece of driving by the 01 of McKee. There's the white flag is out. Can he hang on? And, it's going to be tough for the 24 of Shelby Love, but what a great run by the young 01 of Jake McKee as he comes out of turn number 1. Out in lane 2, Shelby Love goes wide to the outside. These back markers could cause a drag race to the finish down in turns 3 and 4. Just depends on how McKee handles approaching these back markers on the final lap.
Those back markers could become into play by the time they get partway down this front straightaway to the start-finish line.
And now we see McKee. Now he's going to have to go to the inside. That water is super dirty. And here comes Slingshot of the 24 of Shelby Love as they come down across the start-finish line. Not enough, ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 2.
Excellent race.
Out of the Redlands, California. Running for Clover Construction. McKee Racing, Signature Propellers, number 1, Mr. Jake McKee. And in second place, a great run, just not enough time, but definitely enough to secure pole position, the 24 of Shelby Love. And a solid run by the driver out of Champaign, Illinois, coming third here in the second in qualifying heat, the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli.
Well, if that's a preview what's going to happen in the Formula Lights final, bring it on, because I want to see that.
Absolutely, and then we got the likes of Mendana and Nelson, who are hopefully going to be able to make it the way back. And let's take a look at a replay on some of the battle between the 01 of Jake McKee and the 24 of Shelby Love. Man, she was all over him in the corners, but he did such a good job of, while he was just enough out in front, moving over, forcing Shelby to go even wider, that it gave him just enough time to get to the corner and reset before he get back out on the back straightaway.
Yeah, she's got a little top end on him, but man, he did an excellent job driving. Hats off to him for sure and his team.
Yeah, and then, and he's got numerous years of experience in the stock outboard categories of the of powerboat racing, moving over here more recently to tunnel boats, and it seems like, man, that is, and again, you have the junior classes that we're looking to bring, to further cultivate in our tunnel boat racing here in the U.S. But boy, we see so many of those hard-charging young Formula Light drivers. Seem like a lot of them come from the stock outboard ranks. They really seem to hone a lot of skills, or enough skill to get into one of these faster enclosed cockpits and really be able to increase their skill level and their finishing positions in a fairly quick manner. Let's take a look at our results as we go every other here. Again, your winner here in qualifying heat number 2 in Formula Lights, the 01 of Jake McKee.
Wow. Shelby coming in. Ashton Caffarelli had a great run there. Finishes up third.
Absolutely. P3 for the Champaign, Illinois native. And then right behind him, surprisingly, normally the other half of the B&B Racing team, but coming in fourth, finishing ahead of his teammate, the rookie of the year in 2025, the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, finishing there in P4 here in this qualifying heat.
Randy Parch, P5. The surprise to me is Mark Schmierbach in P6.
Absolutely. And then rounding out the field, the 82 of Colby Crook, who punched a buoy down there in turn number 3, and the 52 of Addison Dumford, who struggled there and went down between turns 1 and 2, was able to get it righted. Oh, look at there. They're bringing in the high-quality IHRA tents here, and boy, how difficult is this going to be? But look at this here. This is what I love about the Bradenton Area River Regatta. Not only is there racing all day, but while we have these short breaks as we load our Formula One boats out onto the water, our Texas Tri-Hulls, whichever class we're switching to next, we've got some fantastic showcases by jet skis and flyboards and all the cool stuff that you can do here in the beautiful Southwest Florida in the Palmetto Bradenton area.
Well, they keep the entertainment going here, and we always got something going. We've got the Tri-Hulls coming out, so it's going to be exciting. First time for the Bradenton crowd to see the Tri-Hulls, so this is going to be special.
Oh, I'm so excited. We go. All right, so if we take a look at a recap of our second and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights, we went first to worst and worst to first. So our winner from Heat 1 had to go all the way to the back of the pack. The 78 of Marshall Gildermaster started on pole. He struggled trying to get down into turn 1. Jake McKee got out early, got ahead of the 24 Shelby Love. She made her way through the traffic. But boy, and then the dogfight ensued, Tim, as they went toe-to-toe for the remainder of that 4 minutes conclusion plus 2 laps here in Formula Lights.
Well, at the beginning of Heat 2, you really saw that outside line come into play, and both Jake and Shelby utilized it. The slower boats were on the inside, which was bunching up the whole field, and they took advantage, went on the outside, and came home first and second.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more from the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series here at the beautiful Bradenton Area River Regatta.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula 1, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. From the ultra-competitive sportsman and pro mod classes to the 12,000 horsepower, fire-breathing 300 miles per hour, top fuel dragsters and funny cars. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers thrilling action with every run. Follow the entire IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Or experience the true power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From top-notch IMCA dirt racing to ASA super late model action, Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
There's a place on Florida's west coast where the true nature of the Sunshine State still shines on, where breathtaking views stretch as far as the eye can see, and quaint villages come alive with local treasures and traditions. A place to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover the beauty of just being. No agenda, no filter, no worries. Discover real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Plan your escape at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. All right, welcome back, race fans. And there you see on the water, the Texas Tri-Hulls are about to do battle in their first of 3 qualifying heats before their final later on this afternoon. This is our fan favorite class. It's a very much run what you brung. It's a copy off of a 1960s and 70s era Glastron tri-hull. So instead of a single point in the bottom like your traditional V-hull pleasure boat, these had a point in the middle plus 2 points on either side. We put decks on them, roll cages in them. They run either the 100 cubic inch OMC outboard or, Tim, we've also got the new 4-stroke package in the Texas Tri-Hull division. But boy, these guys, they are all over each other all race long. And it's going to be an absolute doozy here, Tim, as we see these guys go 3, 4, 5 wide in the corner. And I was just telling one of our camera guys new to us here in 2026, don't be surprised if one of them ends up on top of another and we've got to throw the caution flag, because that seems to happen about every other race here in Texas Tri-Hull.
Caution and the Tri-Hulls don't go together.
No, they don't. And boy, this water is going to get rougher than it's been all day with these drivers running on this short 2-pin course. We essentially take turn 4 and turn 1 from the Formula Lights class and turn that into this 2-pin course. They do a rolling 2x2 start. Really, the Texas Tri-Hull class is where we took from that for our rolling starts that we use in the other classes. But let's take a look at our starting lineup for qualifying heat number 1. On the inside of row 1, the 69, the man they call Mullet, Mr. Cole Wearing.
Briston, his teammate, is in second place, and those guys always run deck to deck for some reason.
Absolutely. Coming P3 on the inside of row 2. The running for Diamond Z Reynolds, number 42 of Wyatt Zeller.
You know, you got the Rinker family, so you got Tanner and Mason in, 4th and 6th, so they have won a lot of races in the last year.
Absolutely. The man with a brand new boat here in 2026, really looking to make his mark this season, is the man from Ector, Texas, the 63 of Aaron Green.
We got an exciting race coming up. It's going to be another pace boat start, and these guys turn the water up. So the wind's got it rough enough. Now we're going to really turn it up with the Tri-Hulls. They got big gear cases, they got big props, and that's why it gets so rough out there.
And I think one of the things that's so competitive, as you can see here, some of the info in our classes, we have a claiming rule in Tri-Hull. So if you dial your motor in, especially the 2-strokes, to the point where you're really dominant in the class, we've seen it happen before. A driver can walk up with a check in hand, and you have to give them your entire motor package off the back of your boat. So you don't necessarily want to put all your eggs into the motor basket. You really got to learn how to drive these Tri-Hulls across this 2-pin course.
Well, you do, and you've got the old 2-stroke versus a 4-stroke, but you can see that the 4-stroke Mercury's, the Pro Max, the Pro XS, sorry, that's becoming the power of choice.
Absolutely, just that power band and that reliability. Absolutely. All right, we've Jet Ski Jared pulls off the course. We've got a 2x2, and there goes the green flag. Cole Waring takes off on the inside of row 1. A great jump there by the 42 Zeller. Look, here comes the 37 of Mason Rinker up the middle. As they go down into turn number 1, this is really what separates the class a lot of the field a lot of times. Do they get wadded up down here in turn one. Nice clear run there by the 69 of Cole Waring, as well as this 26 of Sherman. And look, at here comes the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Wow, boy, and you know, Tanner Rinker got a chip on his shoulder, had a possible opportunity to win this series and win over, went out in front, leading in the final race of 2025. You got to imagine 2026, it's championship or bust for the number 10 of Tanner Rinker.
You know, he got on a roll last year. He won his first race, then he won 2 more right after it in a row. So he knows how to win now, and once you figure that out and you get the monkey off your back and you get your first win, all of a sudden it starts coming to you a little bit, and that's the thing that he did. He let it come to him last year.
Absolutely. And you talk about the 4-stroke really starting to assert its dominance. 5 of the top 6 boats running that 4-stroke package, and the 3-time champion, the 17 of Neil Marsh, is sitting all the way back in 7th position, and he's the second 2-stroke boat with the 63 of Aaron Green, doing a solid job in that brand new boat, hanging on to 5th. But right now they're all trying to catch the man they call Mullet, the 69 in that Burnshausen Oil sponsored entry of
Look
Cole
how
Waring.
rough it is out there now.
It's
Mullet's
such a complete difference from
Mullet's really come into his own, because a year and a half ago, he was over trimming the boat, and if you were flying out of the water, your prop's not pushing you forward. Right. Now look how flat he runs it, and he's going forward the whole time. He's pulling away from everybody.
Absolutely, boy. He is really, if this is indicative of what the 69 of Waring's going to look like in 2026, I think you're going to see a legitimate shot for a championship for the man out of Richmond, Texas, running for Burnshausen Oil.
Well, you know, his teammate was Grant Schubert, and he was the champion last year, so maybe Mullet got his prop.
Ooh, because we know props are probably the most important thing in tunnel boat racing and in all really of powerboat racing. I believe, what is it you say that a prop equals if you were going to compare it to a car?
It's your transmission and your tire compound and your shocks all built into one.
and as you can see, 3 into 1 is going to make that choice very, very important in how you can finish in one of these Texas Tri-Hull races, because the 69 of Cole Waring is starting to pull away, but you look back in 2nd and 3rd and 4th, it's Sherman and the Rinker brothers all over one another fighting for 3rd, and I think that's part of the reason why you've seen the 69 of Cole Waring start to pull away, because they're fighting so hard with one another. As point of 10 of Tanner Rinker got it way out of the water there, getting squirrely coming out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course.
Brisson and the 2 Rinkers are fighting, and guess who's sneaking up on them? 3-time champion.
Absolutely. Neil Marsh was able to get by the 63 of Aaron Green. He's now sitting up in 5th position. But here in these shorter qualifying heats, we've only got 2 laps left here in this qualifying heat. I don't know if that's going to be enough time for him to catch the brothers Rinker, because there's the white flag out now for the 69 of Cole Waring.
Oh, he gets it sideways, coming up the front.
It's almost impossible to not get it sideways at least 1 or 2 laps, because it's just so darn rough out there on the shores of the Manatee River here for this opening Texas Tri-Hull qualifying heat.
Well, one of the unique things about powerboat racing is the fact that the course is never the same twice. So you've got the fluid of the water, you've got the wind, which is pushing it around, then you've got all the other boats out there that are mixing it up. So it might have a hole in turn 1, you go down the straightaway, and then it's in turn 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to get a win there is the 69 of Cole Waring, and rounding out the podium, the 26 of Briston Sherman, and the number 10 of Tanner Rinker. Right behind him in 4th, the 37 of Mason Rinker. In 5th, the 17 of Neil Marsh. In 6th, the 63 of Aaron Green. In 7th, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. In 8th, the 93 of J.B. Jensen. Then it's the 33 of John Ottinger, the 03 of Austin Terry, the young 15-year-old running here, and then the rookie, the new driver in Texas Tri-Hull, taking over that champion hull from Grant Schubert in the number 13, running for Captain Marks, is Mr. Gerald Shelton.
Well, he's getting some good experience out here today. Rough water, wind, great competition.
Well, and I think everybody told Gerald, hey, listen, man, how about we just bring this thing back in one piece? It's your first race in that boat. The second race overall. Let's take a look at our final results again. Fantastic run. Burnshausen Oil on the side. They call him Mullet. Number 69 of Cole Waring, going wire to wire, getting out early and running that thing all the way to the checker.
Briston looked great all race in P2, and he held off the Rinker brothers.
Absolutely. In P3, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. In P4, the 37 of Mason Rinker. And boy, it just seems you can tell the differences in personalities between the Rinker brothers really show in how they drive in the course. Mason, right, an engineer by trade, very meticulous, very calculated, and very smooth and specific with all of his movements. You look at his brother Tanner Rinker, right? I believe he works at the boat shop, more of a sales guy, right? More of that extrovert, and he is all over the water. He is wild. He's got it in the air.
All out there. He lays it all on the line.
Which he has learned. Boy, I maybe need to rein that in sometimes, because it had to have been absolutely devastating when he went over in the lead in the final race of 2025. That would have given him not only the win at the race, but possibly the series points championship, depending on everything shook out, because they were so close. He goes over about halfway through the race and had to watch that championship slip through his fingers from the shore. So maybe that's reined him in a little bit. But if I saw the last couple of laps,
I think it made him hungrier.
I was saying, because the last couple of laps that he was giving it everything he had, trying to catch a 26 of Sherman, and he was all over the place here on the Manatee River.
Oh yeah, great show, great show.
All right, we coming up here to take a look at a race recap for the Texas Trials. Again, that man right there, the 69 of Waring, he got out early, laid down that clean line on the open water, and really started to stretch things out. Nobody able to catch him. The 26 of Briston Sherman fought hard, valiantly, but he also had to hold off the brothers Rinker, the 10 of Tanner, who finished in third, and the 37 of Mason Rinker, who finished in fourth. The 17 of Neil Marsh, a great top five, and these guys are going to get ready for their next heat race, which, just like we do in everything else, flip that script, first to worst. Worst goes to first. Ken Cole Waring run through the field in qualifying heat number 2.
Man.
We're going to have to find out here in just a little bit.
Those guys are so close. I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Absolutely. So it looks like we're going to run one more qualifying heat here in Texas Tri-Hull, and unlike the Formula Ones, because they don't have the fast lap qualifiers, we're going to see an additional qualifying heat for those Formula Lights later on before they set their starting grid. But boy, it's going to be a fantastic day. What a great run by that man right there. And you know what I love about Mullet is he wears his emotions on his sleeve. When he has a bad race, you know it. When he has a great race, you know it. And that passion and that care and that love that he has and the effort that you see him put in, it's awesome to see when it all comes together like it did here in qualifying heat number 1 for a driver who really just gives it everything he has, every ounce of his being, to be the best driver on the water.
Well, he owns it. So if he does a bad job driving, he knows it's on him, and that's made him grow as a driver. And he's progressed and gotten better because of it.
Oh, absolutely he has. The question is can he find that consistency? Because I think in 2025, you talked about the over trimming, right? Trying to dial in his driving style. I think some of those moments that caused him to, get out of control or get into it with another driver. He struggled yet last year where, making contact, and he lost steering a couple of different times, which really cost him a lot of points. Now, I believe he ended up sneaking into the third place in the season championship standings by a hair right at the end of the season. But it's a big jump to go from even third to first here in Texas Trial, because the competition is just so darn tough.
I think he's much more comfortable driving the boat now, and some of those mistakes and things he did before came from being excited. Now he's more relaxed in the boat. He can think through his driving rather than just reacting, so he can be proactive, and he's setting the guys up as he goes. But you get a start like he did the last heat, he was gone.
Oh yeah, it was his race to lose from about the halfway down the back straightaway on the opening lap, and that's what we've seen, Tim, is in Texas Tri-Hull, if you're out in front, the only thing that you can't allow to happen is you can't let yourself get caught up with the pack that's all coming in just right behind you. So if you go too tight to the pin, these larger, especially the 4-strokes, will really bog down and just scrub all that speed off. And before you know it, everybody's right on top of you. But if you can avoid that, it seems like, man, getting out into that clean water, especially in the shorter qualifying heats, can really allow you to open up a lead. But that all changes when we get to our main event later on today in Texas Tri-Hull, because those back markers are definitely going to come into play with who can get around them well and be the top dog here in Texas Tri-Hull at the opening round.
having a little lead like that gives him the ability to take his time when he comes up on back markers. So
right.
he can pick and choose where he's going, and that really makes him a much better driver, smoother, and he just works his way through the pack. So it's a fantastic job for him, but guess what? Let's see how he does from the back in the rough water.
Absolutely. It looks like we lost a couple of drivers there as well. The 03 of Austin Terry is out here for qualifying heat number 2, but on the pole on the inside of lane 1, that's the 33 of John Ottinger running in that Lone Star Sand and Gravel Lone Star Garden sponsored machine on his outside hip. That's the 93 Island Lake Marine Centurion boats of J.B. Jensen. On the inside of row 2, the Diamond Sea Reynolds number 42 of Wyatt Zeller. On the outside of row number 3, that's the 37 of Mason Rinker. Then it's the 17 of Neil Marsh on the inside of row 4, the 26 of Briston Sherman on the outside of row 4. Then it's the 10 of Tanner Rinker on the inside of row 5. On the outside of row 5, it looks like that is the 13 of Gerald Shelton. And then the 69 of Cole Waring rounding out the field here. Can he come from the back and go back to back? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. Green flag, let's go. We're under racing here in the second qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hall here at the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series.
Bumping down the front straightaway with Neil, and who is on the inside? Is that Zeller?
Yeah, that's Zeller, that black and yellow Diamond Sea Reynolds machine. But how about the 33 of John Ottinger? Again, knew he had to stay clear, got clear. Now the question is does he have the top end speed to keep these other drivers behind him? Because look, here comes the 37 of Mason Rinker.
Oh my gosh, Neil Marsh, he is in a mess back there.
Yeah, he's just caught up in the middle. He can't find any clean water. He's going to have to try to find that. But can he split the difference between the 42 of Zeller and the 93 of Jensen? Now here comes the 10 of Tanner Rinker. We got 5 guys going for one position down the front straightaway.
They're swapping lanes, swapping positions. Neil's going to try and go to the inside.
Boy, that's just so hard.
Doesn't quite pull it off.
It's so hard to do, especially when you're tightly bunched up like you are here in the early portion of the second qualifying heat. Again, we're doing 7 laps here around this 2-pin third-mile course as the leader, the John Deere green machine of John Ottinger, pushing hard. Now he's going wide to the outside because he knows, hey, I got Zeller on the inside, but I don't know if I've got the top end for that 4-stroke, so I'm going to go wide, scrub up that water to the 37 of Mason Rinker, and maybe force him to change lanes. Oh boy, Zeller and Mason Rinker look like they almost get together down there in turn number 1. Now the 17 of Neil Marsh looking to push wide to the outside, but boy, now that the 37 of Mason Rinker is broken free from Zeller, the 33 of John Ottinger is going to have to watch out because that 4-stroke is real fast coming to the outside. So Ottinger is going to have to play a game of cat and mouse with him if he wants to keep him behind him.
I think Mason ought to go to the outside. He's got enough speed. He can just take him on the outside. Don't worry about trying to get him into turn 1. Wait, hang on his hip, and as soon as he gets there, then you pounce on the back straight away.
We saw in the wash there behind the 37 of Inker and the 33 of Ottinger, the 17 of Marsh now up into 4th, able to get by the 10 of Tanner Rinker. I think that might be a little bit more experience and a little bit more of a steady hand by the 17 of Neil Marsh, knowing I don't have to get wild, I don't have to get crazy. I just got to methodically plot my way around the course and do what I know is best as he comes to eye up the 42 of Zeller. Oh, and he douses him down. Coming out of turn number 2, they almost get together.
Right there.
But boy, the 17 of Marsh knows he's got to get up there and fight hard and look at that, ladies and gentlemen, down the front straightaway.
He's going to the outside. Switches, goes from lane 1 to lane 3. He's trying to do a high-low and get him on the inside, and it worked.
Yeah, but now he's opened up the door to Tanner Rinker, and we also have a new leader. The 37 of Mason Rinker was able to get by the 33 of John Ottinger down in turn number 1 on the Bradenton side of the Manatee River. Now he's finding that wide line, and he's going to go nice and wide to the outside, try to mimic what the 69 of Cole Waring did in Heat 1 and really stretch it out. And speaking of that, this is how tough the competition is. Cole Waring sitting 3rd to last here in qualifying Heat number 2.
Tanner's got a great line right now. He's running the outside line, which is working for him. Look how much rougher it is on the inside of the straightaway in lane 1 than it is in lane 5. He comes down. He's got a little bit of a lead, so he can come into the turn, not be too aggressive, and then he just lets it eat. 1 lap to go, and he's in control.
Absolutely. There it comes. White flag out. Go fast. Turn left for the young driver out of Spring, Texas, running for McLean Trailers. Kenny can hold on to it. Now we got this battle for second. There's the 17 of Marsh going wide to the outside. On the inside, it's the 33 of Ottinger. They do it battle for second down into turn number 1. Ottinger goes wide. Can he keep the speed up? 17.
Neil really turned it hard, and the thing almost stopped.
Yeah, and that was not what he wanted to see.
No.
He was needed to slide that thing a little bit more to try to keep that speed up. That may have cost him second place. But ladies and gentlemen, your winner here in qualifying heat number 2 in Texas Trial, number 37, Mason Rinker.
Look at this, John Ottinger, number 33, coming home in second. Look at the, right at the line.
By a nose. The 17 of Neil Marsh hangs on to third. A valiant run there by the 10 of Tanner Rinker, but by about a foot, he finds himself outside the podium here in qualifying heat number 2, and that's going to wrap it up for this portion of Texas Tri-Hall qualifying. And what a great run it was by the 37 of Mason Rinker. And you know what? I got to say, a much improved run by the 33 of John Ottinger, who struggled mightily in 2025, only ran a partial schedule.
That's a big deal right there, partial schedule.
And it also doesn't help when your crew chief is very much one of the most preeminent two-stroke OMC builders, and he typically gives all the good stuff to everybody else because he can make a buck or two. But ladies and gentlemen, the 37 of Mason Rinker in P1, in P2, the 33 of John Ottinger, in P3 by a nose, the 17 of Neil Marsh, in 4th, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, in 5th, the man who took second in Heat 1, the 26 of Briston Sherman, and then in 6th, the 69 of Cole Waring. He was able to get by Zeller as well as JB Jensen, but we lost some of our other drivers, as I think the 63 of Aaron Green and the 03 of Austin Terry didn't finish, but the P9 there, Gerald Shelton, was the final finisher here in this second of 3 qualifying heats in Texas Tri-Hall. Boy, gotta love it. 2 different heats, 4 different heats so far, 4 different winners, and that's what it's like on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series.
So they'll take Heat 1 results, Heat 2 results, they'll put those together. Whoever's got the most points, you're the lucky winner. You start last.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take a look at a recap here from qualifying heat number 2. We dropped the flag, and that bright green with the 33 on the side of John Ottinger started out in that clear water as he started to draw away from the pack. Why? Because we had 5 drivers competing for the second position. 37 of Mason Rinker was able to get out of that pack and then finally get by the 33 of John Ottinger and run that thing all the way to the checkered flag. Well, the 33 of John Ottinger wasn't going to go quietly. He hung on to a solid second place finish here in qualifying heat number 2. And then the battle was really on between the man who finished in 3rd by a nose, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the other half of the Rinker Racing here in Tri-Hall, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, as he is itching to get back on the podium. Very surprising. Through 2 qualifying heats, no podium finishes for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. You know he's going to be steaming back in the pits.
Well, they still have another heat race before the final, so it's not over yet. And he's going to start ahead of everybody else. So
absolutely. As we get geared up for the Formula Ones who are on the water next, we're going to send things down to Sarah as she's with our reigning champion, the 01 of Dustin Terry. Take it away, Sarah.
And joined now by Dustin Terry, the defending champ. It's absolutely stunning out here, and clearly you have a goal to accomplish again this season, but are you prepared? What are you changing, or any modifications? Kind of fill us in on this first race of the season.
Anybody in the series who knows me, that I've been a busy guy, but I haven't changed anything to the boat. We're just picking back up where we left off. I know the equipment well. I've raced here in Bradenton before quite a few years ago. Know the water, so I'm confident in what I have going on, and I'm just excited to be here. Got here late, or I should say early this morning, and got started, so we're ready to jump in and have a good time.
So, family affair. Everyone's here talking to your son and stuff down there. We saw him in the background. So how exciting is that, just to have everyone in tow and enjoy all this?
I mean, it's great. It's something that I've dreamt of. I'm a second generation driver. That's our 3rd generation out there. So to me, it's a family affair. It's kind of what we do. It's our vacation time. It's our everything. So to be out here and the sun shining, there's not a cloud in the sky, I really don't have anything to complain about.
So talk about the atmosphere, too. The perfect weather, but we have a lot of fans out there, IHRA being the first race of this series, and a lot of drivers in the pits super excited about kind of what's going on.
Yeah, I know we've been excited about it for years. I've been racing with Tim and John in the series since the initial start of it. I probably have more laps than anybody in this series right now. But to see a great program that we already had joined with another kind of pinnacle program on top of it, you see how quickly those two have merged together and how fantastic it is. I mean, we already had a first class thing going on, and then right away IHRA just adds into the whole thing. I mean, it's a perfect combination. I know Tim and our group have been working hard to elevate our program, and now everybody, the fans, are getting to reap the benefits of it. So I know I have a lot of people at home watching. Everybody's excited. I've been getting a lot of text messages, and everything I've seen from the first couple of little views have been amazing. So it makes it for a really exciting year. And for the drivers who didn't make it out yet, I know they're watching and thinking, oh man, I'm coming to the next one. I can't wait to be at the next one. So just happy to be here. Thank you to IHRA, to the whole entire series. We're here to put on a show, and that's what comes first.
All right, well, good luck out there and stay safe.
All right, thank you, Sarah.
And guys, just for a quick update on the number 94 boat and Dom Trillion, he is out of the race for the remainder of this first race due to the canopy damage that his boat sustained during that last bull roll, or barrel roll rather, in the previous qualifier. So Dom is okay, but just to say the number 94 boat and Dom Trillion are out of the race. Back to you.
The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto.
It's such good news to hear that Dom's doing well after his barrel roll. Unfortunately, came all the way down from Michigan. Not going to be able to do what he set out to do when he came down here, but guess what? He's going to take this, he's going to learn from it, and he'll come back stronger.
Yeah, I'm curious, you know, we see a lot of the younger drivers, you know, the saying we have here on the Formula One Powerboat Series is it's not a matter of if you wreck, it's when you wreck. Do you believe that, you know, while we never ever want anybody to wreck, but there's a lot of power and a lot of learning that goes behind these drivers when these incidents happen?
Well, you learn a lot from your mistakes no matter what you're doing, so that's no different in powerboat racing. But, you know, my dad always said if you don't wreck once in a while, you're not trying hard enough.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break to thank some of our fantastic sponsors here at the opening round. We'll be right back with more racing action at the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta. The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. initiatives here with the IHRA taking acquisition of the Formula One Powerboat Series was increasing safety. And to further showcase that, our own reporter Sarah, our pit reporter Sarah, was able to go through what all of our drivers have to go through to certify them to be able to get out of these tight capsules in these Formula One and Formula Light boats. Take it away, Sarah.
Joined now by the competition director, John Schubert, here at the races this weekend. A lot of things that go into making sure this is a successful event, but clearly safety is a priority. So what do we do to make sure that these guys are just ready and prepped? Obviously, they're cleared to go, but we need to make sure it's top of mind.
Yeah, so in what we do in the Formula One series of IHRA is every boat that we have, people are seat belted into. So if for some reason these boats go upside down, these people are strapped to the boat while it's upside down, and these guys can't obviously breathe water. So we go through a lot of training to teach these guys how to breathe on the air systems that are in the boat, and we also teach them how to get themselves out of their boat, and then we also try to get these guys to understand to be calm and everything. When that accident happens, if they can't get themselves out, we will come in there and we will help them, we will assist them, we'll bring them more air if they need it, we will help them unbuckle, or if we still can't get them unbuckled, we'll cut them out and do whatever we got to do to get them back to air so they can breathe on their own.
So how many components or phases, I guess, would be the appropriate measure for when a boat is flipped?
Well, a lot of times, I would say 99% of the time when an accident happens and the boat lands upside down, these people handle everything on their own. So it's that 1% of the time that for some reason the driver's unconscious, or something's caught on the driver or pinned or something where they cannot get themselves out. That's when this all becomes very important. So that's why these guys train for this, and we train our divers to help understand every boat and different systems and different latches, and a lot of these are in fully enclosed boats, so they have a roof over their head, so everybody's got to know how to, from the divers to the drivers, how to get themselves out, how to get them out of their boats, and they're all different. So we spend a lot of time at the swimming pool teaching these drivers, and the divers actually go through courses as well just to retrain themselves and reacclimate themselves to what's going on at the event and the people's boats in case there's an incident.
Sorry, guys.
We just hands it down.
No, I just pushed this capsule open, right? Going left. Okay. All right, let's go. So the guys gave it a shot, and I decided to try. Freezing cold water. I was nervous as heck, but overall it was a great experience. So now experiencing what it's like in a capsule and having to release yourself, it's not much time to think, but now that it's all said and done, it's a very neat experience, and definitely something that I would see training and practicing quite a bit, because I can see how some things just don't work out the same every single time. But overall, great experience. I wasn't going to get stuck.
Now you gotta go drive one. That was good. She's got tired.
Well, I've definitely thawed out since that experience, but it was absolutely incredible. And I'll tell you what, I have even more respect for those drivers, because being in the middle of a race and having to put all that together under calm, cool conditions is definitely the next level of an experience. So it was absolutely fantastic to be able to share that experience with some of those drivers. But now we're joined by Mullet, who's had a great first 2 rounds of qualifying. You took the first one P1, and then the last one you did pretty well. I heard you mentioning the water was a little bit rough out there, though. So how are things going so far?
Man, Man, so like you said, first heat, you know, I got lucky and I drew first on the pole, so started off and I was able to just leave everybody, had a pretty good race, and started getting a little rough once I started catching up to the people in the back. And so, you know, we flipped the script. Whenever you win first in the heat, second heat, you go back to the back. So started out and, you know, very rough of everything, and it's rough out there. The wind's blowing, you know, everybody's cross-rutting, whatever you want to call it. And so I was, you know, trying to get around my teammate, Briston, and he's all over the course. I can't pass him clean. He spins out, almost take his motor out, had to back off. Took me about 5 laps, got around him finally. Then another guy spun out in front of me, which allowed him to get back under me. So, you know, didn't have the best second heat, but that's how it goes sometimes. I'd rather not, you know, take somebody's motor out and ruin their whole weekend. So. And
correct me if I'm wrong, but during testing, the wind wasn't this strong. It seemed a little bit lighter. So now things, like you said, it's definitely getting choppier out there, which is going to affect a lot of things. Any changes to the boat you're going to make?
Man, I'm maybe add a little weight to it, try to keep the nose down. You know, just you got to deal with the rough water. So it is what it is.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll talk to you soon. Good luck and stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Well, we've got the first fast lap qualifying group on the water here in the Formula One. Speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour here on the shores of the Manatee River. Our first group out there, there's the man who almost won the championship last year. That number 17, Anderson Marine, sponsored machine of Dylan Anderson. That big V8 four-stroke on the back, 360 horsepower, Tim. Boy, the APX 250 is going to be a force here in 2026 as we continue to see more drivers put that reliable four-stroke package on the back of their Formula Ones.
Dylan has been getting more and more experience with the four-stroke, but you also have Jeremiah in the number 8 boat running the four-stroke this weekend too. So we got two two-strokes, 2 four-strokes out there, and it's going to be very exciting. I believe that's John Jensen on the back straightaway.
Correct.
You know, John's been racing, had raced for years and years and years, and he decided to get back in the boat and have some fun with his son.
Absolutely. So fielding a 2-boat team here, Island Lake Marine, the 29 of Jared Jensen and his father, the 2 of John Jensen. He's running in that bright green machine with Island Lake Marine on the side as he's come screaming down the front straightaway, 105, 110, 115 plus miles an hour. And then we've got the 8 of Mayos, you said, and also an H1 Unlimited driver, a stock outboard driver, an inboard driver, and a Formula One driver, all in one guy. He is the Phenom Ventures number 14 of Andrew Tate.
You know, Andrew Tate, he's been trying to dial that boat in. It's a 2-stroke DAC, but they repowered it with the 4-stroke Apex 250. So he really is still trying to balance that boat out because you got about 100 pounds more.
Absolutely. The question is who's going to come out on top? 17 of Dylan Anderson looked really fast. And the Bennett on that opening lap, again, he came out early and wanted to set that first lap on the clean water. And especially with 3 of the 4 with boats running the 4-stroke package here, they all like that really wide line. So I think the real benefactor from this may be the 2 of John Jensen as he's hammering that 2-stroke down tight to the inside, going more buoy to buoy around the course than maybe some of the other drivers can with that heavier 4-stroke in the back.
And that lends itself a little more to John's driving style. You know, he likes the pin-to-pin, where Jeremiah, he sweeps it out a little more, which is a little bit better for the 4-stroke. Andrew's still trying to go up the inside with it, but they're still playing with that boat. And then Dylan can run it either.
Well, absolutely, and you look about it, that's the longest boat we have on the series, the only 17-foot plus Formula One. Why? That extra tunnel, that extra squish lifts the back end of that boat up out of the water, and how beneficial is it once you can get that heavier motor up out of the water and really balance that weight out?
Well, it's a double-edged sword because they've got a wider tunnel in the 4-stroke boats, so that means it packs more air underneath. As the wind and the chop become greater, that hurts you.
Absolutely.
So then it's harder to handle the boat.
Absolutely. Well, we've got that's a checkered flag out from Doug Ray there as our final 3 boats are going to finish their last lap here in this first Group A of fast lap qualifiers here. Will it be the 17 of Dylan Anderson? Will it be the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? Could it be the surprise 2 of John Jensen, or the man who drives everything on the water with a steering wheel, the 14 of Andrew Tate? We're hoping to have the fast laps up on the screen. Still working through that right now, hoping to get that for some of our final groups, but that doesn't mean we don't have the elapsed times here for Group A. Coming up next in qualifying Group B here for fast lap qualifiers.
Who we got in there?
Well, we got with the man we like to call Captain Canada. He's the lone driver from north of the border here in 2026. He's running locally for the great folks at RTI Insurance. He's got Cummings Dairy as well as River Sports Recreation. But the 98 Aiden Ben, man, he is a wild man, and he loves to push it to the limit, doesn't he?
71 Jimmy Kerr coming back. I know he had a motor problem today in testing, so hopefully they got that all sorted out.
Yeah, I know that they were breaking in a new motor. They may have not been able to break it in properly. Something could have happened. That means he's got to go to the backup motor. Well, he's just going to have to see. It's more of a roll of the dice then when you got to swap that motor, especially on a day that's jam-packed as today is. And then there's the man they call Golden Boy. He's won multiple championships. He's only one of 2 drivers here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series to win every race in a calendared season. He's got a new boat, though, something that he's a little bit less familiar with, that Lee Arrow slot, running for Buckshot Racing.
And it's small.
But you can't ever count out the 20 of Ashton Rinker.
Not at all. And then we got Grant Schubert. You know, Grant has really progressed, especially since his 3rd place finish last year in Windsor, Colorado. So he's got some confidence. I know they did a lot of testing this winter, and he's coming on strong. So I don't think, you know, Grant's an all or nothing kind of guy, too.
Oh, 100%. He's what we like to call the Ricky Bobby of Formula One. If you ain't first, you might as well be last. Alrighty, we're going to send it down to the pits for a surprise guest here joining the opening round. Your 2-time Formula One H2O Series champion, your multi-time Formula One U.S. champion, the man from Greater Miami, Florida, Sarah, down with Sean Torrente. Take it away, Sarah.
Right now by F1 World Champion Sean Torrente, who is here with us in Palmetto. And we talked about the weather. Beautiful, a little choppy, but you're out here taking a little bit of attention and watching the IHRA race. What are your thoughts, and where do you see this series heading?
Well, I think it's great for IHRA to be involved. I race offshore here in the U.S., and there'll be an IHRA series for that, so for Super Stock, which is what we do in the U.S. So I think they're going to raise the level of all of our racing because they're bringing much-needed resources that we need to show what is really one of the greatest sports to ever watch on water. If you watch this in person, no one that's ever brought to a race that we bring the race and go, well, that's they're like, this is amazing. They just need to know it, need to see it. So we need to be in front of eyeballs. So we thank IHRA for that.
And you're close to, home's rather close to here, and you come out to support clearly some of your friends and other folks in the industry. What's their excitement about this? How have they been relaying the messaging about this transition?
I think it's just a matter of hope. You know, Timmy's done a great job to maintain the series, and now he's got some help with IHRA. So I think it's just hope for everybody. It's saying that, look, we have a great product. We just need to get it to the masses, and hopefully IHRA can do that.
And let's talk about Timmy for a little bit, because he is doing some stuff here with us this weekend. You guys grew up kind of racing together, yeah.
So no. He was at the end of his career when I was the young guy in Formula One, winning a lot of races but no championships, because he kept telling me, you got to be there at the end, Sean. You can't be fast every lap. And I kept crashing, and he was right in the end. So because of him and his mentorship, he is a little bit older than me, so his mentorship has helped me achieve the things I've done worldwide. And understanding now, it makes a lot more sense now that I'm 47 versus when I was 27. So that's what's great about boat racing, is you get better with time, because you can't replace the experience. You just can't. Anybody can be fast for one lap. It's hard to be fast for an entire season and not tear it up. So.
All right, well, thanks for the age correction on that. I'll make sure I tell him to do that. All right, thank you for being here.
No, I appreciate it. It's nice to come to a race that's an hour from home instead of 20 hours of plane ride.
Right.
So, thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Look at that.
Wow.
It's weird being called the old man, huh?
I know. I remember when I was the young guy.
You know, I was just saying that yesterday. Boy, I remember when I was 24 years old and I got sent to the APBA National Championships. I'd never done a national race, and I did 4 days by myself. And now I look back and I'm like, man, I'm the old man out here. But boy, the green flag is out, and here comes Captain Canada ripping down the front straightaway. Who's going to set the fast lap here in Group B? And can they knock off any of the hard chargers from Group A? Because
Grant's way outside.
Well, and I think that might be right. It's funny, we see patterns, not necessarily year over year at the race site, but they'll find a pattern that works for that weekend. And it seems like the wide line in all classes is just going to be the ticket here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta here for round one.
I think Grant's going with the big old prop.
Yeah, big old qualifying wheel to try to get that top spot. Big old qualifying
wheel. He has to be further outside, try and keep the top speed. Look how wide he went down there. That's a lot of area to travel. You're going so much further to make a lap. But he's got a plan. Let's see if it works.
Absolutely. Now we see the 71 of Jimmy Kerr did make it out onto the water. The question is will he be able to perform at the level that he's accustomed to, which sounds like potentially with a backup motor, because we all know there's a reason why you have a primary and a backup, and that's because that backup might just not quite perform as well.
Well, he had a backup, but it wasn't broke in. So I talked to him after testing, and he's going to use this in the heat races to break that thing in so he can come out and run for the final.
All right. Well, hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And for a man who lives in Traverse City, Michigan, where it's still got about 2 feet of ice on all the bodies of water, makes it pretty difficult to get testing and break new motors in. A bit of an advantage for those drivers who spend their off season in the South.
It sure is. They can still go testing all the time, and it makes a tremendous difference.
Yeah, you can hear him there. He's just keeping the RPMs low, so unfortunately a requirement to maybe start in the back by the 71 of Jimmy Kerr so that he has the longevity and the break-in proper of that motor here. Because again, right, you want to collect points in qualifying, but we get 3 times the amount of points for the main event. And again, you don't have to win here in Bradenton to win the series championship, but you do have to collect some valuable points.
You do. Ashton Rinker is looking good. He has taken a tight line, which he wants to on the course. He's got the 2-stroke Mercury on there. He looks good. Wind doesn't bother him. He's used to this kind of race course.
Absolutely, and no surprise, a Rinker looking really comfortable behind a Lee Arrow slot. His father, Terry Rinker, dominated and was a real thorn in your side for many, many years in that bright yellow Amsoil Lee Arrow slot, so no surprise getting into another Lee Arrow slot, and they're able to handle what I have been told is a very wild boat, but if you can corral it, it can be real fast on the water.
Well, they know that boat inside and out, so I would expect nothing besides them to put it to its maximum potential.
You should know how to drive a boat real well when you own the molds to be able to build more boats just like the one that the 20 of Ashton Rinker is out there and running it.
David and Chad Lee originally built that boat, did a great job. Those guys are phenomenal, been in boat racing for years, constructing boats. So
they always did the weird stuff that might work. Now, it didn't always, right? But the offset, the Lee Arrow slot, they've done some unique things in their boat building that maybe you didn't necessarily see from some of the other builders.
Well, here's the thing. If you only do what everybody else is doing, you're not going to move forward. So they would try all kinds of things. And when we would go testing, 9 times out of 10, we'd go backwards. But you find that one thing that helps, and then you put all those little things together.
Absolutely. Well, the white flag is out. Just one more final qualifying lap here in Fast Lap Qualifier Group B here in Formula One. Will the 20 of Ashton Rinker be able to surprise everybody? He's took a couple of years hiatus, his first race back since I believe 2023 or 2024, so a couple of years off. Will it be the young hard charger out of Richmond, Texas, running for Captain Marks, who's taken the wide line and had the ability to run the 4-stroke in 26, but chose to stick with the tried and true 2-stroke package?
Well, I think a lot of that's got to do with his boat. So his boat is made for that motor.
Absolutely.
And instead of trying to recreate the wheel, he wants to put the absolute best he can do and components together, so that way it comes down to his driving.
Absolutely. And so, and I think that's a great thing to do, especially when you're younger, right? You don't want to put too many variables on your plate to try to manage at the same time. So again, grew up around two strokes, knows the true strokes, has spent many times before moving up to full Formula One full-time testing out at the test facility they have just east of Houston, and that's where so that's one less variable that he can remove from that place of uncomfortableness that you may have when you're a newer driver in Formula One. So he's got to get comfortable with so many other things. Let's not put an additional uncomfortable component, which is that big, heavy V8 four-stroke on the back of a boat that, like you said, was designed for the two-stroke motor.
Here's the thing, it's the first race of the year. Come out with what you know, what was working for you last year, and let's run the first race, see where everybody's at, see where your competition is, because these guys haven't run against each other this year. So they don't know if their competition has made headway or if they haven't gone forward.
Right, absolutely. And again, you can do a ton of testing and you can find some of those little things, but there's really nothing that replaces competition on the water. Boy, we took there in the Group B Fast Lap qualifiers. The 20 of Ashton Rinker looked solid in that two-stroke. Captain Canada, he may not have the newest gear out on the water, but boy, he does a great job of getting everything he can. And a little birdie told me we might very soon see him in a much newer, much more competitive hull. And if you put that wild man behind a fast composite boat, he could be a real force to be reckoned with here in 2026.
I heard the same thing. He says he's got a new boat coming. I'm not sure which one it is, but I know he's looking forward to it, and he's going to have that for the next round of Biloxi.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the one. All right, well, we're going to send things down to the pits as Sarah has got the dominant force so far through a couple qualifying heats, the 24 Shelby Love. Sarah, take it away.
Well, Shelby, you've had a great day so far here in Palmetto for the first race of the season, and you said a little bit of changes out there from testing. We talked about it to a couple drivers. The wind's picked up, and then we have to attack the conversation of saltwater. So what's the wind like out there for you?
Yeah, it's definitely a little windy. It makes a huge difference with all the salt water as well. It makes it a little more buoyant, and you're catching a lot more air in general from the salt water and the wind. So you just got to be careful out there. I mean, every race we go to, it's something different. You have to change something for. Here it's saltwater, Colorado, it's high altitude. Like, it's always something. So I feel like we're all used to having to adapt and just feel it out as drivers.
And this is your first race in saltwater, correct? So a little bit of a change for you, even though there's a difference, still driving on it for the first time.
No, yeah, for sure. It's like everyone can tell you all they want when you're a driver, but until you're actually out there and have that feel of doing it yourself, you have no idea what you're getting into.
And I had to ask because they're super cute, the boots. You actually drive in your boots.
Yes, my dad races in his boots as well. I race in mine. They give me a little more height, but now it's just a staple and I can't change it now, so I'm going on 3 years of boots.
Well, it's the whole daddy-daughter thing, right? Because I think that's pretty cool. So any changes to the boat for your next pass?
No, it's a hard year because it's so back-to-back. You don't want to make anything crazy change, and you're going into your final with not knowing how it's going to go. So you try to make sure you're having your consistency when you're here and make sure it's the same stuff so you're not jinxing it or changing it when you're going out.
All right, go catch your dad. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, Shelby Love making a smart choice, kind of leaving things as they are. She's fast now. Don't want to tinker too much. But boy, and there is her father, the 24 of Spencer Love. He's got a championship under his belt here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series, looking to do it again here in 2026. And I think you see a little bit of a renewed vigor from the 24 Love. It was so important to him the last couple of seasons to make sure he got his Formula Lights program and Shelby up and running, that sometimes when you're a parent, it's difficult to put the same amount of effort into your own stuff when you really want to give everything you have to your kids to see them progress like you have. And I have a feeling that we're going to see in 2024 a real resurgence in the 24 of Spencer Love and that Clover construction machine, because he is screaming fast down the front stretch.
He has. He's put a lot of effort into Shelby's program, but now it's time to get back to business. Number 24 in the F1, Spencer, he's looking good out there today. And you can tell when Spencer feels good in the boat because he just drives it so much more aggressive. And
absolutely.
Then, Dustin, I think Dustin knocked the cobwebs off that thing as he got here. So he has not done a lot of work this winter. And we're going to see if everybody else is catching up to him, because he's been a measuring stick the last couple of years by winning the championship.
Absolutely, back-to-back, looking to eye up his third in a row. Never been done before here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series in Formula One. It's been done in Texas Tri-Hull by Neil Marsh up until last year, but that turtle box machine has always been scary fast with the number 01 of Dustin Terry behind the wheel. And then we see there's the 9 of Johnny Fleming, the driver out of the Woodlands, Texas. That's a brand new boat, just got it halfway through last season. That's boat purposely designed for the 4-stroke, moving over from the 2-stroke package to the 4-stroke. And I think that was necessary, because if there's anybody who could catch any gremlin that's possibly available, it seems like the 9 of Johnny Fleming always ended up at the short end of the stick. And it wasn't for lack of preparation, because they are a meticulous team. But I guess Murphy's Law always seems to hit the number 9, and maybe he'll be able to avoid that here in 26.
Well, they changed their program. They wanted to go to the Mercury Apex 250 4-stroke. And they don't have a whole lot of experience with it yet. They've only run one race so far, or 2 races, sorry. But they're going to make headway on it. You know, they're still figuring out the props versus the power band. So once they dial that in, because you really change the props going from one motor package to the other.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with that mid-band power that you have, the weight is not necessarily going to give you as much punch, but your top end and your mid-range is so much higher in that 4-stroke. You got to completely redo your propeller program, which, as you said, is the single most important piece of equipment on one of these Formula One hulls when it comes to top-end performance.
It is, and just the way you drive them, you drive the 4-stroke a little bit different than you drive the 2-stroke, and it all comes down to, like you said, the mid-range, the top end and the weight. So it's 3 defining factors, and this is a new boat. Sometimes it would take a year, a full season before you got that boat dialed in to the way you wanted it. So that's why you'll run a boat for several seasons.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's not like Formula One car racing where they change out the car every single year. And again, I think that becomes they are so many more predictable things, right? You know what every turn is, you know what the road course is, you know what the temperatures are going to be. Here, lap 1 and lap 2 could be drastically different in a Formula One boat, just because of the nature of the fluid water that you're racing on underneath you.
So Spencer looked good out there. Dustin, was going to run good, because he's put his championship equipment away and brought it back out. And Johnny Fleming and Jeff Reno rounding out the top 4 there. But those guys, if I know Jeff Reno, he's taking it easy. Because
absolutely.
What he doesn't want to do is, he's not the guy that comes out and just throws it against the wall and hope it sticks.
No, he definitely is a very calculated individual, and Jeff has always been somebody that's like, hey, listen, I'm not going to show my entire hand to you in qualifying.
No.
I want to use that element of surprise, and when I get on your outside and you're flustered because you didn't expect me there, that's when I now have an advantage.
So here we go. Jared Jensen, Mike Quindazzi, Chris Rinker,
Travis Yates.
And Travis Yates, those number 99.
All right, as we've got Group D out on the water now, who's going to come out on top? The final 4 drivers out on the water. Another 4-stroke APX 250 for the 99, Travis Yates. He slams it down into turn 1. Ooh, he got a little squirrely there. And that seems to be the one thing.
They're going into the wind. The wind's kind of changed a little bit. They're going into the wind, so when they set it down, that thing hooked on them.
It's just that wind's just jamming them into the corner. And it seems like that has a higher degree of potential in the 4-stroke motor than it is with the 2-stroke motor. Does that have something to do with all the extra weight on there? Because they really seem, when they hook, they really hook.
I think that's more inherent to the boat and your weight distribution in the boat. So when you've got the heavier motor off the back of the boat, you need to have less setback. You need to have some of your rigging further forward. It sounds ridiculous. You think you would need it back, but you need to play around with that stuff.
Well, and I think so many people think, well, if you lift the nose of the boat up, that's going to allow the air to lift the boat out of the water. But if you lift it at such a high angle, you're going to actually drop the prop deeper into the water, which is really going to affect that performance.
You drop the motor down in the water a little more. The other thing is your prop is not going through the water straight. So you're pushing the water because you got the motor trimmed out so much. You're pushing actually down on the back of the boat. That's why when you're running top end on these, you want the motor in a neutral position where the propeller and the prop shaft are parallel with the bottom of the boat and the surface of the water.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the different approaches that drivers take. Now we see one of the drivers out there, the 52 of Chris Rinker. He has both packages, elects to go with the two-stroke package here. It would be interesting to see if that's going to pay off for him. But again, like you said, oh no, the 99 of Travis Yates. Oh no, the motor just went off. Travis Yates just lost his motor off the back of that 99 JH Performance Snap-on Tools machine. Boy, let's hope that the river isn't too deep here at the Manatee River, because that APX 250 is sinking its way to the bottom of the river here.
You've got the stainless steel steering cable, so it's probably still attached there.
But boy, that's got to be frustrating for the 99 and Travis Yates. Let's take a look at the replay down there in turn number 1, Tim, as the 99 of Travis Yates was just flying down the front straightaway. He had that thing aired out and screaming fast as he went down the front straightaway as we roll into slow motion.
See if we see anything unusual. Bounces a little bit as it starts to go through the corner, which upsets the boat a little bit, but this is definitely unusual.
Yeah, and it looks like that might have had potentially some sort of internal damage that was, you were unable to recognize inside the carbon fiber and the support structure that holds that motor on the back. And as you know, if something starts to fail internally, typically when it gets its way to the external part of the boat, it becomes fairly catastrophic.
Yeah, by the time it breaks, it's over.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because that 99 machine's going to have it put that boat on the trailer, and he's going to be done for the weekend. Oh, this is a much better angle here.
Oh, yeah, you see that thing bouncing up and down, and that did come all the way off.
Yeah, that thing is, well, thankfully the Manatee River not too terribly deep here, so it looks like they're going to have to mark it, and after we get done with racing today, somebody's going to have to go dive down and clip that motor up and haul it up off the bottom of the Manatee River. But that has got to be frustrating. He flew in late yesterday, had a very busy work schedule. He got here, maybe didn't get to do as much preparation as he normally likes to. Travis, a pretty prepared person, very meticulous in going over his boat, and boy, that's got to be frustrating. Doesn't even get into qualifying heats here at the opening round of 2026.
Well, if there's a good something good to come from this, he didn't go all the way over,
right?
And so the driver's safe, and our rescue IHRA rescue team will mark where they have it. We've got some good footage of it, so that way we can go back, make sure we got it marked in the right spot, and hopefully we can recover that farm.
Yeah, absolutely. And Travis Yates is somebody who has a very high appreciation for the IHRA rescue team. They were integral in getting him out of a situation that I believe when it happened, and this was back in 2019, it was the worst wreck you had ever seen. The boat splintered into about 2,000 pieces. They grabbed him out of that water, got him to safety, and I know he really appreciates those guys. So I know he's glad that he has them in his back pocket so he can push that boat to the limit. Unfortunately today, maybe he pushed it just a little too hard.
Yeah, you just never know where something like that is. So, you know, it could have made the boat start hopping because the motor was cocked sideways or something and starting before he entered the corner.
Right.
So we'll just have to analyze that later. He'll take a look at it and look at hopefully some of his data that he can come back and make sure that doesn't happen again.
Absolutely. Now there's a man we see, the number 77 of Mike Quindazzi, running for Buckshot Racing. Ran with us a few years ago. though his inexperience definitely showed in a few different moments, he stepped back, went down to some more local races, started to build up his confidence level in some of those tight situations. But one thing we've always known about Mike Quindazzi is he's got good gear and he's fast. The question is can he put it all together here at the Bradenton River Regatta?
Well, Mike hasn't done a lot of racing the last couple of years. He's coming back out. This is his hometown race. He's from right here in Bradenton. So he's got a lot of fans and supporters here. So we're going to wish him the best, and I think he's going to have a good weekend.
Absolutely. The Buckshot Racing team hoping to turn some heads here as their first race with the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here in a couple of seasons. There we see the flyboards out there putting in some work, man. I don't know how anybody flips themselves around on one of those flyboards and is able to maintain control. All right, we're going to send things down now to our pit reporter, Sarah. She's with the number 8 of Jeremiah, Get Out of My Way Mayo. Take it away, Sarah.
Back in the pits with Jeremiah Mayo, and we need to talk about the racing situation here coming up this weekend and everything that's going on with IHRA. How are you feeling heading into the series?
We're feeling pretty good. It's going to be a little bit different for us just because we're running a 4-stroke this race. Normally we're a 2-stroke, and we actually decided to leave that boat at home during testing. This one came out about 10 miles an hour faster, so we went ahead and brought this one, and we think it's going to be good. We're a little nervous to see what it's going to do in true race conditions. I do like to drive things very hard, so we're going to push it and see what it does. Obviously, we want to come out first, start leading the championship, and have the most points leading here, but it's kind of going to be a trial and error for us here, but we're feeling pretty confident. We've got some fast equipment.
So we were talking earlier, and you mentioned the 2-stroke and the 4-stroke, but some prefer the 2-stroke over the 4-stroke. Which one's your baby, so to speak?
The 2-stroke is my baby. I've got another boat that's white and orange. It's the front half of it is orange. That's my baby. I mean, anytime I'm in that's just home. I know I can go into a turn, do anything that I need to handle with it, and this thing's getting there, but that one is really, it was tough leaving my baby at home.
How are you feeling about IHRA and everything? The atmosphere, the family word and term has been mentioned so many times here as we've been talking to drivers, and that's so nice to hear because they just talk about how much fun you guys have every weekend no matter what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I mean, IHRA coming into it, it's, growing the sport. I think it's going to get a lot more coverage. It's going to be bigger. Everyone here is, a big family. The Outlaw team, we got the same old Outlaws, all the funny guys, all the clowns. So we're looking forward to it. Everybody's super prepared this year. Everybody's been on their game, so we should be pretty good. The Outlaw team is going to be solid.
All right, well, good luck out there this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. From the ultra-competitive sportsman and pro mod classes to the 12,000 horsepower, fire-breathing 300 miles per hour top-fuel dragsters and funny cars. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers thrilling action with every run. Follow the entire IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, where Experience the true power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From top-notch IMCA dirt racing to ASA super late model action, Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
There's a place on Florida's west coast where the true nature of the Sunshine State still shines on, where breathtaking views stretch as far as the eye can see, and quaint villages come alive with local treasures and traditions. A place to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover the beauty of just being. No agenda, no filter, no worries. Discover real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Plan your escape at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
All right, we're back here. We've got all the drivers, well, minus the 99 to Travis Yates, back out on the water. And how about this? Tim laying down the fast lap in qualifying and sitting on the pole here for the first qualifying heat, I believe, for the first time in his tunnel boat racing career in that Phenom Ventures machine with that four-stroke, the number 14 of Andrew Tate. Boy,
you know, they made a lot of headway. I know they did some changes to the boat. We were talking about that earlier, and the balance of the boat. And Andrew is trying to change it and develop his driving style for the tunnel boats. So they did a great job. But look how close it is. You know, you got Andrew Tate in the four-stroke, Spencer Love in second in the two-stroke, Jared Jensen in third in the two-stroke, and Dylan Anderson in fourth in a four-stroke.
Absolutely, and I know that was a big point of pride for you and John when as you've been continually developing the series is parity, right? I don't want somebody to be able to come in and buy a bunch of the best equipment and he just automatically is good because he can go buy this big four-stroke and just overpower everybody. He's done a great job working with Mercury Racing and really ensuring that it is competitive. And yeah, a good motor may be able to, allow you to start every race, like the longevity that you get out of the four-stroke, but that doesn't mean you aren't going to finish near the back of the pack if you don't have a solid set of skills behind the wheel.
Well, we appreciate all the hard work that, our staff and Mercury developed together so that we could have a new engine package and also not obsolete all of our other competitors that have been supporters of ours.
Absolutely.
Year after year.
So let's rattle through this. On the inside of row 1, it's Andrew Tate. On the outside of row 1, it's the 24 of Spencer Love. On the inside of row 2, it's the 29 of Jared Jensen. On the outside of row 2, it's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Inside of row 3, that's Mike Kondasi in the 77. Outside of row 4, it's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Rounding out the top 5 rows, the 1 of Dustin Terry on the inside, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo on the outside. Let's get ready for that green flag.
Here we
he
go.
drops the flag,
it's
and here we
green.
go. We're underway. Will the 24 of Spencer Love be able to use that lighter two-stroke?
Got a good jump.
Pushing hard down into turn
Tate
number 1.
It out a little bit. Kind of got it high, but
hey, so many other forms.
He's got the inside.
And so many other forms of racing that Andrew Tate does are timed rolling starts, so he's a pro on the rolling start, and it showed right there.
I think he had it trimmed out a little much, but guess what? It worked. He's out in front. That corner at that end is extremely rough. Look at Jared Jensen out of the water.
As they come flying down the front straightaway, it's still the 24 of Spencer Love chasing our leader, the man in that orange, white, and blue Phenom Ventures DAC Formula 1. Then there comes the 24 Love down into the corner. Now Jensen and Anderson are side by side, and Jensen's holding a great job as they come out of turn number 4. Now down the back straightaway. Jensen on the inside, the 17 of Dylan Anderson on the outside. And man, where did Jared Jensen come from? It's like he found another gear in the back half of 2025, and he definitely has not done anything but improve upon that here in the offseason. Man, he's looking fast.
He's looking great. He's really developing as a driver. I know they got some engine work done by Ron Anderson, the master. So these guys are running strong. They finished strong last year. Spencer is going to keep the pressure on Tate to see if he can make him bait him into a mistake.
Absolutely. And Spencer Love's in that nice spot, right? He's far enough ahead of third place, and he's close enough to the leader where he can just solely focus on going after Tate and trying to track down the man who started on the pole and is out in front here early in qualifying heat number 1.
Guess who's sneaking up in 5th place?
Was that the 52 of Rinker? Or is
That'd
that
be number 52 of Chris Rinker. Jensen and Anderson are battling back and forth, and that's allowing Chris to just sneak up on the inside.
Absolutely. And then you got in the 5th position there is Rinker. Then in 6th, that's the 77 or the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. And 7th is our defending champion. And then 8th, 9th, and 10th, Aiden Benton. John Jensen up in 9th, and in 10th, the 9 of Johnny Fleming. Look at there, the John Jensen. Boy, that just goes to show that you knock the rust off a little bit. Those skills that you developed over your career for long enough really start to come back pretty quickly. Because, boy, he is running that thing hard. But he is nose to nose with the 98 of Aiden Benton down there in turns 3 and 4.
The competitiveness comes out, and all of a sudden you're in the heat of the battle.
Absolutely. Now the question is that itch going to be not necessarily scratched, but have more of an itch once he gets out of the cockpit here after this opening race in Bradenton? I would love to see a 2-boat team of father and son, John and Jared Jensen, out here running in Formula One, that's for sure.
John's wanted to do this for the last 3 years, and he's gotten in the boat a couple times. It looks like he finally made the commitment to run the race. Look at Spencer pulling up a little bit. As the water gets rougher and rougher, I think his boat is superbly balanced, and he's going to just deal Andrew a fit.
And how about this? Jared Jensen has now pulled away from the 17 of Dylan Anderson. I think, we were talking to some of the drivers yesterday, and they said, I think the 2-stroke package might be a little better in the rough water, and it seems like we might be seeing that now. But, oh, no, the 9 of Johnny Fleming, he pulls off the course. Or is that the 13 of Grant Schubert? No, that is the 9 of Johnny Fleming. Looks like he's having more issues. Man, that guy cannot catch a break.
Spencer is just hounding him.
But Andrew Tate is a tough driver.
Andrew's doing a great job. Andrew knows how to race. He knows the art of racing.
Absolutely.
And that proves it right now. And he also knows pressure.
So he's not going to make stupid mistakes. He's not going to get antsy. He's not going to not do the normal things just because somebody's right on his tail. But Spencer Love's not going anywhere.
Exactly. The only thing that could happen is with Tate, it may not handle the way he wants it to handle, and that would be when it becomes a mistake.
Absolutely. But they continue to fight hard as we see our leaders go down through turns 1 and 2. The 29 of Jensen still fighting hard to try to get up into 2nd position as he sits back there in 3rd. 17 of Dylan Anderson. I think first race of the year, obviously we talked at length last season about what happened in the opening round. I have a feeling Dylan Anderson's like, listen, man, all I need to do out of round 1 is collect points. If I do that, I'm in a better place than I was last year. And I showed everybody what I can do at the other race courses. And this is only one of a couple of new race courses on the season. So there's a lot of places where he's run really well.
Tate shut the door on Spencer, and Spencer had to get out of it, got hosed down with the salt water. That allowed Jared Jensen to jump up on his hip.
But that's a hard spot to get beyond, right? He can get up there. The question is, and now he's going to be fighting so hard with Love, he's got to watch out because he could possibly let the 17 Anderson sneak underneath him as well. That's what makes it so tough when you're in these tight racing conditions. You not only have to focus on the guy you're trying to hunt down, but you can't lose sight of the guy that's hunting you down.
Exactly. And Jensen and Anderson split because they were, Anderson was on the outside. It looks like Jarrett's pickle fork might have just come off, which that'll hurt him in the corners.
Yeah, he almost snap rolled it down here in that rough turn 1. He got in real tight, just like Dominic Trollian did in Formula Lights, and that caused that snap roll. I see here, though, we do have one boat in the middle of the field. It looks like Captain Canada and that RTI insurance machine, a 98 of Aiden Benton. He's going to be done for qualifying heat number 1. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it back for 2, but let's hope he can get it back on the water for the final later today.
Oh, Chris Rinker had it aired out at the end of the straightaway going into 1. He about put it on its head.
Absolutely. Well, and that's the one thing, the benefit that the two-stroke guys have is they know they don't have the mid-band and the top end like the four-stroke does, so they know they have to drive it harder into the corner, but at the same time, they can drive it into the corner because of that lighter motor package and maybe a bit more evenly balanced in this rougher water than those four-strokes.
The way the two-stroke's going to win is corner speed. If they can keep the corner speed up, they got a chance.
Boy, now you see after that one tiny little bobble by Jensen, and you see he's catching that spray there. Boy, he might need to back off going tight around the pins because he might end up on his head before this heat's over.
He needs to not bury the boat so much so it doesn't dig in, because I'm afraid his other pickle fork might be on the verge of coming off. We got to see that when it comes by this time.
Absolutely. Well, we'll take a look at that. Now we're following the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's struggling back there trying to catch the defending champion, who's sitting in like 7th position. That is the 6th position. But boy, yeah, those pickle forks are mangled on the front of that Hoffman.
He lost one, and the other one's about ready to come off on Jared Jensen, number 29, the white and aqua boat.
There he is right there, that Island Inc. Marine Machine. You see the one pickle fork is missing there. And why can that make it more difficult to turn the boat since it's just a small piece on the front of the
sponson? It's a small piece on the front, but it extends the front of the sponson and it rolls up there. So that's what helps hold the boat up in the corners.
So this is where you could see a stuff or dig it inside sponson and barrel roll as we see the white flag come out for the man who's looking to go wire to wire here. Boy, what an impressive performance.
Oh, Spencer had to go way wide that time.
That could be what Jared Jensen needs, but with only one lap, that's going to be a tall order as our leader, the 14 of Andrew Tate, in that Phenom Ventures machine. Keeps pushing down the back straightaway, down into turn number 3. Beautiful turn there into 3 as he's being chased hard by the 24 of Spencer Love, the 29 of Jared Jensen, and the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as they are all over each other. But ladies and gentlemen, going wire to wire here in qualifying heat number 1, number 14, Andrew Tate. Right behind him, the 24 of Spencer Love, then the 29 of Jared Jensen, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and the 52 of Chris Rinker. How about that top 5, Tim? Wow, they were all over each other.
Throw a blanket over him. And unfortunately for Jared Jensen, he's going to have to run the next heat, which starts immediately after this one.
With no pickle forks.
With no pickle forks.
Now, curious, I would imagine from that you'll hear some communication from his team and maybe giving him some insight on how to change his cornering in this second heat.
What he should do is come out and run wider down the front straightaway, so that way he doesn't have to bury it so hard in the corners.
Absolutely.
So he'll arc the corners more.
Gotcha. So a little bit more of that style we see out of the four-stroke drivers just to compensate for the lack of pickle forks.
Exactly.
Shoot it, Doug.
Wow, that was a great first heat.
These guys are so excited they don't even want to get off the race course.
No, they're still racing. They went an extra 2 laps.
Now here's the real question. Which team's got the high-level math guy that did the computation, and those extra 2 laps might run them a lap or 2 short come the next qualifying heat? Because these guys in this race, because of the unique format here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta, they've probably got, 2.5 times the normal amount of fuel they have in these boats because they had to stay out for so long. It's going to add a different attitude, and now these things are as light as they've ever been. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in Heat 2, but let's take a look at our results in Heat 1.
I believe that's his first Heat win, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Then right behind him, looks like the transponder on the 24 might have malfunctioned. So in P2 is the 24 of Spencer Love. Then in P3, the 29 of Jared Jensen. Then the 17 of Dylan Anderson. And the 52 of Chris Rinker, rounding out the top 5. And boy, we really saw a tight cluster in that top 5. And really, everybody else in the field really started to fall back. It seems like those people who found the right setup versus everybody else who's still trying to find that little piece of gold to get them that extra horsepower and top end speed.
Well, you got a couple guys like Jeremiah Mayo switched boats and engine packages. So he'll get that thing dialed in, and that's why he needs heat races like this, so he can further develop his package.
Absolutely. We see here the start of this opening qualifying heat. Saw the 14 of Andrew Tate figure it out right away. A master of the rolling start from all his times in stock outboard, inboard, and limited hydroplane racing paid off here in qualifying heat number 1 as he got a little squirrely, but he hung onto it and ran it wire to wire all the way to the finish. But it wasn't without a great fight from the 24 of Spencer Love and the 29 of Jared Jensen.
Wow, it looked like in that replay that Jared Jensen might have got into the back of Andrew Tate.
Ooh, well, that would have...
That might have taken care of the first pickle for it.
Well, we'll have to check to see if there's any orange or markers on the tips of the 29 of Jared Jensen. But boy, did Andrew Tate running well. Spencer Love proven he's back and going to be a force to be reckoned with. And they better watch out, or Jared Jensen might just find himself on the podium once, maybe even multiple times here in 2026. What a fantastic opening run for that young driver.
Did a fantastic job. You know, now the boats are going to be light on fuel, and that does change the handling. So with the wind continuing, the water turned up rough, it's going to be a little bit different. And now you got the fast guys starting in the back.
Absolutely.
So it's even going to be rougher.
Yeah, we're going to flip that script. Worst to first, first to worst.
The best handling package is going to win this next heat.
Because if you're out of whack and you were fast in the first one, you're not going to have the ability to get through all the traffic, because it takes such precision to get through the field here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. You know, we see, looks like Jimmy Kerr's being towed in. I don't know what happened there. I know he was still breaking that motor in, so way off the pace. We saw the 77 of Quindazzi was off for a while. The 98 of Aiden Benton was...
Quindazzi had a good start, but
I don't know what happened.
But faded.
And he ended up having to pull off the course. Then he came back on the course. Really a sad moment there as we see him pull across the stream for the 98 of Aiden Benton. Because I love seeing that driver on the water. He's got that grit, that it factor that you look for in tunnel boat drivers. And again,
he's hungry.
He's new. His a little bit of aged equipment that's going to make it a little bit more difficult. But I think anybody will tell you, hey, when you step up into Formula One, find something that's maybe had a few races run on it, because you're going to put a hole in it. Something's going to happen, because that's just the way it goes here in Formula One Powerboat racing.
Yeah, you don't want to put the first scratch on it.
Right, absolutely. All right, so we're going to get some of those guys towed in, and it looks like, I don't know if the 77 of Quindazzi is going to make it back out, but it looks like the 71 of Kerr and the 98 of Benton may be done for at least qualifying. That's going to hurt them in the final standings for pole position for our main event later today in Formula One. But I am very excited to see, will somebody like Dustin Terry in that Turtle Box 01 machine, will he be able to figure it out and kind of get back off the schneid? Because now he's going to be one of those the first real fast boat, because he's going to have Jeremiah Mayo on his outside hip. Can he use that to his advantage, get by the likes of Reno and Rinker? Obviously, Ashton in a 2.5 liter. That's a short boat. When it's rough like this, that's made it pretty difficult for him. We saw the 9 of Fleming pull off. So unfortunately, those early season gremlins are rearing their head here at the opening round of 2026. Let's just hope those drivers can get them back. And boy, look at the nose on the 29 of Jared Jensen. You know, they just fixed that darn thing, and he's doing everything he can to force them to have to fix it again here after the greater Bradenton Area River Regatta.
He's hard on equipment.
But you know what? Sometimes you got to be a little hard on equipment if you're going to live on the ragged edge. I can imagine there were a time or two where your father, the legendary Bill Siebold, told you, hey, Timmy, could you be a little nicer to the equipment, man?
He said that to my brother Mike a lot more than he said it to me.
Fair. Now, knowing all three of you for as long as I have, I can totally believe that is a 100% true statement. All right, well, right now we're going to send things down to Sarah the Pits as she's with the man from Nashville, Tennessee, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Take it away, Sarah.
Joining us now, Dylan Anderson, and we're getting ready to have some things start and get fired up for this season. But what are you looking for personally for your team out of this year, and where do you want to grow?
You know, honestly, it's not about growth for us. I think it's just doing what we love to do and going out and going boat racing and having fun with our friends and family. Pretty happy with the team we got and the stuff we got and the way things go on a race course. So as long as we're out there having fun and doing what we can do to the best of our ability, I think it'll be a fun year.
And last season, a close call, win points and standings. So what are you going after for this year?
You know, I mean,
points championship has eluded me 4 times, and it'd be cool to win it, but, you know, I don't know, I've said it once, I'll say it again. I'm here to have fun, and I love what, you know, there's no feeling like being in a tall boat, and I love doing it, and I love being here with my friends and family, and a championship would be a pretty cool side bonus. So
let's speak specifically to IHRA and the atmosphere and the excitement. So many drivers have talked about the family notion, of course, but just how it's a new feeling, it's a new energy, and they're really excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really big buzz around the sport right now. It's really kind of amped up everybody's energy level and amped up all of our sponsors' energy level, and they're really excited for the extra brand exposure and the extra just everything. I mean, you bring on a whole nother set of eyes, not only from non-contingent world of dirt car racing and stock car racing and drag car racing, but you know, you're just getting more eyes on the sport. So we're all excited about it, and hopefully it just brings more and more good things.
Well, we wish you the best of luck this weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, guys, back to you.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. From the ultra-competitive sportsman and pro mod classes to the 12,000 horsepower, fire-breathing 300 miles per hour top fuel dragsters and funny cars. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers thrilling action with every run. Follow the entire IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Or experience the true power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From top-notch IMCA dirt racing to ASA super late model action, Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
There's a place on Florida's west coast where the true nature of the Sunshine State still shines on, where breathtaking views stretch as far as the eye can see, and quaint villages come alive with local treasures and traditions. A place to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover the beauty of just being. No agenda, no filter, no worries. Discover real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Plan your escape at Bradenton Islands.
The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades, and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. And we're back, race fans. Hopefully you're enjoying these opening round on the inaugural season of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Boy, what a whirlwind 6 months it's been here as the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It was acquired by the IHRA during a flurry of acquisitions where they acquired the Formula One Series, a drag boat series, a offshore powerboat racing series. They created a snowmobile racing series, a stock car racing series, and I believe they're up to now about 10 or 11 different drag and circle tracks acquired or leased in the United States. So Daryl Cuttle, the leader of the IHRA, Daryl, Leah, and everybody else, what a fantastic group of people. And boy, they, Tim, I got to tell you, the IHRA is definitely, putting their money where their mouth is. They are definitely stepping up, and it's got to feel fantastic to see what you and John and all of us have nurtured as we really start to bring things to the next level. And this is just the beginning. I have a feeling we're going to see a continued drive for improvement and growth across all of the IHRA, because as Daryl said at the PRI show, I just don't fail, man. I just don't fail.
No, it's fantastic to be part of the IHRA family and their commitment to racing. And, we saw this as a fantastic opportunity for us to further grow the sport. And that's exactly why we started running a series to begin with. So as we start heat number 2 in F1.
Reverse order of finish. So we see the 34 of Jeff Reno on the inside of row 1, the outside of row 1, the 20 of Ashton Rinker. Then it's the 13 of Schubert and the 77 of Quindazzi in row 2. Here we drop the green flag and go. Who's going to get it down to the corner? Now this is
Ashton's
where...
got a good start.
This is not a guy you want to put out in front of everybody else. If Ashton Rinker can get out clean, which it looks like he does, even if he may not have the most top-end speed, it is going to take every ounce of skill these drivers have to get around the two-time series champion here on the IHR Formula One Powerboat Series.
You're exactly right. And look how far back these guys are. Spencer's way on the outside, which is a good line.
Oh, no, it looks like the 52 of Chris Rinker's having some problems. He is way off the gas there, falling all the way back to 13th position here in this second of 2 qualifying heats. But look at the Golden Boy screaming with the Buckshot Power Sports on the side as Buckshot goes 1-2. And here comes the Dustin Terry, like we talked about, a little further up the starting grid with the slower boats up front and the faster boats from Heat 1. Can he do some damage and track down these guys? He's sitting there in 3rd. But boy, the Buckshot team is really starting to stretch it out here in Heat number 2.
Buoy loose over on the backside, turn 2. So that orange buoy that you see floating off, they do not have to go around it. Once the leader, if a buoy is broke loose and the leader doesn't go around it, the rest of the field does not have to go around it anymore.
And that's probably what a spotter is telling the 20 Ashton Rinker, hey, orange buoy's loose, you don't have to go around it, you don't have to go around it, as you see him cut to the inside of that orange buoy out in lane number 2. And man, it is great to see.
Oh, Dylan Anderson had it sliding sideways. I thought he was going.
Chief referee Doug Ray almost
had his finger on the
flare gun trigger. As the 17 of Dylan Anderson almost went over. There's an hour on top of the 29 of Jared Jensen. Again, finished fantastically in qualifying heat number 2, but still can't find any room to make headway here in this qualifying heat number 2 as he's sitting second to last, fighting with Rinker. But boy, the 20 of Ashton Rinker is screaming out in front. Oh no, it looks like the 34 of Jeff Reno is down now. He's on the backstretch as we see the 77 Buckshot Racing of Mike Quindazzi go by. You're going to see there's the 34 of Jeff Reno. Oh no, boy, looks like he is unfortunately going to be out of qualifying heat number 2. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it back for the main event, but that Lecom sponsored 34 of Jeff Reno, the Okeechobee, Florida native, is out of the cockpit and done here in qualifying heat number 2.
Buckshot Racing teammates first and second. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's pretty impressive considering they've, neither of them have been with the series for a couple of years. But, Ashton is a consummate professional. He comes from the Rinker Racing family, which is, like your family, a very decorated, multi-generational family of racing. And I think the 77 at Quindazzi has benefited a ton from learning a lot of the little things of how Ashton Rinker goes about his race program and how he puts it together. And I think that's what you're seeing here. They worked out the kinks a little bit, got comfortable in heat 1, and knew they were going to have an opportunity in heat 2, and now they're laying the hammer down, both of them. And the only one that looks like he can maybe catch him is the one of Dustin Terry.
I think right now Ashton's just going to get out there and control the race, and that's what he should do.
I think that was his goal from the jump. He just knew he needed to get to pin 1 first. If he could get out in front, he knew, hey, I got enough skill. I can drive these guys and force them to just go all over the course, and that makes it so incredibly difficult to pass the leader. As we see now, Ashton Rinker is already out of turns 3 and 4. Oh no, looks like, was that, yes, the 77 of Mike Quindazzi slowed way down in the corner, got stuck to the inside. The 1 of Dustin Terry gets by him, and he is cruising. It looks like there might be some issues with the 77 of Quindazzi because he's really starting to slow down. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo now coming up on him, trying to overtake him for 3rd.
We still got some time left, so there's a lot of racing still to go. Jeremiah Mayo on the back straightaway takes over Mike Quindazzi's spot.
And now he's going to push hard to track down his teammate, the 1 of Dustin Terry, as the Outlaw F1 teammate sits 2nd, 3rd, as everybody tries to hunt down the Buckshot Racing number 20 of the Golden Boy, Ashton Rinker.
Well, I just need to stay nice and smooth out front, control the race, don't get in a hurry, just do what he's got to do.
What is that there? Is that the midsection cover? Oh no, the 17 of Dylan Anderson's pulling off the race course. What happened to the 17 of Dylan Anderson? Boy, he just cannot figure out how to put together a full clean race yet. Here we go, we got to look here down in turn number 3. Let's watch the 17 of Dylan Anderson come around right there. Oh, he hit a buoy.
Oh, he went over the buoy.
17 of Dylan Anderson, a lap ago, almost blows it over coming out of turn number 3.
What a great shot our camera crew got there.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Well, now that explains why he might be having some debris hanging off the back of the boat. The question is will it be enough damage that he's got to go to the backup boat, which is a completely different motor package, and it's going to shuffle him to last on the start pontoon.
Well, and he loses the points he gained with this boat.
Absolutely.
But we'll see. Hopefully they can get it fixed, get it back together. Ashton again out front. He just doesn't need to take any chances.
And you can tell he's not. You can hear him burp the motor there and back it off a little bit so he didn't get too dicey in the corner there. Now, we've only got 2 minutes plus 2 laps left, so there still is a little bit of time.
A lot of racing here in this group, though.
Absolutely, yeah, that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are all really going at it. Boy, we lost the 24 of Spencer Love as well. He's down in the dead in the water, down just on the outside course marker near the bridge here. And boy, they are dropping like flies, and this is unfortunately a little more common than we would like to admit sometimes. The first race of the year, you haven't gotten all the gremlins worked out. You haven't really had the opportunity sometimes to dial it in. And the 24 of Spencer Love, victim of a mechanical issue down there just outside of turn number 4.
I think the saltwater's got a lot to do with it, too. Grant Schubert and Tate both get by Quindazzi.
And Quindazzi's laying way off. Oh, no, I don't know what's happened there, but he's laid way off. Oh, he almost gets together with the 52 of Rinker.
I think he was trying to move to the outside to get out of the way.
And then all of a sudden there was this yellow and white boat right on his outside hip, and he had to back off even further. But boy, it is all Ashton Rinker all day long here in qualifying heat number 2 as he continues to spread that lead over the 1 of Dustin Terry and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who round out the top 3. Like, where's the 2 of John Jensen? Where's the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Boy, there's just nobody out here compared to what we started with. Hopefully they got enough time to wrench everything furiously to get back on the water here for our main event later on this afternoon.
Now it's surprising. You know, that salt water, that gets in there, especially when you're going back and forth behind people in their rooster tail.
It can really wreak a lot of havoc in a Formula One boat. That just, the conductivity of that salt water is just hellacious on the electrical components, and they're so important. You can have the fastest motor in the world, but you have one tiny little wire short out, and your whole afternoon is done.
Here's the thing, and then you're in an all-carbon boat, which is more conductive.
Right, absolutely. Carbon fiber extremely conductive compared to the Okumi and the wood, and I don't know if we have any wood boats out on the water right now. These are all composite machines. So there's the white flag.
Last lap for Ashton Rinker.
He's pushing hard. Now he knows he's on the last lap. Radio man telling him, hey man, keep her easy, get it out of the turn. Let's put this thing on the trailer with that checkered flag in hand and collect those valuable points. And he struggled in fast lap qualifiers, so might be able to pull himself up to mid-pack for our main event later on this afternoon in Formula One. And honestly, as it sits right now, the consistency of Dustin Terry. He may not be the fastest guy out there every heat, but he's always seems to be in the mix. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put your hands together. Your winner in qualifying heat number 2 out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Running for Buckshot Racing, number 20, Ashton Rinker.
Congratulations to Ashton. He needed that.
Absolutely. In second place, that Outlaw F1 Turtle Box sponsored machine, your defending series champion, the 01 of Dustin Terry, and another Outlaw F1 rounding out the top 3 in that Ray Bob seasoning, number 8 of Jeremiah Get Out of My Way Mayo. And then in fourth, another one of the Outlaw F1 teams, the 13 of Grant Schubert. Boy, if there was a team championship, it wouldn't even be close, would it?
No, it would. But they also have about 9 boats on that team.
Yeah, so we got a Formula Light, 4 Formula Ones, and 4 Tri-Hulls.
Yeah,
and it's a caravan team coming down the road, like the circus is coming to town every time they head to a race when they leave the West Metro of Houston. But boy, what a fantastic run it was for the 20 of Ashton Rinker. Like you said, he needed it, and he showed. He showed who he is. There's the 20 of Ashton Rinker at first, then the 8 of Mayo, the 13 of Schubert and Pete. Oh, sorry, we had the 01 of Terry.
01 of Terry.
And then the 8 of Mayo, 13 of Schubert, 14 of Tate, 52 of Rinker.
Tate's going to be in the driver's seat, though.
I think so, yeah, with a fifth and a first. That's going to be pretty solid considering Anderson went out.
My guess is he'll be on pole.
Yeah, absolutely, and the question is how is 2, 3, 4 going to shake out behind him? And, boy, got to be tough to put.
Ashton's got to be in the top 3.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when you give a guy who's a pro at a rolling start pole position in a main event. But there's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He was pushing hard all heat long, and he was trying to catch this guy and his teammate, but nobody had an answer for the driver from Port Charlotte, Florida, in that Buckshot Racing, the man they call Golden Boy. Watch out there, Dylan Anderson almost blew it over, used a buoy as a ramp coming out of turn number 4. The battles were all over the course, especially for 4th through 7th position. 13 of Grant Schubert and the 14 of Andrew Tate were doing battle all over the course. And that man right there, nobody had an answer for here in qualifying heat number 2. The question is can he find that magic in the main event? He did a lot to help himself on the starting dock for the main event later on this afternoon, but he's still got to come out and run the race. But the experience that the 20 of Ashton Rinker has behind the wheel of a Formula One boat is going to make it very difficult for those other drivers to think that they don't have to watch out for that guy every second they're out there on the course.
That just proves it right there. He can still wheel it, and as we get ready for the Tri-Hull race, but Ashton did a fantastic job, looked very smooth, and considering he hasn't run a lot of races in the last couple years, that's fantastic. Great for the team, big confidence booster, and he's going to be right in there for a final because final's going to get rough. You're going to have a bunch of boats.
And it's all going to be about how you can get around the back markers. That's what it's going to come down to here in Bradenton. If you make a mistake trying to get around a back marker, you leave lane 1 open, go out to lane 3, a guy's going to dive underneath you, or who knows. We look at last year in Port Neches, Texas, where on the final 2 turns of the final lap, the 24 of Shelby Love was able to kind of do a head fake, right? Fake to the outside, dive back underneath. Why? Because they got caught up in back traffic, and it made it much more difficult for the 35 of Schmierbach to keep a good lead over the 24 of Spencer Love, or of Shelby Love. And that is something that happens on a very regular basis. Heck, we remember last year, the final race of the season, Dustin Terry was hanging on out front and took Dylan Anderson about 90% of that race before a back marker came into play, and Dylan pounced and was able to run that thing to victory. What a fantastic run it was so far.
Don't forget, everybody, we've got IHRA and Bradenton River Regatta merchandise at the Bradenton end of the Green Bridge. Go by the vintage race boat display and the tent with all the great merch is set up right there. Go by and see Debbie.
Absolutely. Debbie takes great care of all of our fans with all the merch they could get. So make sure you swing down there, say hi to Debbie, grab yourself a hat, a t-shirt, a hoodie, a koozie. We got a whole array of fantastic IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series merchandise. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with the final conclusion of qualifying as the third and final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hulls. We're going to set our starting lineups before we crown champions here at the 2026 Bradenton Area River Regatta, the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott, travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. All right, welcome back, race fans. Again, couldn't do it without our unbelievable sponsors here in 2026, and we appreciate the value that they see in being a part of this unbelievable IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series here in 2026. Well, coming up next, we've got the Texas Tri-Hulls are going to be back out of the water. There is the man who, up until last year, won back-to-back-to-back Texas Tri-Hull championships. They call him the Dude. He's out of Hemlock, Michigan. The number 17, Neil Marsh. Can he dial it in and find his way to the pole position here in Texas Tri-Hull and find a way to kick off the 2026 season in the best way possible with a win here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta? Well, we got a minute here. We want to talk about the entirety of the 2026 Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series schedule. We're here in Bradenton for the opening round in the inaugural season of the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series. Coming up next, we're going to head to the beautiful state of Mississippi April 17th through the 19th in beautiful Biloxi, Mississippi for the Gulf Coast Grand Prix, a brand new race on the docket here in 2026. So make sure you get your hotel reservations. And if you're from the north, go head down to Biloxi, Mississippi in April for some beautiful warm weather and some fantastic racing at the Gulf Coast Grand Prix. May 1st through 3rd, a staple on our series for many, many years. The Port Neches Riverfest, just about an hour south of Beaumont, right on the eastern border of Texas, in Port Neches, Texas, for the Port Neches Riverfest, May 1st through 3rd. And then we go Memorial Day weekend to the Red River Rumble, right in downtown Shreveport, Bossier, Louisiana, for the 3rd installment of the Red River Rumble, May 22nd through the 24th. Then we come back just a couple of weeks later, June 5th through 7th. We're in Hill Country in eastern Texas for the Battle on the Colorado in Marble Falls, June 5th through 7th for round 5 here on the 2026 schedule. And the 6th round in 2026 still to be determined at a brand new venue here, and we'll be announcing that here shortly. And then wrapping up round 7 is the Alton Midwest Nationals for its 3rd installment just outside of St. Louis on the mighty Mississippi, July 17th through the 19th, and rounding out the 2026 season in Windsor, Colorado, up at elevation for the Roar of the Rockies, July 31st to the August 2nd. Again, a significant increase in prize money. Series purse totaling over $500,000 across all 3 disciplines here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, and that is going to give a lot more reasons for these drivers to fight tooth and nail here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series for that series championship. Who's going to come out on top today? We're going to have to wait and find out. So while you got some downtime, don't forget, swing down to the IHRA merch tent. We've got all sorts of fantastic IHRA and Bradenton Area River Regatta merchandise available for sale. Swing down, say hi to Debbie, and get yourself some great merch. If you got a Sharpie, maybe you make it over to the Palmetto Marriott Resort and Spa for the awards presentation. That's going to go on at 7 o'clock tonight over at the Palmetto Marriott Resort and Spa. Boy, we've got the flyboards out. We've got the jet skis out. We're allowing boat traffic to make its way between the train bridge and the bridge that we're on here through the race course. Once we allow that traffic to go through, we will get ready to rock and roll with the 3rd and final qualifying heat. And as we get ready for the Texas Tri-Hull, we'll see a little extra chat with the man they call Mullet as he's down with Sarah. Take it away, Sarah.
Well, in the pits, joined by Mullet, who's getting ready for this first race of the season, just like we had talked about before. And you made a couple changes, things that you're not going to tell me about. But what are you looking for here in these first couple of races?
And, obviously we want to get first like everything else, but I'm just trying to get more heat points, trying to do better in each race, overall, just going for the points run. Obviously everybody wants to be a champ, and I'm in it for the same thing, so.
A lot of drivers have been talking about the atmosphere and the environment and how exciting everybody is to get this off the ground and running. And how are you feeling right now?
Oh, man, I'm through the roof. We're all fired up. We actually, got our game together, and we're ahead of the game this year. We weren't waiting until last minute to get everything done. We got to test before the season, so we're all pretty fired up. We're think we're sitting in a good spot, and we'll see what happens.
Outside of taking a championship, of course, what are you looking for this season for you, like growth-wise? What space do you want to make sure that you improve on?
I just want to learn to drive the boat better, honestly. Every year I've had problems with stuff, and it's, allowed me to learn more about the boat, how it acts, and all that, and I just want to become a better driver, do better overall.
All right, well, best of luck this weekend, and be safe.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Well, the man they call Mullet finished off the 2025 season the best way he could. He won the final round. It snuck him into the 3rd place spot on the season championships, and now he's looking to elevate to that next level. Can he be the 2026 Texas Tri-Hull champion? Well, he can't do that until he collects valuable points here at the opening round of the Bradenton Area River Regatta. All right, we got the last few boats sneaking through. We're going to take a quick break. Say thank you to our sponsors here on the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. We'll be right back with the conclusion of qualifying in Texas Tri-Hull here at the opening round of 2026.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. From the ultra-competitive sportsman and pro mod classes to the 12,000 horsepower, fire-breathing 300 miles per hour top fuel dragsters and funny cars. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers thrilling action with every run. Follow the entire IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Or experience the true power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From top-notch IMCA dirt racing to ASA super late model action, Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
There's a place on Florida's west coast where the true nature of the Sunshine State still shines on, where breathtaking views stretch as far as the eye can see, and quaint villages come alive with local treasures and traditions. A place to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover the beauty of just being. No agenda, no filter, no worries. Discover real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Plan your escape at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
And welcome back, race fans. All right, we've got the Texas Trials out on the water. They have got all the boat traffic through that allowed them to pass here as the Manatee River is a pretty busy waterway, Tim, here in Southwest Florida. Well, as most of the intercoastal rivers are in the state that probably houses more boats than numerous other states combined. But boy, can you ask for a better place to be in mid-February? I mean, we both come from places where it's a lot less pleasant this time of year. I am fairly sunburned already after just 1.5 days in the Florida sun. But, boy, what a fantastic crowd. We got people everywhere lined both sides of the river, all over the bridge. And we've had some fantastic racing so far. And I think these trials are just going to be adding to it.
They are. We're getting ready for our third and final heat of Tri-Hall, and then we're going to start the finals. But it's been a fantastic area. It's beautiful in the Manatee River. Bunch of people out there watching from their boats. Flyboard putting on a show for the crowd. We got bands, we got fireworks, we got drones. It's all free, and it's, family fun.
Absolutely, and that's what, I mean, in a day and age where we've seen inflation go through the roof and we've dealt with all sorts of things after COVID-19, you gotta love that a community like Bradenton and Palmetto continue to step up and provide free family fun so you can go out with the whole family, have a ton of fun, and you don't necessarily have to break the pocketbook to do so.
And the cool thing is it's helping the community. So they bring in, millions of dollars in economic impact for this. So let's go racing again.
Absolutely. Now again, total the points up. Worst is in first. First in points is worst outside of maybe a rookie. But let's take a look at our 2x2 rolling start.
Last.
Yep. So on the inside of row one is the number 63, the Ector, Texas native of Aaron Green. On the outside of row one, and nobody likes when this guy's out in the front row. The 93 of J.B. Jensen is going to be on the outside of row one.
He can win from there.
Oh, absolutely. On the inside of row two, it's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. On the outside of row two, it's the 33 of John Ottinger. Then on the inside of row 3, the 17 of Neil Marsh. On the outside of row 3, that's 26 of Briston Sherman. Then it's the 10 of Tanner Rinker and the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Then he looks like, where's the 37 of Mason Rinker? He's back there.
He's on the back row.
Yeah, as well as the 69 of Cole Waring and the rookie, the 13 of Jared Shelton, and rounding out the field, the 03 of Austin Terry. But they pull off, waiting for that green flag drop by Chief Referee Doug Ray. Hey, drops the green flag, and we're underway.
Here we go.
Nice move there by the 33 of Ottinger. He was able to get out clean. Look at the 26.
Aaron Green got a great start.
That brand new boat, a lot lighter than his former tri-hull. And not to mention, he's a lot lighter, looking very fit here in 2026. And he did all of it for one reason. I'm sick and tired of being in the back. And so I'm going to do whatever's necessary to get out in front. And now he's getting the first taste of that here in Heat 2. Who knows? Maybe he could hang on and win his first heat race ever.
Uh-oh. A lot of boats in that second corner.
Oh, look how Briston Sherman goes over the 93 of J.B. Jensen.
Over the top of J.B.'s motor.
And here comes the 33 Ottinger. Where was he? Wide to the outside. No surprise, because he didn't get into the wash. And now the 10 of Tanner Rinker all the way up to third.
Coming up on the outside. It's a tri-hull traffic jam.
It absolutely is, except for the 63 Aaron Green. The real question is does he know what to do with himself now? I don't know if he's ever found himself this far out in front in Texas Tri-Hull.
Stay calm, stay calm. He needs to just stay calm and put his laps in, you know. Don't worry what's going on behind you. Just do what you can do.
All right, looks like we got a replay down there in the corner. That's the 93 of J.B. Jensen. He hooks it hard and goes almost completely sideways. And the 17 of Neil Marsh is inside of Briston Sherman. He's got nowhere to go. But this is what you typically expect from a Texas Tri-Hull race.
Well, there's just so many boats in that little bitty spot.
David, how
They're
about
fighting it out. JB's coming back. He's not giving up.
No, he is not.
Look at Mason right on his tail.
And the 69 of Cole Waring now has moved himself up into third. You know, he had just talked in that interview with Sarah about how it was about consistency and doing well in all the heat races. Well, you know, he struggled a little bit in heat 2, but a first and a third, that'll put you in a pretty good position for that main event later on today.
It sure will. Let's see what Mason can do. But he's got Neil right in front of him, and Neil's boat handles really good.
It absolutely does. You know, he's struggling
17.
to find that top end speed that the 4-stroke has. He's been trying to figure out how to get that with his 2-stroke package. But boy, I mean, you get out in front of him, he's a very, very difficult driver to get around. Oh no, the 33 of John Ottinger goes dead in the water down there out of turn number 2. But now he fires it back up, and now the 17 of Marsh and the 37 of Mason Rinker starting to pull away. Don't be surprised if we see a knockdown drag out for that final spot on the podium here in qualifying heat 2 between those two hard charging drivers.
Neil's boat has just got such a neutral attitude. Number 17. But he takes a little hard hit there.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, he's going dead in the water. That's a brand new motor. That's got to be frustrating for him. What is happening down there for the 17 of Neil Marsh? He is way off the pace.
He took a hard hit on that back straightaway. Did you see that?
No, I missed it.
Came down on the right side.
Might have jarred something loose there.
It could have.
But how about this? The 10 of Tanner Rinker's now been able to get by the 63 of Aaron Green. We've got a new leader, ladies and gentlemen, just before the white flag is the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Now let's see if he can keep it under control and hang on to it as the 63 of Green goes down to the inside. No, he is not.
I like that.
He's pushing hard, but boy, now a sigh of relief right there with the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He got back out in front. He was able to get by. Oh, no, and Aaron Green goes dead in the water.
Aaron went behind.
Oh, no, he thought the race was over. He thought the race was over. Rookie mistake.
White flag lap.
Oh, no. And the 69 of Cole Waring gets behind him, gets able to get by him up into second place. And our leader for 90% of this
Tanner's going to bring it home.
Heat race was fall all the way back to third. But ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag here in qualifying heat number 3, number 10, Tanner Rinker.
Congratulations to Tanner.
And in second position, the number 69 of Cole Waring. And in third, the 63 of Aaron Green, followed by the 37 of Mason Rinker in fourth, the 26 of Briston Sherman in fifth, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller in sixth, the 93 of J.B. Jensen in seventh, eighth is the 33 of John Ottinger, ninth, the 03 of Austin Terry, 10th, the 13 of Gerald Shelton, and the 17 of Neil Marsh, DNF here in qualifying heat number 3. And now he has the least amount of time to figure out what the heck went on with that machine that he has had so much success on. Got to be frustrating for the team that made it all the way down from Hemlock, Michigan.
Well, they're extremely good at what they do, so they're gonna try and get back to the pits, get their boat on the trailer, see what they can do with it. Everybody else is just going to wait and refuel and get ready. We're going to bring the Formula lights out for that final, and I can't see what happened. Can't wait to see what happens between Jake and Shelby.
Mark.
Yeah.
Wow, here's the results for the unofficial results of Tri-Hull qualifying heat number 3. Again, Tanner Rinker sneaking by the 63 of Aaron Green. Green then lays off the throttle thinking the race is over. One more lap to go, though. Cole Waring gets by him, finishes in second. In fourth, the 37 of Mason Rinker. And then Sherman, Jensen, Ottinger, Terry, Zeller, and Marsh. Rounding out the field, it looks like we might be missing one boat there. Oh, there he is, the 13 of Gerald Shelton, the lone rookie here in 2026. But that wraps up qualifying in the Texas Tri-Hulls as they now have their final starting grid set for their main event later today. And let's look back on the final heat of qualifying here in Texas Tri-Hull. Aaron Green started on the pole, and boy, did that brand new boat do exactly what he was hoping it to do. It got him out in front, found the clear water. Well, they were all wadded up right behind him. Briston Sherman goes off the top of the 93 of J.B. Jensen. He also gets together with the 17 of Neil Marsh, and that allows the 63 of Aaron Green to pull away. Well, then we saw the 69 of Cole Waring make it through the wash. Same with the 10 of Tanner Rinker, and they set into a hard fight for second and third. Tanner got ahead of the 69 of Waring into second and was able to sneak by the 63 of Aaron Green on the second to last lap and claim another checkered flag in qualifying here in Texas Tri-Hull.
It's going to be a knockdown drag-out between two Rinkers and a mullet.
Yeah, you sprinkle Sherman in there as well. It's going to be an interesting Tri-Hull final. But let's send it down to the pits with Sarah. She is with the man who was an impressive driver out there in the qualifying heats in Formula One, the 14 of Andrew Tate. Take it away, Sarah.
And we're joined now by our Formula One pole sitter, Andrew Tate, in the number 14. Talking off camera here a bit, we weren't sure how many races you were going to make it to this series, but if things go this way, man, we're probably going to see you a lot more.
Yeah, it'd be hard not to come to one and give away a points lead, but we got one long final heat left ahead of us and a lot of boat racing to do. So it's a good start to the day, a good start to the season, and we'll put our heads down and see what happens here in the final.
So the wind picked up a bit. I've talked to a couple of drivers about the change from this morning testing and then the qualifying and then the finals. What are your modifications, if any, to the boat to make sure that things just stayed low and you can get around?
It's mostly in the driver's seat, to be honest with you. You're busy on the button and trying to keep the boat balanced and on top of the rough stuff because it did get pretty rough out there, but, obviously not flying too much and going through the air. But more of a mindset than anything, how you drive the boat. We didn't have any time in between heats, so we had what we had, and I guess we picked the right prop and the right setup, and it's a good start.
Heard you talking a bit, too, after you came out. What goes through your head when you see someone else crash or not sure what you see when you're racing by?
You're just worried about what you're doing, to be honest with you. It's part of the game. You hate to see something like that happen. You don't want to see people hurt equipment or themselves or competitors, but it's motor racing, right? There's risks involved, and I kind of have the mentality it's not going to be me, so keep going fast.
All right, well, good luck, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Boy, Andrew Tate, they've stuck a microphone in his face numerous times on numerous series, and boy, he always seems like he's got the right thing to say. And what amazes to me is how calm and cool and collected he is.
That just comes with the number of races he's run.
Yeah, right.
So, you know, guys have a ritual usually that they do before they jump into the boat to compete. I used to like to take a nap, get up from a nap, and get right in the boat to compete.
Really?
That way you were totally calm and you were ready to roll.
Wow, there's no way I could take a nap and then go 100+ miles an hour. I'd be so groggy and out of it. But again, like you said, everybody's got their thing that they do that gets them centered and ready to go. That's just what you did.
Everybody does their own thing, but it would be the deepest sleep I'd ever get right before I'd compete.
Wow. How do you dial yourself down into a calm enough state to take a nap?
You know, powerboat racing is much different because it's not like it's a football game where you get amped up for a play and then you're waiting for the next, you know. So what you're really doing is it's sustaining concentration over time. So you got to be calm, and like I always say, it's a 120-mile-an-hour chess game.
Right, absolutely.
You got to be able to think.
Absolutely. Well, I think Aaron Green might make sure he's doing a little bit more thinking here. Let's cut to some footage of the 63 of Aaron Green. You can see there he was cruising down the front straightaway.
I thought something happened to him when it shut off like that because he had just gone behind Tanner.
Yeah. And you chalk it up to inexperience. You're going to live and learn. You see there, he's side by side with the 10 of Tanner Rinker as they go down into the turn number 1 here. Let's see what happens. This may have been where the 10 of Tanner Rinker was able to get by the 63 of Aaron Green as they go side by side. Green down to the inside, Tanner on the outside, keeping those RPMs up. Boy, and he just got bogged down in the corner. That you, especially when you're side by side with one of those 4-strokes, if you bog down with that 2-stroke, it's over. They're just going to leave you standing still.
They just don't have the low end.
No, they don't.
Here's a good thing. He's going to learn from that. And when something like that happens to you in racing, it's going to happen once. You're never going to have that problem again.
Absolutely. As we get ready to go here for the Formula Lights main event here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta, round 1 on the 2026 season. Boy, let's take a look at this starting lineup. It's quite impressive. As like you said, it's going to be a knockdown drag out here in Formula Lights with the 24 of Shelby Love squeaking it out over the 01 of Jake McKee, finding her way to the pole position on the inside of row 1. But you look at the competitors behind him, the B&B Racing Pizza Inn team sitting there in row 2, both 3rd and 4th off the start pontoon. And then the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli, who's really made some strides.
He's had a great run today.
Absolutely. Randy Parch in there.
He's always in there.
Yeah, former winner here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta, looking to do it again. Steve Lee as well. Now, here's the real surprise, is finding P11 and P12, the 18 of Jason Nelson and the 21 of Jose Mendana. Absolutely. I talked to the crew for the 21 of Mendana. Throttle cable broke, and they just didn't have enough time to rerun the throttle cable and get it all mounted. So it was a really tiny, small thing, but doesn't it seem like that's normally what happens? It's the tiniest little thing that fails at the most inopportune time.
You have to really be careful on the Formula Lights with the throttle cable, and that's why you got to have a throttle stop on your pedal, because then it hits that and it's not putting the cable in a bind.
Because it just yanks down that cable and eventually it just snaps. Yep. Especially when you're, when you're in a Formula Lights and racing conditions and you're trying to stomp that gas pedal to the floor.
Yeah, you're jamming it down as hard as you can. That's why you need that throttle stop, so it's not, messing your cable up. But those guys got it fixed. They're back out there. Yeah. Looking forward to seeing what they can do.
Absolutely. As they go down out of the Formula 1 turn 4, now they're going to come back down the front straightaway. Who's going to be your Formula Light champion here at the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series here in the Formula Lights class?
Jake's lagging behind just a little bit.
I like Schmierbach in that third, because if these two start dogfighting, watch that experience. Here we go, and they're underway. Green flag. Who's going to make it down to the first corner? So important here in the opening lap of this Formula Lights main event here as they go down into 1. Nice job there by Love.
Oh, immediately switches lanes to the inside.
Yeah, and then she just washes down the 0-1 of Jake McKee, went outside and then back to the inside, and look at the gap that's provided here earlier on. And how about this? The 60 of Brandon Mobalik finds himself ahead of his teammate, sitting in third as they go down into turns 3 and 4 as well.
It's rough down there right now, and it turns 3 and 4. I think staying outside just a hair where Brandon is, I think that's where you want to be.
Oh, absolutely. But boy, the 24 of Shelby Love, I mean, this could potentially be indicative of what it's going to look like all season, because I can guarantee you, after she was so close last year. Oh, no.
Two got together.
Oh, looks like that's the 26 of Lee and the 18 of Nelson.
Nelson and Steve Lee got together, but they're fine. Let's see if he can get restarted.
Now the question is here, is there any damage on the 18 of Nelson? Oh no, the 78 of Gildermaster also pulling off as well, and now we might have, oh no, they're going to go blue and white. Blue and white flag means that there is a down boat on the course, but continue with caution.
The wind's blowing them into the course, though.
Yeah, now this is where those guys that like the inside line really have to pay attention, because he's still sitting there about in lane 1, and the wind's blowing, but it's not like he has the current. Boy, how about Jason Nelson?
He's coming inside the course.
Wow, Jason Nelson all the way up to 7th position. And he is pushing hard to try to track down Parch, Caffarelli, and Schmierbach. But right now, boy, until we get into the back markers, everybody else is just kind of hanging on to try to hold it with the 24 of Shelby Love, because, man, she has opened up a massive lead here early on. It's going to come down to if anybody can close the gap once they get into the back markers, Tim.
I would say right now what Jake needs to concentrate on is just do his laps. Don't worry about her, and don't let Brandon get any closer behind it.
Well, and absolutely, what Jake needs to remember is I don't believe the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, has he been on the podium yet in his Formula Lights career? I don't know if he has. And if he's fighting to hang on to that third and final spot on the podium, that's going to make him maybe a little bit more risk adverse, which is going to allow Jake to really maybe put him in his rear view a little harder and just focus on going and get the 24 of Shelby Love.
Man, something must have happened to Mark, because he does not look normal.
No.
He doesn't look Mark Schmierbach normal.
Right. Now, I will tell you this, Mark, being the pro that he is and having such a decorated career and recognizing that it's on guys like him to bring up the next generation of drivers. I know that he has given away some very, very good equipment, sold off some very, very good equipment to help young drivers improve their performance, and maybe, just maybe, that combination of prop and powerhead that was always dominant here in Bradenton, he doesn't have in the stable anymore.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Look how tight that is.
And Mendana's not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. He's going to be flying up into that group.
Because they're all fighting it out.
Absolutely, and that's not a guy you want to get into a fight with, because he's got a ton of tricks up his sleeve.
Number 35, number 18, number 30, number 66, and number 21. Keep your eye on that, because that's your battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're about to see Jason Nelson in the 18 boat and the 35 of Schmierbach. They're going to start really fighting it out there for that 4th place position here in qualifying heat number, the Formula Lights final.
I think as this race goes on, right now they don't have they're not in a huge hurry, but as it goes, you're going to see number 18, number 30, number 66 get more aggressive.
Absolutely, because they're going to have to, right? When those laps start to dwindle down, it's do or die time, right? It's now or never, so you got to push it a little bit harder if you want to try to move up positions. The one who doesn't have to worry about moving up any positions right now is we see the 91 of James Klein. He's dead in the water down there in between turns 1 and 2 as well.
Man, he's had a rough weekend.
Yeah, he has.
Day.
And I think, you see a little bit of that about the drivers that come from the north, because they don't have the ability to do any testing in the off-season unless they make a trip down south. Again. Oh, there we go. Now, normally you see that a lot more in Formula Lights than you do in maybe Formula One. What typically causes them to die and be able to refire like that?
On a 45, it could be the salt water. So when you go behind another boat in the rooster tail, and your butterflies are wide open in the carburetor, and it sucks that salt water in, it makes the thing stumble. And sometimes if you take enough water in, it can break the reed valves. So then it won't run good for the rest of the race after that.
But boy, 18 in the Wyatt Nelson Architects machine of Jason Nelson is flying and trying to track down the 35 of Schmierbach to try to get some extra points here. But boy, it is all Shelby Love. But notice that gap is a little bit smaller between Love and Jake McKee because she's starting to get into those back markers, and she's taking her a little longer. She doesn't have nearly as much clean water. The question is with 9 minutes plus 2 laps left, is she going to have enough time
left?
But boy, look at how about Jason Nelson. He is climbing all over the 35 of Schmierbach.
I told you, I think he's going to get more aggressive as this
And notice the veterans start to pull away from those guys that maybe just don't have as much experience. They left Caffarelli and Parch in the dust here over the last 2 laps.
Look who's sneaking in there.
Oh yeah,
Number 21.
Had to come
Jose
all the way
Madonna.
from the back. No qualifying due to a throttle cable, and he's just continuing to push. And again, Jose is going to be with us all season. He's going for a series championship. He knows he's just got to be smart and collect as many points as possible here in round 1. Boy, Nelson is just getting worked by Schmierbach all over the field. That is 2 veterans that have raced so much against one another. It's like you have to be 5 moves ahead because the first 4 moves, the other guy knows what you're going to do.
Yeah, they know what each other's going to do before they do it.
Absolutely. Now he goes down to the inside there, but we know that inside line has not been very good here this weekend in Bradenton at the Bradenton Area River Regatta. Everybody's liked that outside line. Is he going to have to move back to the outside? Yes, he does now once they get down into turn number 3. As you see him moving off the outside hip of the 35 of Schmierbach. And now Schmierbach goes tight to the inside, and this is where Nelson has made up his ground when he moves to the outside. Now the problem here is he's got that Q&M Water Sports of Colby Crook back marker taking away that wide line that's going to force him to be a lot closer to that wash on the 35 of Schmierbach.
He cut it inside there, which was good. If Mark opens the door, he needs to take it.
Yeah, the tricky part is Mark he's far enough behind where Mark can shut it coming out. Oh no, what happened? What happened out on the race course? Oh, and it looks like the 26 of Steve Lee has started to float out onto the race course. So we're going to have a restart. Oh, no, Shelby Love is hating what just happened. So is Mark Schmierbach. You know who really likes this? Jason Nelson and Jake McKee. Big fans of this restart right now.
The whole big old lead that she had is erased.
And it's the hardest thing to stomach. And what does that do to your psyche when you're the guy out in front, which has happened to you probably numerous times, and that red flag hits and you're like, man, I had a 15-second lead and it just vanished on me. How do you get yourself back in the right mindset?
You just got to put it out of your mind. Look, it's a new race.
Yeah.
It's a new race and you're starting on pole. So you're still on pole.
Just go do what you just did.
You got to just, are you a finisher? You got to finish.
Right. That's like sales. ABC, always be closing.
Always be a closer, yeah.
It's so unfortunate because I thought that, I thought that the river would flow. I guess I'm a little turned around here, so I believe we go out to Tampa Bay that way, or is it behind us? Tim?
Well, the first part of the day, the tide's going one direction. Second part of the day, now it's going the other direction.
And that looks like what it caused the 26 of Steve Lee to float out onto the race course. So, again, the red flag was fired for safety purposes. The 26 of Steve Lee and the 91 of James Klein started to float into the race course, and they just dug Ray, chief referee, who's fantastic about saying, you know what, if they're going to float in a lap or 2, that's fine.
We got to be safe.
But there was no way that Steve wasn't going to be in the way for the rest of the race, and that's just not only unsafe, but it's also unfair to force the drivers to have to drive around an object down the straightaway.
No, we can't have that. So he did the right thing. He put a stop to it, and we'll see what race control wants to do.
It looks like they got the 91 of James Klein hooked up and the 626 of Steve Lee. Boy, has it been frustrating that the 26 boat is actually a hybrid.
That's it. We're done with this heat.
Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes this is the way it rolls in Formula Lights and Formula One tunnel boat racing due to the fact that we were under 4 minutes remaining and the tight schedule we have here. Ladies and gentlemen, It's not the most epic finish, but your 2026 Bradenton Area River Regatta Formula Lights champion, the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 24, Shelby Love. Running in second position, wasn't going to catch her, maybe if there was a restart, but there's not going to be. His second podium in his last 2 races here on the series. The other half of the Formula Lights Clover Construction team, the number 01 of Jake McKee. And rounding out the podium here in the Formula Lights final, the number 60 of Brandon Bobalik getting on the podium. What a fantastic run by the second-year driver coming off the heels of a Rookie of the Year, and he's bringing hardware back to Crosby, Texas with a fantastic run in the Formula Lights main event. All right, as we take a look at a recap, it was the 24 of Shelby Love, did what she needed to do to get out on the pole position, and she laid the hammer down and drove away from the field. At one point, more than a 15-second lead over the rest of the field. The 01 of Jake McKee was trying to catch her as best he could. The 60 of Bobalik got away from the pack early and was able to lock into that third position, but boy, was there a battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Saw 4 or 5 drivers within just a couple of seconds of one another, and then the salt water, the wind, and the first race of the year reared its ugly head as we saw the 26 of Steve Lee get together with the 18 of Jason Nelson. That put him out. We went under caution, and then he ended up floating into the course along with the 91 of James Klein, and that was what caused the final red flag here in Formula Lights. Well, Tim, it's not the most climactic win, but you know what? Shelby Love's like, yeah, it's still a win. And she did what she did last year, and now she's got that sense of calm. Okay, I won the first race last year. I've done it again this year, and now she can really focus on heading to Biloxi at a brand new race course and seeing if she can't do it again.
Well, I talked to her this morning, and her mindset is on the championship, not necessarily an individual race, which is good. That's where she needs to be at. She wants to win the championship, and to do that, you got to be consistent every weekend and get it done. You got to get points every time that boat goes in the water.
Absolutely, and it's so imperative, especially considering we've got 2 or 3 additional races on the season. That means those points are going to be so much more important. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, coming up next, we're going to have the Texas Tri-Hulls back out of the water, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. Who's going to be the champion? Will it be the 69 of Cole Waring? Could it be his teammate, the 26 of Princeton Sherman? Will the dude out of Hemlock, Michigan, the 17 of Neil Marsh, figure out what happened with his motor and come back with a vengeance? Or one of the other fantastic drivers here in Texas Tri-Hull? Well, we're going to crown our second champion here at the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series after a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. From the ultra-competitive sportsman and pro mod classes to the 12,000 horsepower, fire-breathing 300 miles per hour top fuel dragsters and funny cars. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers thrilling action with every run. Follow the entire IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, where Experience the true power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From top-notch IMCA dirt racing to ASA super late model action, Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
There's a place on Florida's west coast where the true nature of the Sunshine State still shines on, where breathtaking views stretch as far as the eye can see, and quaint villages come alive with local treasures and traditions. A place to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover the beauty of just being. No agenda, no filter, no worries. Discover real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Plan your escape at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. All right, race fans, welcome back to the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. This is our main event here in the Texas Tri-Hull Class, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, and it's going to be a doozy. A knockdown, drag out between the likes of Cole Waring, Neil Marsh, Briston Sherman, the brothers Rinker, 37 of Mason, 10 of Tanner, and the host of drivers who are out here vying for the first round win here in 2026. It's going to be fantastic here in Texas Tri-Hull. Who's going to be able to pull it out? Well, it's going to be all up to who can get across that finish line first here in this 20-lap main event. And no surprise, the brothers Rinker looking to do some healthy damage here in the Tri-Hull main event. The question is, we always talk about how teammates want to beat their fellow teammates, want to beat one another more than they want to beat each other. And on top of that, they're both brothers as well. And they start filling out row one in first and second. The 10 of Tanner Rinker and the 37 of Mason Rinker are going to be your pole sitters are in row one, and that's going to make quite an interesting final here in Texas Tri-Hull.
Yeah, but you got Mullet in third and Briston in fourth, so it's going to be stacked.
Oh, absolutely, especially with this longer race where some of those guys are going to get back in there. But right now, let's send it down to your 2026 Formula Lights winner. She's with Sarah, the number 24 of Shelby Love.
So either way, you're coming out.
No, yeah, for sure. It's hard when it's so rough out there and you have so many boats. Like, most likely something's going to happen to someone, so sadly we had to cut it short. I mean, we were sitting out there for a while, so I was kind of happy it ended, but it always sucks not getting all the time out there. But it was a super fun race, and yeah, super excited.
All right, so one more time, let's recap what that race was. Like you said, 15 seconds and...
All right, race fans. Well, we got the tri-hulls lined up at one end of the course. Again, they're going to go all the way down to the far north end of the Formula One course. They're going to circle back around. Once we see that green flag drop, we're going to go 20 laps around a 2-pin, 1/3 mile course. Who's going to be your champion? Will it be one of the Rinker Racing teammates that sit in first and second position here in the main event, or will it be the Outlaw F1 teammates that fill up row 2 in that 3rd and 4th position? Ultimately, Tim, I think it's whoever picks the right line and the right approach to that opening turn. It is so crucial here in Texas Tri-Hull.
When it's this rough, here's the thing. It's going to be 20 laps. Who's going to get wore out?
Absolutely. Especially, not to mention that, I can't imagine what it's like getting salt water in your eyes after you get doused by 5 boats. Hey, we're going to send it back down to Sarah. She's with the 24 of Shelby Love, your winner in Formula Lights.
Thanks.
5.
Joined now by Shelby Love. You took it all here in Palmetto. So once again, a great way to end this first race for the series. 15 seconds ahead, a little bit of a different ending to the race because of that boat drifting. But how'd you feel out there?
It was super fun. I had a super good day, I think. I mean, it makes a big difference when you stay consistent and stay out there. Obviously, it's hard when you're out front because instead of being able to sit there and race the whole time, you're sitting there thinking, don't mess anything up this whole time. Like, don't mess up. But other than that, I had a super good day and had super fun. A lot of fun.
Confidence. What does it do to your confidence to come out of the gate after the winter, and kind of being quiet for a little bit and then just taking it by storm?
I don't know. It's hard. You don't want to say too much or get too excited because my dad has issues, so you don't want to rub it in his face too much that I did better than him. But, other than that, it was a super good day, and hopefully we can all as a team have fun. And the most important thing to me is just being able to celebrate with my team and have fun with them.
Well, I'm sure Dad is very proud, so I wouldn't say that too much. But anyway, guys, Shelby Love, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sherry. I love that there's a little healthy ribbing going on there. Boy, she was such a quiet, timid driver when she first came on the series, but she's really started to blossom into her own. All right, here we go. Our lineup again in P1 on the inside of row 1, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. In P2 on the outside of row 1, the 37 of Mason Rinker. On the inside of P3, Outlaw F1, number 69 of Cole Waring. On the outside of row 2, Outlaw F1, number 26 of Bradenton Sherman. Boy, 2 teams taking up the top 2 rows, Tim. Boy, they're going to really duke it out.
I think number 17, Neil Marsh, is a spoiler.
Absolutely. He's back there in row 3, alongside the 33 of John Ottinger in that bright green Texas Tri-Hull. All right, there we go. Jet Ski Jared pulls off the course. Now we're just waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray to drop the flag. Let's see what's going to happen here. Should we crown a champion in Formula Lights here at the opening round of 2026? Green flag, here we go. As they drop it, the 37 of Mason Rinker takes a dribble. Look at the 69 of Cole Waring coming down the inside. Where did he come from? Like he was shot out of a cannon, Tim.
It was. Man, what a great start.
Look at how clean that was. That might have been the cleanest first turn I've ever seen. It won't be that clean for long, though, that's for sure. As they go down the front straightaway, back straightaway, Mason Rinker still out in front, but he has got the 69 of Cole Waring all over him. Now the 10 of Tanner Rinker dives down to the inside. Bradenton Sherman shuffled back to 4th, but the 17 of Neil Marsh now already moved up from 6th to 5th. So he's got 1 spot down, 4 to go for the 3-time champion, but he's got a lot of tough competitors that he's going to have to figure out how to get around.
Well, Bristen's on the outside. Neil is trying to slide up the inside.
All right, as they go down the back straightaway, look, we got a replay here off the start. Take a look at the 69 of Cole Waring. He just comes screaming up the inside. And
right up the smooth water.
It was almost like the 10 of Tanner Rinker forgot to hit the gas pedal, or maybe it was just the greatest start that Cole Waring has ever had in a Texas trial, because that was as clean as it gets.
I think it's a combination. Tanner got a terrible start, and Mullet got a great start. So.
Hey, and look at here now. Look at Neil Marsh. He's now up into fourth. Dowson down the 26 of Briston Sherman. Now he goes wide to the outside trying to find that clean water, and it is starting to get rough here as those three boats duke it out for the final spot on the podium here. But just a couple of laps in, and it's going to get considerably rougher out here on the Manatee River.
Mason likes that outside line, and it's working for him.
Well, I think he realizes with that four-stroke on the back, there's no reason to have to do an absolutely perfect corner by stuffing it down into lane one. If by staying out in lane two, if he does happen to make a little bobble, it's so much easier to recover because he doesn't lose all that torque and power on the back of that big four-stroke.
Well, he's carrying some more corner speed because he's making a bigger arc out of it. He's outside, he goes to the pin, and then he goes back outside again. So he never really loses all that, and it's going right where Mullet wants to go.
Absolutely.
So then Mullet's having to change his line.
Yeah, it looks like 26 of Briston Sherman got back around the 17 of Neil Marsh, so he gets shuffled back down to fifth. In sixth, it's the 93 of J.B. Jensen, then Wyatt Zeller.
Oh, Briston puts it on its side.
Boy, it gets so rough sometimes. It's amazing to me how much listing these boats do when they're hitting all of those rough rollers that are created by these tri-hulls. I mean, these boats were designed to create a big wake. It's like they were a match made in heaven racing these boats, and it's amazing it took so long, and the ingenuity of John Schubert and the guys down in Southeast Texas say, hey, I think these would be really fun to race, and boy, they sure are.
Oh, it's a fun class to watch. It's great for these guys. They love driving it, and it's a crowd favorite.
Absolutely. The 37 of Mason Rinker starting to stretch that lead. Now, this is where Cole Waring's got to tell himself, hey, we're going to come up on back markers eventually. I don't need to make a mistake by trying to climb up all over them. Bide my time. Be patient.
I say you be patient because they're going to catch this group.
Absolutely.
Right here, Ottinger, Green, and Terry. They're going to catch those guys, and when they do, that's going to shuffle the deck.
Absolutely will. And now it goes to how do you manage and handle getting through those back markers.
Mason spun out.
Uh-oh. Oh, wow. He got a... Surprising how quickly he was able to get that back up on plane, considering that spinning out to the inside is about the worst thing you can do in with a four-stroke package on the back of these trials. But hey, that's the kind. Those are the little markers that Cole is looking for. As long as I don't make a mistake, if I can force him to make a mistake, which happened right there, I'm going to be able to close the gap and give myself those opportunities to pounce. Let's continue to push hard down the front straightaway.
69, Cole. He's just got to stay close to him right now and wait until they get to this lap traffic.
Absolutely, because we're only 7 laps in. 13 laps remain here, so we haven't even reached the halfway point as the 37 of Mason Rinker, our leader, now starting to creep up on the 03 of Austin Terry, the young driver out of Houma, Louisiana, just 15 years old, pushing hard and trying to stay on the lead lap, but not if the 37 of Mason Rinker has anything to say about it. The 10 of Tanner Rinker still hanging on to third. And then the 26 of Briston Sherman and the 17 of Neil Marsh. The thing that's killing Neil is he's having to fight so hard just to get around Briston. He can't close the gap on the other boats in front of Briston because he can't get around the 26 of Sherman. It's going to be interesting to see if he can find his way onto the podium.
I'll tell you what, the last lap, Tanner Rinker, he went around that corner like a Formula One boat.
You know, it seems like Tanner either has really amazing turns or rough turns.
Well, he got the nose down and buried in it, and that thing just pivoted on the front.
He's done that a few times, and, you know, it seems like you can do it as long as you hit the throttle perfectly so you don't bog it down just too much.
And the wave that you're going off to use as a berm.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's a little bit of dirt bike racing going on the water here in Texas Tri-Hulls as the 37 of Mason Rinker continues to push hard. He's able to get by the 33 of John Ottinger. Now Ottinger between him and the second place boat of Waring. Waring gets doused down coming out of turn number 2. Now he's got to go wide to the outside and push it hard down the front stretch. Now he's going to cut back to the inside, trying to find that clean water to stay with the 37 of Mason Rinker, because we were talking about the opportunity that he may have getting by those back markers. But the 37 of Mason Rinker did such an amazing job getting by the 33 of Ottinger, the 03 of Terry, and the 63 of excuse me, of the 33 of Ottinger and the 03 of Terry, that now there's just that one boat left that's within reach of the 37 of Mason Rinker from a back marker perspective. Can he hang on and hold the 69 of Waring at bay? But again, second place finish, not too shabby here in the opening round. Just got to keep doing the smart things, not put yourself in a position where you're not going to finish as high as you possibly can. The 37 of Mason Rinker now starting to open up a lead. I don't know what happened there. It's amazing how much ground you can lose in Texas Tri-Hole with one bad turn. Waring got a little stuck down there in turn number one, Tim, and the 37 of Mason Rinker now opening up about a 6-8 boat length lead over the second place boat there, the 69 of Cole Waring.
It is. It's getting rougher and rougher. The wind is definitely not letting up, and I think they're starting to get a little tired out there.
Absolutely. The 17 of Neil Marsh able to get by the 26 of Briston Sherman, move back up into fourth. Will he have enough time to catch the 10 of Tanner Rinker? Because while he's not out in front, I don't think Neil Marsh would mind too much a third place finish here in the main event. Collect some really good points as he tries to get back on top for the series championship and win his fourth in 5 years.
Well, let's see how bad he wants it. But he's driving it, that's for sure. He's just really good on acceleration with that boat, because the boat never jumps out of the water like a lot of the other boats. So he doesn't over trim it. He keeps the power in the water, which is moving him forward. And you can tell, look how he's just picking up on him. And it seems like Cole is struggling a little bit to get by some of the lappers, which is pulling Tanner Rinker in too.
Absolutely, which is weird. Normally when you've got a two-boat battle like that, the first boat to hit the back markers typically seems to struggle a little bit more. But Mason Rinker moved through those back markers like a surgeon, just picking them off. And sometimes that just can be happenstance, right? Where you catch the back marker on the course. Everybody would love to catch a back marker on the straightaway and never in the corner. But our leader, the 37 of Mason Rinker, continues to push hard down the north end of the course. He's continuing to push, and he knows he's just got to hang on to it right now. The question is will he be able to hang on to it for another 6 laps here in this main event in Texas Tri-Hole as he continues to fight down the front straightaway and is being tracked down by the 69 of Cole Waring, who finally gets by the 63 of Aaron Green.
I think the outside line helps Mason when it comes to lap traffic.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of guys in lap traffic are going up the inside.
Right.
So he's already running that outside line, so he doesn't have to change what he's doing too much.
And not to mention, by him moving to the outside and the back markers on the inside, Waring has nowhere to go, but even further to the outside, what makes that course even longer.
Stuck on the inside, which he's been for the last couple laps.
Right, which is not where he wants to be in that four-stroke. But, oh, no, the 10 of Tanner Rinker spins out down in turn 2. Cole Waring gets behind him, ladies and gentlemen. The 17 of Neil Marsh is about to catch the 10 of Tanner Rinker. I do get too excited sometimes. But the 69 of Waring is continuing to stay ahead. But
you know what?
That's the battle right there.
The engine is loose and on sideways on the number 10 of Tanner Rinker.
Oh, my Lord. You are absolutely right. If we could get a zoom in there on the 10 of Tanner Rinker, that thing is about to fall off. Oh, boy, there it goes. And it just snaps off to the side. He's got to pull off to the inside. How frustrating for the 10 of Tanner Rinker is that thing. Boy, that boat has seen a lot of use, and it's had a lot of wins in its history. But, boy, it looks like maybe not enough repairs in the offseason, or this hard saltwater just brutal for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. But you got to love the respect that he has. He's keeping the boat going so he can keep it in the middle so that we don't red flag the race. Now, that is what you call a fantastic competitor, because
that's right.
Most people...
You don't want to stop the race, but the thing is hanging on sideways.
It's hanging on for dear life.
Like this since a Schubert did it.
All right, we got a little bit of a replay here from the 10 of Tanner Rinker.
Here it is. Look at the motor. It's up there sideways. No wonder he spun out.
It's just barely hanging on. So I would imagine at least one side of those bolts must have sheared off the transom. I'm surprised. I can't believe that thing is actually still hanging on and not at the bottom of the Manatee River.
Hey, that's how your throttle cable breaks.
That's for sure. As our leader continues to push. As we jump out that lead, the 37 of Mason Rinker is out in front. We just lost the 42 of Wyatt Zeller down to the north end of the course. So the hard salt water is wreaking havoc here in Texas Tri-Hole at the final, but it hasn't wreaked havoc for the man who's been out in front since the beginning.
Been in control.
If he can get out early that precision and that control that his personality has lends itself to a great wire-to-wire run.
The surgeon.
Absolutely. Hey, there we go. The surgeon. We got the real deal. We got the surgeon. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the inaugural Tri-Hull Championship at the Bradenton Area River Regatta out of Spring, Texas. Running for McLean Trailers and Mastercraft Boats, number 37, Mason Rinker. Solid second place finish in a great way for the 69 of Cole Waring to finish. He rounds out in second, and Neil Marsh finds his way on the podium some way. Somehow, the man they call the Dude is bringing hardware back to Hemlock, Michigan.
He drove a great race.
Especially considering he had to pull out the final qualifying heat and probably lost a couple of positions because these guys are so tight. Normally, you lose 4 or 5 points, it's going to shuffle you 1 or 2 positions back in your starting grid. So a great run for the 17 of Neil Marsh.
Excellent run. Good show on the Tri-Hulls.
We take a look at our recap here. The 37 of Mason Rinker's like, hey, bro, I just got you. You had a great, fantastic start, and that's what you got to do right there, Tim. You got to get out into the clean water, and, boy, he found that clean water for the rest of the race. Wherever it was on the course, he seemed to always be finding it, and the man behind him in that purple and silver machine, the 69 of Cole Waring.
He kept him honest.
He just did not have an answer for the 37 of Mason Rinker.
For Mason today.
No, and I think that's where the 69 of Waring just tips his cap and says, hey, I got to go back to work, find a different prop combo. And then while fighting for third with the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 10 of Tanner Rinker almost completely loses the power head on the back of his Texas Tri-Hull, and that was enough to seal the victory for the 37 of Mason Rinker. You see fist pumping. He's excited. Now, he may be a pretty cool, calm, and collected guy, except when he gets a checkered flag. He loves a good fist bump, and what a fantastic run it was for the driver out of Spring, Texas, and a great way to start the season for him, as I know those Rinker boys were looking to make sure that they put their mark on a series championship here in Texas Tri-Hull.
Congratulations to the Rinkers. They're no stranger to winning the Tri-Hulls, not only races but championships. So
absolutely. Their father, Chris Rinker, was a very decorated Tri-Hull driver.
Their
grandfather, Jerry, is, I mean, he is the Tri-Hull god, right? I mean, the fact that he was in a boat at 82 years old is a testament in and of itself, not to mention the multi-world and national championships. And look at the dejected face of Tanner Rinker, just so frustrated. I was a lap and a half away from a podium finish. Instead, he's going to end up right around 9th or 10th. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the Formula Ones? You ready to wrap up racing here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta? Coming up next, the Formula Ones are back on the water with speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour as we crown our champion here at the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. All right, race fans, welcome back here. We have arrived at the final race of the race weekend here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta. The Formula Ones are going to be coming out here. Who's going to take over the season point standings after round one? Will it be the 14 of Andrew Tate, who looked real calm and collected out there? Or could it be the 29 of Jared Jensen, the young gun, coming up here in 2026 after a really solid finish to 2025? Or could it be our defending series champion? He's won it twice. Can he win it 3 years in a row? He's got to collect good points here, but he's starting fourth, and that's a great place for the one of Dustin Terry to be. Then there's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Big shout out to Dylan Anderson and some of his fantastic sponsors, especially the guys at Elite Direct Finance. Big shout out to them. I know the guys made it down here for the Bradenton Area Regatta, and the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he wanted to do some boat jumping in qualifying, which didn't necessarily work out that well, but hopefully they were able to get that thing back to the dock and get the necessary changes made, but that unfortunately shuffled him all the way back to fifth instead of starting on the first row. But the Anderson Marine Elite Direct Finance C2 machine. Well, there's machine twice too many times, but the 17 of Dylan Anderson looking to find a way to get on the podium here in the opening round after a disastrous opening round in 2025. Then you got the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's in the mix in the top 3 rows. The 20 of Ashton Rinker, the 52 of Chris Rinker. There's a bunch of guys that are going to be fighting hard, especially those top 4 rows, to be slugging it out here to crown themselves the inaugural IHRA opening round champion here in 2026 at the Bradenton Area River Regatta. Again, don't forget, swing down to the Palmetto side of the river and grab yourself some IHRA merch. We got all sorts of fantastic merch. Swing down, say hi to Debbie. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for the main event here in Formula One. Your pole sitter, the man from Michigan. He runs hydros, inboards, Formula One tunnel hulls. The man can do it all if it's got a steering wheel and it's raced on the water. And he's on your pole position. Behind him, his best start dock position in his young career, the man out of Windsor, Colorado, running for Island Lake Marine, the number 29 of Jared Jensen. We talked earlier about how 2026 we could probably see a resurgence in the 24 of Spencer Love. Well, no surprise so far. He's on the inside of row 2 in that third position off the start here in the Formula One main event, the 24 of Spencer Love. And then we round out the rest of the field, the 34 of Jeff Reno in 11th, 12th, the 2 of John Jensen. I don't know if he's going to make it back. I know his back took a beating there in qualifying heat number 1. He had to sit out heat number 2. And then the 98 of Aiden Benton, the 9 of Johnny Fleming, and the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. As long as they can get those issues they had that caused them to pull off the race course in qualifying heat numbers 1 and 2, can they get them rectified here in the main event in Formula One?
Hey, here's one thing that everybody's got to consider too, is the fact that we got points for qualifying, the qualifying lap.
Yeah, the fast lap qualifiers.
So they received points for that, which is not what we normally do. But since we were only running 2 heats, we got points for that, and that shuffled up the points a little bit.
Oh, absolutely it did, because you saw the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Even though he went out in heat number 2, he finished well in qualifying. So instead of maybe dropping back to 7th, 8th, 9th, he still finds himself in 5th position there, third on the inside of row 3 next to the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. But I think that fast lap qualifier, who benefited the most? No, none other than the 29 of Jared Jensen. How about him starting on the outside of row 1 and the 24 of Spencer Love?
I think the qualifying points definitely helped Spencer there.
Well, especially considering he had to pull off in qualifying heat number 2. So what a fantastic, I guess it's good to always try to be as fast as you can out there. Hey, everybody, from wherever you are across the world, welcome to beautiful Bradenton, Palmetto, Florida, for the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Myself, Thomas Yarbrough, they call me the Noise of the North, along with my partner here, the ever-decorated Tim Siebold. Boy, Tim, it's been a fantastic day of racing. We've had gremlins, we've had hard salt water, we've had big winds, we've had rough water, and it's gonna culminate here with a knockdown, drag out, push it to the limit Formula One final here to crown the champion for the first time ever here under the IHR banner at the Greater Bradenton Area River Regatta.
Well, you know, I thought this wind would start laying down about now, and that would have thrown another little wrinkle to it, because the guys that were having a little bit of an advantage because of the handling of the boat, the weight distribution, then when the water gets smooth, all of a sudden that's not such an advantage anymore. So we got to see how that plays out. You know, we got boats on the water. I see Andrew Tate's down there, and we're bringing them out now. We're trying to get them out here as fast as we can. It's going to be a great show. We have got some different guys up front. We've got some guys that haven't raced so much in the last couple years that I think are going to be in the hunt, like Ashton is and Brinker. So let's see what happens. Jared Jensen never started second before for a final.
Right, absolutely.
So what will happen?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out, but right now we're going to send it down to Sarah. She's with our Tri-Hull champion, the man from Spring, Texas, the number 37 of Mason Rinker. Sarah, take it away.
Well, we get to speak 2 times today, Mason, so congratulations out there. You said it was a wild ride. Kind of walk us through what happened.
It was rough out there. The wind picked up. I mean, we had 11 boats out there creating big wakes, fuel tanks breaking loose. God knows what else broke loose. It was a whooping, but we got out there, got out in front, smooth sailing from there, brought it home.
What kind of confidence does that give you with the first race of the series, just coming out kind of the winter, you know, and like a little bit slower season, and now you're just starting off on the right foot?
Well, these boys are lucky I didn't race all year last year. We're going to start this one good right here. We're going to continue it. So let's go.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah.
The Rinkers are never lacking confidence.
No, not at all. That's definitely a trait. But you know what? That confidence is what you need. You need a certain level of confidence as a powerboat racer to be able to go out and push it to the limit. If you don't have confidence in your skills, you're going to end up making mistakes.
If you don't believe in yourself, who's going to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, hey, right now, I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to give a big shout-out to the Manatee, the marine observers here in Palmetto, Bradenton. They did a fantastic job of scoping out where the manatees were living, where they were at, to make sure that we didn't have any manatees come onto the race course. And if we did, we properly handled the situation. They were up in the helicopter earlier. They've got people posted all over. And it's great to see that there's a group of people that making sure that the beautiful wildlife that makes Florida such a unique place to come visit, and one of the many things that drives the immense amount of tourism that this great state sees year in and year out, it would be a little bit tougher. And and how horrible would it be if Florida's lost their manatee? And because of great folks like the marine observers, the population of manatees in the state of Florida is flourishing. They're off the endangered species list, I believe, and it's because of folks like that that make sure that all the wildlife is such a huge integral part of tourism here in this beautiful state.
Mike and his group do a great job. And another group I'd like to thank is the Coast Guard. These guys have been great to work with. They're fantastic. We work with them at all the events across the country, and we can't say how much we appreciate it.
Yeah, the only break they get from us is when we head up to Windsor, Colorado, as we're on a man-built lake designed with powerboat racing in mind. But other than that, we're running on rivers. The Coast Guard's with us at the Red River Rumble that will be at Memorial Day weekend. down in Biloxi, Mississippi. They're going to be with us there because these are big public waterways. Everywhere we go, we have to interact with these guys, and they wield a lot of power on the water, and they could make it very difficult for us, but we make it easy for them, and they make it easy for us, and we couldn't do it without them.
It's a partnership, so you got to have them, and you got to respect what they do, and we sure appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, looks like we got the first group of drivers out on the water. Again, we're going to give them a hot lap, let them warm up those motors, maybe a little bit more beneficial or gets everything on a level playing field for the 2 strokes more than the 4 strokes. They don't really necessarily need as much warm up, do they, Tim?
No, they don't. And actually, in the 4-stroke or the 2 strokes, if you run them when they're not hot, they're a little bit better.
Interesting, really.
So you want to keep them nice and cool before you start, so then when you do, you've got about a half a lap where they just run just a tick better.
Try to get you into that early position so then you can start moving your way through the field or doing what you need to run your race program the way that you want. Interesting. I would have thought that a cold motor would not increase performance.
Now, you warm it up, but then, like when they'll do their hot lap, you'll see some of them that will not idle, but keep it just on plane, and they're trying to cool it down.
After they run the hot lap?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can appreciate a hot lap also helps you understand what the water's going to feel like, at least for a little bit, right? Not too very long after the opening lap of the race. It's going to get pretty rough out there, but it's still nice to know what the wind is feeling like, and because they can change. We've seen it numerous times. Heck, the final round of last year, we had some clipping wind till about 5 minutes before the Formula One final, and the wind just dropped.
All of a sudden.
And completely changed how everything was going to go. So I can imagine the drivers appreciate those hot laps. But interesting to know that a high-performance motor will run better for a little bit while it's still a little bit cooler.
We want to give a shout-out to all the fans here in Bradenton, Palmetto, because you guys stuck around. We know we ran a little late with this because of some of the carnage we had today, but thanks for hanging there with us. We appreciate you all, and this is why we do it.
Absolutely. It's just so weird to know that the sun's going to go down in not too long, and it's not even 5 o'clock. Not used to racing in the middle of February like we are here in 2026. Normally, we didn't start till May last year. We've got 2 races before we get to what was the first race of the season last year in 2025. So definitely more preparation and definitely throwing curveballs at our drivers, but they seem to be handling pretty well.
Well, the great thing is you don't want everything the same all the time. It's nice to have different race courses and different places you go. You race on a river like this, or you race on a lake like Windsor, where it's very small. And it just is a variety, and what we want to do with that's one reason we go to a timed race. What we want to do is we want to be able to have a short course, a long course, so that way the best team, the best racer wins the series because he overcomes all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've even moved all the way down to, like a half-mile course, real short, 30, 31, 29-second courses.
25 seconds we ran, 25, 27 seconds.
And that's a totally different race than, running a 38 or 42-second lap. The difference is in how you got to set up the boat, how much top end you're going to need. 'Cause in a short course like that, you're never going to get all your top end necessarily by the time you have to start trimming down and setting up for the next turn, and that can really change the propeller setup, the weight distribution, and all those things that go into really getting your optimal performance out of your Formula One.
It does, and the other thing it does is the shorter the course, the more lap traffic.
Absolutely.
So then it bunches it up a lot, where, this weekend right here, we've got a little more top end, a little more spread out, but it's still, you're not getting to sit.
Right.
You're constantly busy. You never get to sit and relax. So these guys have to have unbelievable concentration for a sustained amount of time, and if you can do that, you're the guy that doesn't make the mistake.
Now, I wonder if I see the 29 of Jared Jensen out there. What I can't see, though, a little bit too far away are there pickle forks back on the nose of the right and left sponsor of the 29 at Jensen? And it's interesting to see.
Oh yeah, he's got them.
There we go. They may be a little bit of a different color this time than they were before, as typically your spare pickle forks are a white or a primer gray, because you don't really want to break them out if you don't have to, but they're there just in case. Yeah, that's always the funny one when you see the guy in a white boat with like a bright red pickle fork. You're like, that doesn't make sense. Or there's always the racer's favorite duct tape that's been deployed a time or two to make sure a pickle fork stays on the front sponson of the boat. And the pickle forks on the front of our boats are, it's the weakest part of the sponson, and that's on purpose, right? Because if these guys do get together, we want that stuff to collapse, reduce the inertia if they do end up getting into an accident, all the way to the point where we had removable pickle forks for a while. No, and I don't think there is is there a pickle fork on there? Oh, yeah. It's black.
Oh, yeah, it's black.
No, there we go. So it looks like
you want that to collapse, because you don't want that small, blunt nose of it. So what you want to do is a bigger surface area.
Right.
So that way, if someone were to take something in the side of the capsule, it doesn't go through the capsule.
Right, yeah, and it collapses itself, and it just doesn't allow it to puncture through the capsule. Ultimately, at the end of the day, last year, actually, that driver, the 29 at Jared Jensen, got into it with the 52 at Chris Rinker, and that collapsible style, or that crushable front of the pickle fork, significantly reduced the damage to both boats in that accident. Thankfully, the damage occurred on the pickle fork of the 29 at Jensen and the rear of the 52 at Rinker. But again, that's what we're explaining. It's you need to be safe with these drivers out here. There's the 8 at Jeremiah Mayo. He's looking to get his first podium finish in his 4-stroke. Only the second race that young driver out of Richmond, Texas, has ever run that all-white Ray Bob seasoning. If you have a chance, hop online, go to Ray Bob's Seasoning, look them up. It's some of the best seasoning on chicken, burgers. It is the all-purpose seasoning, and they're Ray Bob's with the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo for the second year in a row here in 2026. See, we count out the boats there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So hopefully we've got just the final few boats are making their way. Again, the drivers have to go quite a long ways from the pits, which are on the Palmetto side and the other side of the bridge. So they've got quite the long journey, much longer than we're normally used to make it onto the race course. That is because, of course, the two bridges here that we run between, but it does make for a very, very unique course here on the Manatee River. Again, a little bit longer, a little bit narrower than we run at a lot of other places, but that's the point. The reason, like Tim was saying, the reason we run a timed race is, hey, sometimes we run a 3/4 or 5/8 mile or a full mile, and we may only do 25 or 30 laps. We may run a 25, 26, 27 seconds course, and we've got 48, 50 laps that we put in a main event, and it forces the driver to always be on their toes, because when a driver is always on their toes, you will get the highest level of competition across the board, because you don't allow anybody to be comfortable for too long. And being uncomfortable and being able to manage that level of uncomfortableness is what really separates a true champion from the rest of the field here. And that man right there, the 52 of Chris Rinker, not having the best start so far, hoping to have a better run here.
He had some a few little issues, it seemed like, because he would run good and then it would slow down. So let's see. I'm sure his crew chief, James Chambers, got that baby dialed in for the final. James is a master at that.
Absolutely. And with the 2-stroke, it can be something simple as one of his carburetor butterfly valves failed, and he was choking the engine, wasn't getting enough gas, wasn't getting enough air to the motor, and so it just kept bogging itself down. And the last thing he wants to do is put that motor in harm's way. So he backed off till they could get it to the trailer and figure it out, because he does have a backup boat, but if he goes to the backup boat, he forfeits all the points that he got with his primary boat, and he has to start at the back of the start dock. So that's kind of a I don't have any other choice type of situation. So smart move by the 52 of Chris Rinker there in qualifying heat number 2. Had to back off a little bit probably pretty frustrated, but that's a veteran move. A veteran will back off the throttle and run wide to the outside and collect points and finish the race. A rookie will push that thing over the limit and end up sitting in the middle with a DNF next to his name and number when it's all said and done. Hey, there's the Racey's JC's chicken, JR's, Junior's chicken. Wow, I'm terrible. That's the Junior's chicken. Racy Extreme Superior Marine and RV sponsor number 71. They call him the Pickle. Mr. Jimmy Kerr had some engine troubles this morning, had to go to a backup motor that was not broke in, had to spend a qualifying breaking in that motor. Can he pull it off here and come out of nowhere and get himself on the podium in that bright green French-built Moore-designed Formula One? All right, we're going to get the last couple boats on the water, but before we do that, we're going to take a quick commercial break with a few words from our sponsors. We'll be right back with the conclusion of the 2026 Bradenton Area River Regatta, stop one of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. The Bradenton Area River Regatta here in beautiful Palmetto, Bradenton, Florida. You gotta regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at seawaymarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
All right, race fans, and welcome back. Let's crown a champion here in Formula One. We've got our drivers lined up and ready to go here as we're going to be bringing them down the back straightaway in this 2x2 rolling start here on the Manatee River for the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. We've got them working their way down the north end of the course. Let's take a look at our starting lineup here for this main event. On pole position on the inside of row 1, the man from Michigan, running for Phenom Ventures, number 14, Andrew Tate. On the outside of row 1, in that Island Lake Marine machine, teal, white, and black, can he get on the podium for the first time in his career? On the outside of row 1, the 29 of Jared Jensen. On the inside of row 2, Clover Construction, 24 of Spencer Love. On the outside of row 2, Turtle Box, sponsored out of Houma, Louisiana, number 1 of Dustin Terry, your 2-time defending champion. 17 of Dylan Anderson. In that Anderson Marine, Elite Direct Finance and C2 Machine, Formula One. Coming on the inside of row 3. On the outside of row 3 is the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Then it's the 52 of Rinker, the 20 of Rinker as they round to the top 5. Green flag, here we go, go, go. As they go down into turn 1, who's going to make it and get out to the clean water? On the inside, it's Tate. Smart job there by Jensen because they were real tight. He did not want it to go to a wreck in the first turn.
They were right up against each other for the start. And Jared had to go wide because he wasn't sure where he was going to set.
Now look at the 1 of Dustin Terry doing what he does best, man. Is he literally, as soon as he can out of the first turn, he gets as wide as possible to find that clean line. Sometimes he'll go 3, 4, 5 lanes wide because he knows he cannot afford to get bogged down tight to the inside as he's got a rearview mirror full of his teammate, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, as they battle for 3rd and 4th. And then right behind them for 5th, 6th, and 7th, the 17 of Anderson, the 24 of Love, and the 71 of Jimmy Kurz finally got that motor broken in and ready to rock and roll.
That's right. He spent the qualifying heats breaking it in. Now it seems like he's got the thing dialed in and it's actually running. But
now he's starting to pull off. He's starting to pull off a little bit. You obviously don't want to damage a motor in the first race of the season if you can't help it. But boy, that's unfortunate for him. But how about Andrew Tate, man? He just nails these rolling starts.
He did, and the winds calmed down some, so that's going to help Andrew.
Absolutely, but it's also going to help the 29 of Jared Jensen because now he can go corner and on the tail immediately and out on the out button and stomping the accelerator.
Jared likes to go corner to corner, so that is his preferred line, and that's what his boat likes. So if Andrew doesn't tighten it up a little bit, he's going to have a long day because Jared is going to keep wearing him out on the inside.
Yeah, unfortunate to see the 77 of Mike Quindazzi unable to make the final here. Same with the 34 of Jeff Reno, and now we see the 71 of Jimmy Kerr moving up. And look at that, just bouncing around a little bit. It's amazing how the smallest little ripples in the water will really cause these boats to bounce back and forth. And you really got to try to manage that every lap of the entire race.
He sure did. Jared's keeping him honest. I don't know that he can catch them until they come up on some back markers. And I think if they do, you've got a little opportunity with the handling of his boat versus Andrew's. But Andrew has got that thing strolling.
He absolutely does. But if it can calm down and if he can find that one opportunity, and that's probably all the 29 of Jared Jensen's going to get, is just one opportunity to make a move. Like as you said, maybe a little bit later stages in this Formula One main event, because Andrew Tate is dialed in, and a guy that's won that many times, when he's out in front and dialed in, he's someone who doesn't make very many mistakes because he's got so much experience not making those mistakes and coming home with checkered flags and big trophies.
Another guy that's getting it dialed in is Jeremiah Mayo. You know, this is really the first race where he has run the 4-stroke, and the gains that he made today have been tremendous.
Yeah, and I think he's so close on the 1 of Dustin Terry that, again, Terry's got to take some of his attention away from trying to catch the 29 of Jensen, so he doesn't allow the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo to get into position where he could make a move later in the race as well. Well, it looks like Quindazi finally made it out there, a lap down. Looks like he might have had some trouble getting on the racehorse, but good to see the 77 Buckshot Racing out on the water, along with his teammate, the 20 of Ashton Rinker. But it is all about Andrew Tate right now as he is flying down the front straightaway, but not going anywhere is the 29 of Jared Jensen. And this is where your radio man's got to be hugely important. Like, hey, just keep running your program, keep staying in it. Don't worry that he's as far ahead of you now. You're going to get an opportunity or two potentially later in the race to catch him, but you can't do that if you make a mistake here early.
Andrew's setting the pace right now. He's running his own race. He's controlling it. So what he's doing is he's put himself where Jared has to keep going back and forth over his wake, which will slow him down. I mean, so he can slow him down without even going any faster.
Right, absolutely. And I would imagine that's one of those skills that when you can really hone in those subtle movements from one lane to another to not scrub any speed off of yours, but force the driver behind you to continually go through propeller wash. It's one of those skills that I can imagine you even saw. You see growth as a driver over your career. And that's one of those things that Andrew Tate's just got a little bit more experience than the 29 of Jared Jensen.
He's got the experience. It's normally in hydroplanes, and now he's learning how to do it in tunnel boats.
Yeah, there goes the 77 of Quindazi. There's the 9 of Johnny Fleming. Looks like he's got that thing back out on the water. Still struggling for top-end speed, but out there pushing hard, trying to collect points. You see coming out of the north end of the course, there's the 1 of Dustin Terry, the 8 of Mayo, and the 24 of Love, and the 17 of Anderson, as those four boats are fighting to try to be the final boat on the podium. But right now it's a two-horse race between this 14 of Andrew Tate and the 29 of Jared Jensen. The question is will it finish like that? Because we still got 11 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here in this Formula One main event here. But boy, it is definitely Andrew Tate's race to win if he can hang on out here in front, just driving it. This is definitely the best I've seen. Oh no, the 20 of Ashton Rinker pulls it down into the inside of turns 1 and 2. Now we got to make sure Rescue grabs him so we don't have what we had in the Formula Lights final. Again. Oh boy, now that could be, again, more of that salt water you're talking about. If he got into the spray of anybody, that might have made it very difficult and starting to have some of that power shorting out on the back of that. And I think he's done.
I think he's done.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move. It's the first race of the year. Don't put any more.
Don't saw the motor in half because you tried to run it after you got a
especially
problem.
Considering when you've got the skill set to rebuild motors like Ashton does, a baby hurt motor is super easy for him to fix. A sawed in half motor means he's got to go find another one because that one will probably go to the scrappy.
Okay, we're seeing Andrew Tate in the first position, number 14, number 29, Jared Jensen. They're starting to come up on some back markers, so we're going to see how this happens.
And we're starting to see that gap's already closed about a boat length and a half so far as the 14 of Andrew Tate has come up on those back markers.
We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I got to imagine that's simply because he's now having to run in dirty water, where before he was just always having clean water no matter what lane he went into.
Makes a tremendous difference.
So leads me to believe that the fastest lap times you're typically going to see in a Formula One race are those first few laps of the race before the water gets rough and everybody, the fast boats are catching the back markers.
Jeremiah Mayo got around Dustin.
Oh, wow. Jeremiah Mayo right there in that Raybob's machine. What a great move there. Oh, no, now Dustin Terry goes dead in the water. We got the Dustin Terry going dead in the water. Looks like maybe taking the whole offseason and leaving the boat in the trailer might be wreaking havoc right now as he gets it back under power. But now he's shuffled all the way back to 9th position here in this Formula One final. That's got to be frustrating for a driver who has been the absolute epitome of consistency here in the last couple of seasons.
Andrew gets around the first person.
Right now,
and that's Johnny Fleming.
And that's a 4-stroke who's going to run wider, so it realistically doesn't hurt the 29 of Jensen as much as it would if when they come up on the next slower boat, which is the 77 of Quindazi, with that 2-stroke, he may like to run the inside line more, and that could be difficult for the 29 of Jensen. But right now, he's got some clean water, and he's staying there in it with the 14 of Andrew Tate, at least for now.
Jared can run in lane 1, but he can't overturn it to stay in lane 1. You got to let the boat go where it's got a nice neutral feel and where it wants to go. As soon as you start forcing it, that's when you're losing speed.
Right on, and I can imagine that's something that's got to be tough because you have a game plan in mind and you want to do it, and sometimes you've got to allow your game plan to evolve based on what the feedback your boat's providing you.
Well, and a lot of it happens because you're planning. He's going into turn 1. He's going over to turn 2, and that sets him up for 3 and 4. So his exit on 2 really sets it up for his entry on turn 3. And he's got to use that. He's got to keep thinking ahead. He can't think of, hey, I'm at the corner, I'm going to do this.
Right.
He's got to know that way before he gets there.
And I can imagine you also have to have some flexibility in your game plan to adapt to the ever-changing conditions. Not only that, but the things that your competitors may do that you didn't expect them to do.
You can't follow your competitors.
Right.
You got to have your own line.
Because otherwise you'll just stay behind them the whole race.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening right
that's
now.
That's in any kind of racing.
Yeah, fair enough. The 14 of Andrew Tate has continued to push hard, but we're kind of in that that stalled area. When you get past the first couple slower boats, the next guys you're coming up on are so much faster that you almost get like that mid-race stall where there's, the leader's not gaining any ground, the person who's right behind the leader isn't gaining any ground, and eventually, as they slowly pick off those slower boats, you'll start to see some of that change, and things can really happen really quickly here towards the culmination of this Formula One main event. We've got 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here in this Formula One final.
Well, they're coming up to faster lap traffic, which is harder to get around, and that definitely plays into the hand of the second boat going through the lap traffic. So
absolutely.
Andrew's doing a great job right now. He has not put a foot in the wrong place. It's been right what he wants. The boat seems like it's handling good. He can lay it down when he needs to. He can air it out when he needs to.
Yeah, and I think now, at first I thought it might be Quindazzi, but if he can get up, if he gets up on the one of Dustin Terry, that outside lines are going to be gone for Tate, and now he's got to adjust, and how is he going to handle going tight to the pin?
Jared's catching him a little bit. It's going back and forth, but Jared is definitely pulling up.
Yeah, Tate is, let's see here, he's got 11 seconds, so it looks like...
Dustin and Quindazzi, they're battling for position, and Andrew's got to come up, but they're leaving them room because they do not want to mess up.
If this was the last round of the season, that might have looked a lot different right there.
Yeah, but look, they don't want to get in the way and determine the winner of the race.
No, it's no different than...
They want to let them race.
Absolutely. It's the same reason why if a guy has an issue with his boat, every single team will go out of their way to help him, because nobody wants to beat a guy on the beach. They want to beat him on the race course, and they want to do it the right way, and that's one of the fantastic things about the Formula One Powerboat, IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series is... Off the water, best of friends. On the water, hey, let's make sure you get there, and then let's go toe-to-toe and duke it out and see who comes out on top.
That's right. And that's what we want. We want the best team to win on that day.
Oh, no, it looks like the one of Dustin Terry slows back down again, but the 77 of Quindazzi forced the 29 of Jensen to really go hard there into turn number 2, and it's amazing how that small split-second change allowed Tate to grow that boat length lead by 3 or 4 boats just out of one corner.
Andrew's doing a great job running that thing like it's on a string.
Absolutely. To try to find out where's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, that third-place boat. He's still sitting back here coming off of turns 3 and 4. So
it's coming up now.
It's still, it's very much a two-boat race. Yeah. And Mayo's probably just like, hey, just keep an eye on the 24 of Love, who's sitting in 4th. Third place is a great place to start, considering it's your second race ever in this 4-stroke boat, first race of the season, and a great way to collect some solid points, because I believe last year, if you remember at the opening round, I think Jeremiah Mayo finished 9th, and he ended up right in the thick of things for the series championship.
Came down to the last race.
Ooh, look at there, Andrew Tate getting a little squirrely coming out of turn number 1. Going into turn number 1 there, it was bouncing pretty hard. You really, once we get that camera shot of them coming down into 1, you can really see how rough it gets down there in the corner.
Well, that's why the straight-on shot like we have right now, that's why that's such a fantastic shot for tunnel boat racing, because you can see the boat working, you can see the aerodynamics working, and you can see what the driver's doing.
Absolutely. As Tate now makes one more lap here on the Manatee River. We've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here, plus 2 laps. And they continue to push hard. It's all going to come down to those final few laps. Can the 29 of Jared Jensen find a way to catch the 14 of Andrew Tate, or is he going to have to settle for a second place finish here? Now, I think he'll be tickled pink with a second place finish, but nobody comes out here to just take second. He's going to fight that thing all the way to the end, and hopefully the 14 of Andrew Tate can continue to push hard, because the only thing I could see...
back up. So the wind kicked back up just in the last couple laps. Andrew sets the boat early, almost goes into a pin.
And then you get those radios, man. It's like, hey, dude, you have a good lead. Go out to lane 2. You do not need to hit a buoy.
He doesn't need to be that tight on the buoys.
Yeah, and notice, when you hit buoys, you learn. You remember Jared Jensen's rookie year, I think he took about 9 buoys over a 6-race season, and not a buoy yet today. He's done a much better job of getting close to the buoys, but not so close that he risks one little bump throwing him into the buoy and ruining his entire afternoon.
No, not right now. You want to stay safe, bring it home.
Absolutely.
Put your laps off. Don't do anything rash. Don't do anything that puts you in a bad position.
But he's just continuing to push, and it seems like he would like to get around Quindazzi, but he's not going to do it.
It doesn't mean anything.
At a risk that would cost him the second place finish, right?
Yeah.
If it takes him 4 laps, be it.
You take it if it's there, and if it's not, you don't.
Right. And I can imagine at some point your radio team's going to say, hey, listen, you got to ask yourself, do you want to push it over the edge to try to catch this guy, or do you want to bring some really solid points back to Colorado before we head to Biloxi, Mississippi for round 2?
Well, Jared's got a veteran on the radio with him, Todd Fitchin. Todd Fitchin was the radio man for years and years and years for our buddy Greg Foster. So, look, he's got a veteran. Even though he's a younger driver, he's got a veteran in his corner. So I'm sure they'll be doing the right thing.
And how huge is having a trusted radio man to be able to help you communicate and be an extra set of eyes out there on the race course for you?
Well, it's not only that, but it's also to keep you calm.
Okay. Now, were you a guy that talked to your radio man a lot, or were you not? You didn't say too much?
I didn't talk a lot on the radio. The radio guys that I had would talk to me, but it's very important information. Hey, you've got so much time on the boat behind you, or you're so many seconds behind. The line that you're running is making up time. So when you have a good spotter, they can feed you this information that makes you faster. They also keep you safe.
Absolutely, because, boy, I mean, the windshields have just gotten smaller and smaller over the years. Now with these, halo ringed reinforced cockpits with just a top lid, it's a very narrow scope that you're looking through. So I can imagine the visibility sometimes, right, isn't really all that great for you. So you got to rely on those spotters to give you that extra. It's like they fill in the blind spots.
Yeah. They do for sure.
All right, well, it looks like our leader, the 14 of Andrew Tate's going to come wide off at turn number 4. Lay down that APX 250 V8 4-stroke. The white flag comes out. Go fast, turn left. Just 4 more times.
One more lap.
For the driver.
That's when all the noises you start hearing.
Right, that's when your head starts chirping at you.
What's wrong with it? It's not running like it was. That's what goes through your mind on this last lap. But what you got to do is you got to stay focused and keep your concentration, because you do not want to make a mistake.
Absolutely, as our leader, who's looking to go wire to wire, comes out of turn number 3. Takes it nice and easy through turn 3. Goes way wide to the outside. He's not going to even come close to that buoy as he brings it down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in his illustrious career, the number 14 of Andrew Tate is your winner here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta, the opening round of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. What a fantastic run it was for him, but more than anything, how about that run by the 29 of Jared Jensen?
Both of them. That's career highlights right now for first and second place.
Absolutely, and not a bad start. Much more improved than his opening round last year, rounding out the podium. The man running for Ray Bob Seasoning. He tells people able to get out of his way. They call him the number 8 of Jeremiah. Get out of my way, Mayo.
I'm sure Jeremiah and his team are going to be extremely happy because they're on the podium. First time they've really put some effort into the four-stroke. You got to like that. Gosh, Andrew did a fantastic job just bringing it home. Ran consistent laps. Jared and the Jensen family, Island Lake Marine, second place. Gosh, what a fantastic podium.
Hey, you know what? He put in a lot of hard work, and this is where that hard work pays off. But he finishes in second. In third, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. In fourth, the 24 of Spencer Love. In fifth, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. In sixth was the 13 of Grant Schubert. In seventh was the 1 of Dustin Terry. I know he's shuffled back a little bit, boy. I think the saltwater wreaked a havoc on maybe a few transponders or two as well. But if you look at a recap of this, it was all Andrew Tate all day long. He started on the pole on the inside of row 1. He got a clean run, and he left the field in there in his dust. Tim, boy, this has been a couple of years of culmination for the 14 of Andrew Tate. What a fantastic run. And not to mention, driving an unlimited hydroplane, driving an inboard, driving a stock outboard. While it's boat racing, it's a very different form of boat racing. But he was able to go wire to wire. The 29 of Jared Jensen got into that second position. Really just did not have an answer for the 14 of Andrew Tate, but his best finish in his career.
First half of the race, kept him honest, but he got held up on some of the lappers, and he never could make that up.
Yeah, and it's tough, but sometimes you just, like, again, especially as you talk about, it's all about the season championship. Sometimes you just got to accept the fact that, hey, my setup was a second place setup today, but it wasn't a third, it wasn't a fourth, and it definitely wasn't a last, and I've still got another opportunity to go into the next round and do it one more time. Well, that's going to wrap it up here for the opening round of 2026 here at the Bradenton Area River Regatta. Coming up next, we're going to go to Biloxi, Mississippi for the inaugural Gulf Coast Grand Prix, right smack dab in downtown Biloxi, Mississippi, April 17th through 19th. Round 3, May 1st through 3rd at a staple here on our schedule, the Port Neches River Fest in Port Neches, Texas, about an hour south of Beaumont. Then we round out May, a Memorial Day weekend at the Red River Rumble in Shreveport, Louisiana for the 3rd year in a row. Then we head back to Marble Falls, Texas, but not in August this year, in June, a little bit cooler. The 5th through 7th of June in Marble Falls, Texas for the Battle on the Colorado. Then June 18th through the 21st, we're going to have a new venue that we're going to be releasing here shortly to round out our season. And then the penultimate round of 2025, July 17th through 19th at the Alton Midwest Nationals in Alton, Illinois, just outside of St. Louis. And we wrap up our season a mile high above sea level at the Roar of the Rockies, 2026, July 31st through August 2nd. What a fantastic day it was here of racing, Tim. Not a bad way to kick off 2026.
Well, I just want to thank the municipalities of Palmetto, Bradenton. Thanks for bringing us out. The fans that came out to support us and watch a great show. Not only the powerboat racing, but the drone shows, the fireworks, the bands. Enjoy all the family activities. So it's been a fantastic event, and I'm glad we're part of it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's the great thing about the Bradenton Area River Regatta. It starts at about 8, 9, 10 in the morning, and it goes all the way through into the evening. There's activities for the kids, for the adults. Everybody has a good time when they come down to the Bradenton Area River Regatta, and I'm just so blessed and so happy that we got to be a part of this fantastic event here in 2026 and hopefully for many, many years to come.
Well, I can't be more pleased with the inaugural event of the IHRA.
Absolutely.
This was the first one, and it was fantastic. The staff did a fantastic job. The production people, again, fantastic job. We got to give a big shout out and thank you to all of them.
Absolutely. Windy City Productions been doing this a really long time, and it's fantastic what they were able to do. Hey, all right. Hey, man, not a problem. The guys at Windy City, I mean, let's talk about it, right, a little bit before Andrew gets back out on the water with that checkered flag that he so well deserves. Last year, 2 cameras, a drone. This year, 4 cameras, a pit camera, a wireless cam, 2 drones. It's amazing what what the vision of the IHRA is already starting to come to fruition. I mean, we were talking earlier, we caught more instant replays of boats that had something happen that weren't the action we were covering when it happened in this race than we did all of last year. And to be able to show that, to understand why did Dylan Anderson struggle to get into the top 5? Well, he sent his boat airborne, about an hour before that. They were able to get it back on the water, but we don't know the little damages that could have been done to that boat that caused it maybe not to perform as well as it had been earlier in the day.
Right, but all in all, it was a great weekend, a safe weekend. All of our guys are safe. Dom, glad he's safe after his 45 barrel roll, and this is something that we'll build on. We have the attitude at IHRA that we are building this, we are making it better, and
this is just the beginning.
This is the beginning, and we hope everybody comes along with us for the ride.
Oh, absolutely. And especially considering all the different disciplines, not only of motorsports, but of powerboat racing that the IHRA has acquired. So who knows, years from now, you may see festivals of speed with numerous disciplines all racing at the same time. And again, there is nothing more dynamic than powerboat racing. It's the most fantastic motorsports in the world.
There you go. Look at that. Look at the winner. Let's talk about him for a second. What a fantastic day.
I mean, you look at this, you go this same race, opening round last year, I think he barrel rolled twice and finished like 10th or 11th. Fast forward a year later, team owner Dylan Rooney and the great folks on the Phenom Venture team put in the work this offseason and were able to really dial that thing in. And I think you saw a lot of confidence built by the 14 of Andrew Tate last year after some of those barrel rolls, trying to get used to this big APX 4-stroke, because he just moved to it last year after a very little bit of a time with a 2-stroke package. And, this is people like Andrew, right, that are in that echelon of you and some of the other fantastic drivers, the Terry Rinkers of the world. I could go across so many different disciplines.
Oh, his team is so happy.
Oh, hey,
look, Jared going and congratulating him.
And that's what you get here. I think this right here is the embodiment of what you see, the genuine joy that the guy who got second has for the guy who won, knowing that, hey, you got me today.
That doesn't mean you don't want to beat him.
No, but it's, you see so many motorsports today where there's this animosity and this frustration that spills over off the race course. You don't see that in tunnel boat racing. It's so much more of a family. And again, every guy here, every guy and gal, they want to beat them when their competitors are at the best and on the water. And that is what you see here. I mean, Jared's a fantastic kid. He works his butt off, but he never has a bad thing to say about anybody. And that just shows a testament to who he is as a young man.
You can tell that first win's going to come.
Oh, honestly,
he's right on the doorstep.
I think he scared a lot of people here with the second place finish. But right now, Sarah's with our winner here in his first Formula One win here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'll send it down to Sarah. She's with our winner, the 14 of Andrew Tate. Take it away, Sarah.
And joined now by our F1 winner in Bradenton, the first series of the 2026 IHRA F1 Powerboat Series, Andrew Tate. I've talked to you a couple times today, and you said, let's wait till the interview for the next round and see what happens, and here we are.
Yeah, it's nice to chat with you again, that's for sure. Obviously under good circumstances, so honestly, I don't know what to say or do. I didn't even know where to go after we won. It's the first time for all of us here, so thanks to the team, sponsors, David DeWald, family, everyone's family. I grew up with all these guys racing boats, so to do it here in F1 is something really special for all of us.
I will say it was rather exciting to see the crew come running around over the bridge, and they're all just sprinting, and that's a haul to get over there where your spotters were. So a lot of excitement, and it's good. It's just a good feeling overall.
Yeah, I think they just got their workout in, so they earned their beers tonight.
All right. Well, congratulations. Go enjoy it, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. Well, the 12-ounce curls will be frequent in the Phenom Ventures pit today. And you know what I'm really excited for? We have this tradition when you win a race that the champagne gets doused all over you. And I'm excited to see what they're going to do to Andrew in his first win here in Formula One. Now, he's won more times than he can probably count in other disciplines of racing. But when you're a decorated driver like that, I know that you've raced a lot of different disciplines in your career. It's got to feel really good when you're like, okay, I figured this one out, right? I've figured out a few other disciplines and I've had success. And when you don't have that immediate success, success in a new discipline, it's a very weird feeling. You're not used to it, right? And so there's maybe a little bit more frustration here, and it seems like that's all, that weight's just all dropped off his shoulders. And boy, what a fantastic weekend we had here, Tim.
It sure is. The weather was fantastic, cooperated perfectly, and the event was a huge success. So thank you to everybody, all the sponsors.
Absolutely. We see the 37 of Mason Rinker taking home the title in Texas Tri-Hull. The 14 of Andrew Tate taking home the Formula One final. And the 24 of Shelby Love doing like she did in 25 and winning the inaugural event. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for being here with us all afternoon long. What a fantastic round one. And for everybody here at the IHRA, Tim Siebold, and everybody who helped put on this fantastic event here in Bradenton, thank you so much. Good night, God bless, and we'll see you in Biloxi, Mississippi. Regatta. Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is to prepare students to become osteopathic physicians through a program of excellence in education, research, clinical care, and community service to enhance the quality of life through improved health for all humanity. Manatee Memorial Hospital, evolving healthcare centered on you. Marriott Palmetto Resort and Spa, redefining hospitality in Southwest Florida while offering guests easy access to the area's beaches, arts, sports, and culture. Marriott. Travel brilliantly. Publix, for over 70 years, where shopping is a pleasure. RTI Insurance Services, managing risk so champions can focus on the race ahead. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. VP Racing Fuels, the fuel choice of champions for decades and the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboards and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives. Check them out at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop.